Members of Council, I will call this meeting to order. Would you please stand for the national anthem? Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Members, today we gratefully acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation and home to many diverse Aboriginal peoples. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at www.toronto.ca/council. This special meeting of Council is scheduled for the following purposes: to consider the Executive Committee's report from its meeting on February 9, 2016, to introduce and enact general bills, and to introduce and enact a confirming bill for the special meeting. Members of Council, this is a special meeting. Under Council procedures, no new business items such as notices of motions may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. I would draw to members' attention that our next full regular meeting is scheduled for March 30th. Members may submit notices of motion to the City Clerk for that meeting. Members, we have a presentation this morning to recognize Philip Abrams, General Manager, Shelter, Support and Housing Administration, on his retirement from the City of Toronto. I would like to call upon the City Manager to come forward for the presentation.
Okay.
There you
I can just yell. It's no problem. It's a real pleasure to congratulate Philip Abrams and to recognize his 33 years of service to the City of Toronto. I have in front of me a long list of Philip's accomplishments. I'm not going through them one by one. We know him best as the General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration. Philip's made invaluable contributions to social services generally, to the City Manager's office, to other areas as well. Over the course of that 33 years, Philip has been a superb public servant. My view, I knew him from the province as well, epitomizing what is excellent about the Toronto Public Service: strategic advice, relentless implementation, and a warmth and humanity that reflects the very best interests of our collective selves. Philip, you've made a profound difference to our city. I'm hoping and expecting that you will remain engaged in our civic life, that you will continue to be a part of our community. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, and I look forward to your continued engagement in our community. Thank you so much.
Philip and Peter and Madam Speaker, members of council, I don't know if I could say it any better than our city manager, Peter Wallace, just did. But I think the most important thing he said, this building is full of people who are competent, but it is also filled with people who are humane, people who genuinely care about their city and about the people who live here. And while I've only been here a relatively short period of time, because of the immediacy and because of the importance of the issue of shelter in particular, I've had exposure to Phil that allows me to see all of the things that Peter Wallace talked about, the humanity, the competence, the dedication, and of course this goes back 33 years, and it goes back to other issues that required the same. Whether it was youth employment and addressing those issues in some programs that are here in one form or another to this day, or whether it was something I think that is not commented on as often, which is the role that Phil played in the development of the City of Toronto Act, which is something that is, again, itself under review now, but fundamentally important to us being able to move the city forward. And so I would just say, Phil, thank you for that. I would say that you do leave behind, as I think would be the goal of most people in public service or otherwise in life, a legacy that people can see and they can touch and they can feel in the city, and that the most remarkable part of that legacy is its humanity and its concern for humanity. And I would just reiterate Peter Wallace's invitation to stay involved in the life of the city in some way, shape, or form. There are many ways to be involved. I'm sure you'll find those. I've certainly enjoyed my dealings with you. I'm sure I speak on behalf of the members of the City Council in saying the same on their behalf, and in saying a very well-deserved word of thanks and congratulations and best wishes for a very happy, healthy, and long retirement. Thank you. I have a scroll which I won't read because I think by and large Peter and myself have tried to summarize what it says, but it just says, thank you for a job well done, congratulations for a job well done, and I'll give you this as just a small token of our esteem, all of us. I present this on behalf of all the members of City Council and on behalf of all the people who live in the City of Toronto.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Peter. I just want to say a couple of quick things. The first is I want to acknowledge the 700 or so people who work in shelter support and housing and the management team that works directly with me. What they've made absolutely clear to me day after day after day is that my job is to get them resources and permission, and then I'm dispensable. Because they are so talented, passionate, and skilled at what they do in very, very difficult, challenging circumstances. And they will forever have my gratitude and respect. The other thing I wanted to mention, a little bit more personal, is my time in the municipal public service in Toronto has more or less coincided exactly with my time in Canada. And I mention that because being in Canada it's a very special thing for me. I lived in a few different countries before coming to Canada. Canada is the first country where I actually had the rights to full political participation, the right of citizenship, and most importantly, the right to complain about things without any fear of retribution and bad things happening. I wasn't supposed to come here. I was actually supposed to go to the United States, but because of some bureaucratic things, I came to Canada first 3 months ahead of my green card and decided to stay, and I'm really pleased that I did. Canada, as I said, it means a lot to me, and my experience of Canada is pretty much has been my experience of municipal government at Metro and at the City of Toronto. So the two are inextricably linked for me, and so my time in the Toronto Public Service means a lot to me for that reason. I guess I owe Shirley Hoy a debt of gratitude for hiring me on a 6-month contract back in 1983. I don't know that either of us realized it was going to end up like this, but I'm really pleased that I did. This is a very precious institution that you are stewards of. It's been an absolute privilege to play a little part in it, and I wish you all well in taking care of it. Thank you.
I will now call upon the mayor to introduce the executive committee report. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 12 of the executive committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And of course, as we all know, this report consists of the various elements of the budgets for the City of Toronto, and I'll just make a few comments in that regard in introducing that report, Madam Speaker. Budget 2016 is about achieving a balance I think we are sent here to achieve. And it's a balance between spending the city's money, which when we say it's the city's money, it's the people's money. It's money that I say in a lot of the speeches that I give that I understand the fact, and I came to understand it being in business and just myself as everybody else is being a taxpayer, that a dollar has to be earned before it can be taxed. And people in the City of Toronto, our residents, all go out and in different ways earn money that we then tax to provide for public services. And so it's about making sure that when we tax that money and when we expend that money, that we do so in a responsible manner, mindful at the same time that we have a mission of stewardship that Phil just referred to make sure that we are making the investments in priority areas that will allow us to care in particular for the most vulnerable people, but also to keep the city functioning so that we can continue to have prosperity going forward. Because again, if we don't have prosperity in the city, which is contributed to by proper transit and by affordable housing so that the people who work in the economy at different levels can live in the city, and through parks, and through the arts, and through all the different things that are in these budgets, then the prosperity will start to wane, and as it wanes, we will have less money available to do the things we want to do to build a great city. But it starts with the fact that we have to be responsible, both in the taxing and in the spending, and at the same time not shy away from making the investments that are needed to try to keep the city moving forward. And this is going to mean, from time to time, that we can't do everything that we would like to do. But that's the story of life, isn't it? It's the story in people's households, it's the story in business, it's the story in nonprofit organizations, and it's the story in government. You can't always do everything that you would like to do, and it's finding that balance between taking the resources from people through their taxes that we need to run the city well and making sure that we have enough, not just to run it well, but to make going forward investments. And I think, Madam Speaker, this budget does that. We're continuing to make very substantial investments, as well we should, after some years in which it wasn't done, in transit. I was at the public meeting held last night in Scarborough to look at, for the first time, and there's going to be 7 or 8 of these meetings across the city, all of the different plans that we're asking people for their input on. And if I had to say there was one reaction, there were a variety of reactions in the room. There was one reaction which was almost of astonishment when the maps are put up of all the things we need to do. And they know that we need to do these things, and they know that we didn't make some of those investments going forward, and they know that in fact there were cutbacks, hard as that may seem to believe, in transit service, but they also know that we're moving forward and trying to make the investments we need to make them based on evidence, and make them wisely, and make them responsibly, but make them nonetheless. Last year, we invested $95 million in the TTC. We've embedded $50 million in embedded improvements to service, some of which Chair Cole and I just actually launched yesterday. So it takes time to buy the new buses and train the new drivers and get the new services implemented. The same is true with poverty reduction. The poverty reduction plan agreed to by this City Council unanimously, and I'm proud to say that, and thanks to the work of Deputy Mayor McConnell and many others around this chamber and many of the people of Toronto, provided for a year-by-year investment that was to be made in poverty reduction and in different measures to be undertaken, some of which weren't budgetary measures. And I'm proud to say that we're making the investments called for in that plan, because there was a year-by-year plan attached to the poverty reduction strategy, and we're making those investments this year. And again, in total, it's $80 million in embedded spending on housing, on transit for kids 12 and under that's free, on youth employment programs, on youth spaces, on affordable housing, and so on. $80 million. Same with Toronto Community Housing. Again, continued investment going forward, but new investments there commensurate with the things they identify in better doors and security, specialized staff to address clutter issues, and this kind of thing. And I'm optimistic as we go forward today we'll discuss a lot of those kinds of priorities, and I'll just save a minute at the end of these introductory remarks, Madam Speaker, to say that we're also going to discuss today as part of the budget motion the City Building Fund. I believe this is not only a step forward to establish a fund that will allow us to discreetly and specifically identify projects and fund projects that are for transit and housing to move the city forward, and the proper governance of those funds so that people can see where the money's going. There's a modest levy that goes with it. But I also used it when I introduced it as an opportunity to say we're going to have a discussion, which I look forward to having as soon as this budget is passed, in whatever form it is passed. I hope it's very close to what's presented, obviously, and that I look forward to having a discussion about the city's revenues and about the city's expenditures, because they go together. There's nothing that says we shouldn't be. In fact, we must be looking at the effectiveness of the money we spend today, and that includes every budget, including the police budget. In particular, that's one that's big, and also our revenues. And I look forward to those discussions because they're very necessary as well. So I look forward to a respectful, substantive debate today. It's an important part of the budget approval process, perhaps the most important part. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please put your name up, request to question staff. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to declare the following interest because my child is enrolled in the Alderbuds Child Care Centre, which receives funding and other benefits from the City of Toronto in the 2016 operating budget for children's services as it pertains to funding, subsidies, or grants for the Alderbuds Child Care Centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest in Toronto Public Library, both capital and operating, as my spouse, although on leave, works for Toronto Public Library.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare an interest in the Parks and Recreation budget as my daughter works for Parks and Rec.
Are there any petitions at this time? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Speaker, I'd like to declare an interest in the police services budget. Certainly on the operating one, I've asked clerks to give me advice with respect to the capital budget, but certainly at this point, the operating budget, as my wife is a civilian employee of the Toronto Police Service.
Thank you. Are there any petitions at this time? No. Okay. We will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. Councillor Perks, do you have a point of order?
Yes, I do, Speaker. Thank you and good morning. Speaker, over the last few days I've been in conversations with the clerk. I wish to move an amendment to the order paper, but it's a slightly different circumstance than in previous years. The motion I would like to move is that we consider EX 2.1, headed 2016 property tax rates and related matter, and EX 12.2, headed 2016 capital and operating budgets at the same time. Speaker, in previous years, Council has 4 times debated these two items together in the years 2007 to 2010, and in the years 2013 and 14, we did consider a motion to consider the two items together. So clearly, precedent has been established allowing us to do it that way. What's different this year is that the mayor has declared the tax rate, the first item, as his key item, and we've never considered a motion to consider it together when it's been declared the key item. I don't believe there's a contradiction in the rule, and I would point you to Rule 2751C, which talks about when there are related items, Council has the option to consider all related items together. So I'd ask you to rule on whether or not my motion to consider these two together is in order.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. So, Councillor Perks is proposed to consider EX 12.2 together with the mayor's key item EX 12.1. So, my ruling is that the council procedures allow the mayor to identify up to 2 key items and note the time at which they would be considered on the order paper. Our convention has been that council follows the lead of the mayor and has regard for the timing of his key matters. We have joined items together with the mayor's key items in the past, but in each case it has been with the consent of the mayor. So I am therefore ruling that council cannot join an item to a mayor's key item without the mayor's consent, and that's my ruling. Okay, I've been challenged, recorded vote, to uphold the chair.
Councillor Mello, please.
The chair is upheld. The vote is 27 to 13.
Okay, thank you. So we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The mayor has identified item EX 12.1 on the 2016 property tax rate and related matters as his key matter for this meeting. That will be our first item of business today. Council will consider the other 2 items in their order. We are scheduled to meet until 8 p.m. tonight, and council will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. The city manager and the deputy city manager and chief financial officer will make a presentation on the 2016 capital and operating budgets. Members will have an opportunity to ask questions on each of the items when the items come up for debate. Members, we have 3 items before us. Items 1 and 2 will be debated, but does anyone wish to hold item 3? No? Okay, all in favor? On item 3, yes, on EX 12.3. All in favor? Okay, well, that's what. Okay, all in favor? Okay, recorded vote.
Item 3 is adopted. The vote is unanimous, 40 in favor.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I'm expecting that there will be a number of motions today, probably a lot, to ensure that members and the public understand the motions that are placed. Members are reminded to work with the city clerk staff to prepare your motions. This will enable the clerk staff to display them. Members are also reminded to state their motions before they speak. So if I can ask the city manager.
Thank you, Speaker. I have about a dozen slides to go through to set the stage for Deputy City Manager Rossini's more detailed presentation. There's nothing new in these slides. They are consistent with the material presented to Executive Committee and Budget Committee as well. I'd like to express a very direct and heartfelt appreciation for the work of Roberto, Josie, and their staff. There has been just an enormous amount of work in providing council with detailed visibility into the decisions that are in front of you today. They've undertaken that work with professionalism, integrity, and my perspective, a surprising degree of enthusiasm. I very much appreciate their efforts. I'd also extend a real appreciation to the Budget Committee and to the Budget Committee Chair. They have worked enormous numbers of hours to try and understand the budget, to try and bring the recommendations that are in front of you today. My real appreciation to the committee and to Councillor Crawford acting as chair. They've done an immense amount of work and it is truly appreciated. The first slide here is an important slide from my perspective. It's a little bit of a complex slide, but it is, I think, the best indication of overall affordability of public services in the City of Toronto. And what this shows is basically expenses in the City of Toronto as a ratio of overall economic activity in the city. And you can see there that fundamentally what's happened is that government has become more affordable over the last 5 or 6 years. And essentially what's happened here is that from a high point of 2011, the overall cost of government as a share of the overall economic activity, essentially the affordability of government has become more affordable over that period. The 2016 budget that is in front of you today will continue that trend, again, lowering the impact of the budget as a share of overall economic activity. So this budget is consistent with Council's recent decisions, recent priority on the affordability of the City of Toronto government. Second, I'd like to turn to a critical aspect of our sources of revenue and the patterns that have underlain this recent increase in affordability. And you will see that one of the core achievements of this budget is that overall the residential tax rate is maintained at a little bit less than the actual rate of inflation for 2016. The overall increase in residential tax rate is 1.3%. The overall increase in taxes is a little south of 1%. What that does is that reverses the trend of the recent past in which residential tax rates have been climbing well above the rate of inflation over a sustained period of time. So that is a notable achievement, a notable outcome of the 2016 budget as it in front of you today. One of the other aspects of that is that does mean that inflation again, while inflation is moderated, again, the total tax increase is well below the rate of inflation overall. So again, that continues with the theme I spoke of earlier, which is the decreased burden, the increased affordability associated with the government of Toronto. This achievement is a function of a number of things, fiscal constraint, a handful of others, I'll speak to those, but it is primarily a function of the very, very significant increase in municipal land transfer tax over the past number of years. So the next slide, please. Thank you. This is a slide that is different from that shown from to Executive Committee. This slide is now updated to include the 2016 numbers. And effectively, over the last, since 2006, when land transfer tax was introduced, land transfer tax has become a dominant factor in determining the ability of the City of Toronto to reach a balanced budget. And the blue material underneath there is essentially the natural growth in the revenue base of property tax in the city. So that's natural assessment growth. That bumps it along at about 1% a year. The green is the combined impact of residential, multi-residential tax increases. And again, you can see that those are the policy decisions made by this and prior council to increase overall property tax at a little bit higher than the rate of inflation, less than the rate of economic growth, but a little bit higher than the rate of inflation. And you can see that over that time, those two factors have accounted for something like $600 million worth of increased revenue. But there has been spectacular growth over that period from the land transfer tax. And the land transfer tax has brought in, over that period, almost $500 million worth of increased revenue, to the point where it is a little bit north of $500 million of this year's budget is a function of the land transfer tax. That's not a huge share of the overall revenue source associated with the City of Toronto, but it is a very dominant part of the annual increment. And what's happened over the last number of years, especially from 2013 forward, is that this has been the new normal. The new normal for the city has been a budget that has been able to be balanced on the basis of very, very strong performance in land transfer tax. And there's a legitimate question about whether or not that performance will continue, and I'll raise that issue in just a second as we go forward. But essentially, the secret sauce of prior budgets, including this budget, has been the very strong performance of land transfer tax. So as a result of those factors, what's happened is that 2016 budget is in good shape. The budget is balanced with a 1.3 residential tax increase, 0.88% total tax increase. Again, that puts an emphasis in the budget design on affordability. At the same time, there is significant incremental investment, about $45.5 million gross, 23 and change net, in new and enhanced services. That's the balance and the outcomes of which the mayor spoke earlier. There is also a very significant capital investment project plan over the next 10 years, fully funded in this model, of approximately $21 billion. So those are noticeable outcomes, notable achievements associated with the 2016 budget. Next slide shows the strategies used to achieve that balance. Moving from the sustainable revenues, there are about a little bit south of $150 million worth of incremental revenues, sustainable revenues, built into the budget. About $141 million of sustainable expense measures. And these expense measures are not necessarily actual expense reductions. Many of them are a situation in which staff have recommended, the Budget Committee has accepted, situations in which the current level of service would have implied an increase. In order to maintain the current level of service, there have been efficiencies found, but those efficiencies are not reductions in the current level of service. They are true efficiencies. They are not resource cuts. They are cuts in the level of expense, but they are not cuts in the level of service. The level of service has remained constant from 2015, with the exception of the new and enhanced services that I spoke of earlier that are layered on top. The biggest single and most prominent measure that we do need to pay attention to in terms of the success of the 2016 budget is the windfall gains associated with the land transfer tax. I refer to those as windfall because they were not forecasted. Our earlier budgets did not build that in as part of our base. We have now built all of that performance into the 2016 base and are assuming, and I think on a good solid basis, that it is there, that it has been there for 2015, that will continue through the course of 2016. As councillors are aware, the original staff-provided preliminary budget did not include the mechanics to get us to a 1.3% residential property tax increase. That was given to Budget Committee to work through the mechanics of that. Budget Committee has come through with a number of measures. Those are the bridging strategies, the $37 million worth of final bridging strategies necessary to bring this budget into the desired property tax increase at slightly below the 2016 rate of inflation. Bridging strategies are nothing new to the Government of Toronto budgeting strategy, and the volume of budgeting strategies is in fact consistent with that of the recent past, a little bit less. But that's effectively the underlying measures. You will recall that Deputy City Manager Rossini did indicate there were substantial pressures. He'll talk you through that in a few minutes, the 450 or whatever the actual pressures were. These are the mechanics of bringing the budget into balance this year. It's workable, it's sustainable, but as I'll express in a minute, I am a little bit concerned about the reliance on land transfer tax. On the 10th slide, effectively summing this up, we have increased reliance on land transfer tax. There's a modest reliance on one-time revenue and reserve draws, consistent with prior practice. There is still one allocated measure, and it's referred to as expense cut here. To be very clear, the mandate contained in the budget in front of you is that those expense measures be achieved without an impact on underlying services. So there is approximately $10 million that we need to extract from the City of Toronto budget, another $1 million that needs to come out of agency budgets, that if this budget is passed, that instruction will be given to me as city manager. I will work with the deputy city managers and others to develop an algorithm, to put that reduction in place, emphasizing those areas that Budget Committee has asked us to emphasize. But that will be reported back to this council in Q1 as part of the variance report. And as is traditional at this point in the budget cycle, it is imperative that we identify for council that the measures associated with this year's budget do not yet fully put us in a sustainable position going forward, and that this year our understanding of the opening pressure for 2017, for when we initiate the dialogue on the 2017 budget, will be approximately $450 million. We also do need to let you know that the debt service ratio, the council-imposed debt service ratio of 15% of property tax revenue, we're just cresting that right now, and any increase in the capital allocation would put us above that. And as will be shown a little bit later, while the $21 billion worth of capital investment over the next 10 years is impressive, it is not enough to fulfill the projects in which council is currently investing money, has currently indicated a high degree of priority because they have asked public servants to continue to invest money. So that is something that we need to continue to look at. Slide 11 is one, it's complicated, but I do want to spend a moment on this. And this speaks to basically the incremental source of revenue over the past number of years that has allowed council to achieve a balanced budget. And in 2015, council had, in order to achieve a balanced budget, about $170 million worth of new revenue. A small amount of that in the red was natural growth. The above inflation property tax increase of that year the above inflation residential property tax increase of that year brought the green bar. Those two numbers were collectively smaller than the impact of municipal land transfer tax. So more than half of the new revenue that underlay the success of the 2015 budget was a function of the unforecasted or windfall gains associated with municipal land transfer tax. This year's budget displays a similar story, where natural revenue growth has been good this year. It was a very, very good year in terms of construction, city building. The overall assessment growth is up substantially, almost $50 million worth of natural revenue growth is in this year's budget. Again, the property tax increase of a little bit less than 1% overall gives us the yellow bar. Those are the policy decisions that are in front of you in this year's budget, along with the Scarborough assessment, the Scarborough subway extension levy. But the biggest single thing that underlies this year's budget is land transfer tax. The biggest single change that allows the affordability of this year's budget in terms of property tax is the unforecasted gain in land transfer tax. Now, we will have different views about the sustainability of land transfer tax. That is frankly unknowable, and you will ask me questions about in the next little while. I will give you unsatisfactory answers because I do not know the answer to that question. What I am presenting to you, though, is that it is possible, just possible, that that windfall gain, that near $100 million worth of increase that we did not forecast last year, may not materialize again in 2017. And that secret sauce, that windfall gain, that has allowed council to continue to expand services while maintaining low rates of property tax increase, may not be available to us in 2017. If it is not available, and this is not forecasting a decline in that, this is assuming that we continue to collect the full $500 million and change associated with land transfer tax. If that number just stays stable, the actual rate of revenue increase into the city falls by nearly half. So in 2017, I spoke earlier, we have about $450 million worth of pressures. That's a number that we need to ratify and understand and work with our partners in the agencies to really fact check. But it looks at this point early in that cycle what that looks like. We would have revenue growth to match that of about $100 million. It was a little bit of a stretch to get the 2016 budget to work with $200 million worth of revenue growth. 2017 could be a little bit more difficult. That's why, as the mayor spoke to, I'm putting on the table and asking for a fairly substantive conversation over the course of 2017 about the long-term affordability, the long-term investment packages associated with the City of Toronto underlying fiscal package. Next slide. What this means in a practical sense is that we need to understand for 2017 what the cost pressures are, where they're coming from, what our capital measures are, and it does mean that the 2016 budget dialogue, while 2016 budget is very affordable, we need to understand what that means for 2017 and looking forward. And what that means in a practical sense on slide 13 is that there will be a structural discussion over the course of 2017. This is consistent with the mayor's remarks. And this is public servants will provide input into that discussion, fact-based input, our best understanding of the pressures and opportunities at play. But ultimately, this is a policy conversation. Ultimately, this is a conversation that you, as the elected leaders of the city, will need to take us through, and will need to establish and set council priorities. You do not have a choice about balancing your income and expenses. That's law. That will be achieved. My best guess is that that will be achieved through a series of measures, one of which will be sustained cost savings strategies and measures. And I do want to speak to that for a moment. And developing sustainable cost containment is not an easy thing. It will require relentless focus on our major cost drivers as a city. And there'll be a slide in a few minutes that Rob will show what those cost drivers are, but we know what they are. They are Toronto Police Services, Toronto Transit Commission, and we may well find significant pressures associated with Toronto community housing. It will require relentless focus on managing those costs, not in 2016, but on a going forward basis. We also need to understand that agencies and city alike, most of our costs are associated with public services. Public services are by and large labor services, and more than half of our costs are associated with our labor contracts. That means that we require focused and disciplined labor negotiations, a focused and disciplined conversation with our bargaining agents. Labor cost drivers that result from our negotiations have to be consistent with, they have to reflect our current fiscal environment, and they need also to reflect the realities of other settlements in the broader public sector. This is a reality, and this focus, this relentless focus on the efficiency and sustainability of the public services we offer as a city will be sustained going forward. It's a given. We will also need to open up a dialogue around the revenue structure of the city, because savings are important. Council will have to decide whether or not those savings are sufficient to fill the gaps associated with capital investment and the gaps that may be associated with incremental operating pressures. That will be a dialogue for you over 2017, but those will be, my view, critical conversations which you should keep in mind. I appreciate and want to emphasize again that this has been my first budget process. I remain impressed with the effort and the diligence from our colleagues. I want to thank the mayor, his staff, the budget committee, and the budget chair for their diligence. We look forward to answering questions, and I'm now going to turn the podium over to Deputy City Manager Rossini, who will take you through an abbreviated presentation on the structure and details of this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Hi, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present the 2016 budget. Again, before I start, I'd like to thank Josie Lavita and her team. So a big thank you to the budget managers, Ritu, Steve, Anthony, Andy, and did I miss anybody? Judy, sorry. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to thank all the divisions and the deputy city managers, because this is not a budget that's just prepared by financial planning. It's a budget prepared by everybody in the city. Okay, so slide 15, assessment growth. It's actually this year, as the city manager just said, almost 1.25%. We had good, strong assessment growth, but as you can see from the slide behind me, in previous years, it's actually been less than 1%. For 3 out of the last 4 years, and that's because of a lot, despite the cranes that we see, a lot of that is taking place on redeveloped land, some of it being commercial and industrial, which is taxed at almost 3 times the rate of the rate of residential taxes. So despite the cranes, despite the level of development we see, it is actually quite modest assessment growth. Over the last, slide 16, since 2012, there's been significant monies that we've had to reduce out of the proposed or forecasted budgets at the beginning of each cycle. Some of these are real expenditure reductions, like efficiencies and line-by-line reviews, some of which are saying just no to a particular increase, deferring something. And as you can see, it had been declining up until this year, and I just the comment I would leave here is it does get more and more difficult each year as you pick off the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, so that we do have to commit, as Peter was saying, in the future with a long-term sustained strategy of business transformation and expenditure control, because it is getting difficult. And why do we have to do that? On slide 17, this shows you what services and programs are accounting for the largest share of the spending increases in the city budget since 2007. And as you can see, the purple above me, it's really 2 areas account for 92% of all the spending increases since 2007. The purple shade of bar behind me is emergency services. So that includes land, ambulance, police, and fire. And then the TTC. So we're making significant investments in those 2 areas. And you see the orange set of bars, which have actually been declining since 2012. That's the city. So all other divisions and agencies are actually declining since 2012 to make room for 2 things. One, emergency services and TTC, but also you see the blue? That is the upload and savings on cost-shared services. It had been increasing, and we were getting benefits from the provincial municipal service the Fiscal and Service Delivery Review, as the province was uploading the costs of ODSP and Ontario Works, but because over the last 3 years we're now experiencing $150 million pooling compensation grant cut, that savings is actually dwindling, as you can see, since 2014. Okay, the budget, slide 19. Appendix 1 that starts on page 62 has the details of what's in the budget, and we've also handed out a divisional summary in color by division on gross expenditures, revenues, and the net for council's information. So the budget is, we said, a 1.3% residential tax increase. The total tax increase, because of our tax policies and CVA shift, under 0.9%. But the key thing here, 85% of the tax increase, 1.1 on 1.3% increase, is accounted for by new and enhanced services. So we're basically running last year's shop at a very, very slim 0.19% residential property tax increase, and that will be increasingly difficult to do. Slide 20, $426 million of cost pressures, and you see where the lion's share of it was coming. Basically, we have four main drivers in this budget: TTC, police, cost of capital, both on debt charges and CFC, and pooling compensation grant losses. And then also on page 65 in the appendix, we have the details of this, and you will see a breakdown of, you see the blue boxes up there. We had about $85 million of spending decisions in the 15 budget that carry forward as spending pressures in the 16 budget. 50 million in the TTC and 35 million in all other services. So we had to handle those before we even started the 2016 budget. Slide 21, you see how the increases break out by spending category. A big driver is, yes, 140 million is compensation and benefits, and that's for all collective agreements, all agencies, all non-union as well. You see the $85 million of impact of prior years, almost $44 million of pooling compensation grant. There's a slide in the appendix, page 64, that shows how we are phasing it in over the next, over 4 years, 2015, 16, and 17, so we won't be out of that till the 2018 budget. So that's the spending increases. Budget Committee. As you recall, when we launched the budget, there was a $57 million spending increase. There were a number of new and enhanced services that Budget Committee approved and Executive Committee approved, almost $29 million. And you see how they break up between poverty reduction and the TCHC and transit and other services. The complete details of all those measures are on page 67 and 70 of the appendices. There were also some reductions, real spending reductions of $19 million, some revenue changes, basically special dividends and payments in lieu of tax increase revenues, $15 million, and then about $17 million of reserve draws to balance the budget. That left a residual of $34 million, which is then covered off by the proposed budgetary tax increase. Two slides, slide 23 and 24. A lot has been said about what's in the budget for 2016 for anti-poverty measures. Well, it's not just the $5.3 million for the phase one of the 20-year anti-poverty strategy and $5.5 million of the TCHC money. There's significant resources that carry forward from 2015 into 2016, and they're about $90 million on slide 23 behind me, and you see the annualizations, almost $36 million of improvements and new investments that were made in 2015 that carry forward into 2016. There's some additional programming, almost $40 million that's in the base operating budget, things for new affordable housing, rentals, and ownership, the TO Renovates program, and you see some other monies there for Syrian refugees and so forth. And then about almost $14 million in new social investments in the 2016 capital budget. When you look at those, plus look at page 24, we're swapping out funding that's previously either coming from reserves or grants, that we're swapping out taxes now, and that's almost $60 million. The lion's share of that, almost $38 million from the loss of the pooling compensation. So there's more tax resources going in to fight anti-poverty. And then, of course, the $12 million that I referred to earlier in new and enhanced. So there's over $100 million in the 2016 budget to combat anti-poverty measures. Slide 25, how we got the budget balanced. You see, this is our stairway to heaven, I guess. There's a number of measures. I do want to point out the measures highlighted in light green that were approved by Budget Committee and Executive Committee. So those were the additional base budgetary savings of $23.8 million, some revenues of $28, and then, of course, the new and enhanced of $28.8 million, almost $29 million. The details of all of those, they're set out. Sorry, the details of how all the new and enhanced were treated, there was about $67 million that was brought forward into the budget. You see that about $29 million were approved. On Appendix 2, starting on page 76 to 87, there's an appendix there that shows every measure that was referred to the 2016 budget process and what was done with it, whether it was approved or not approved. So that's on Appendix 2. There are two policy measures that were included in the draft or the preliminary budget submitted by staff, so I'll talk about those right now. The first one, slide 26, is a recommendation to adjust the solid waste management rebates and reduce them by $9.7 million. The new level would be about $150 million. If you recall, there were adjustments made last year, about $18 million in the program now, which started at about $180 million, would be at about $150 million. And while we're proposing no change to the rebate for small bins, the others, the medium, large, and extra large, would drop the equivalent of about $1 a bag. And how we calculate that is how many bags does each bin take. And the reason for that is we want to drive more waste diversion, either recycling or green bin, and we want to drive people away from using the extra large bin, which our audits show has like 3/4 of the material in that bin is actually recyclable. So we want to drive people away from that and into small bins. The other policy measure is slide 27, is the MLTT. We do have an estimate of $525 million in revenues. That's made up of basically about $520 million of actuals last year. We've budgeted to the max, and you see the split between operating and capital, so we do have a bit of a buffer on the operating budget of about $40 million. And then a transaction fee. The province imposes a transaction fee. Terranet collects the tax, and there's a cost of doing that. The province imposes a fee. We're proposing for 2016 to impose a fee of about $75 to cover our own transaction costs as well, plus the fees that are charged by the collection agency, Terranet, for collecting the tax. So that's included in the budget. The total budget, slide 28, $10.6 billion. You see the lion's share coming from police, which is the emergency services, police, fire, and Toronto paramedics, plus the social services, which are heavily subsidized by the province. Those are the services in blue. And then transportation, both the TTC and our roads budget. That, is about 3/4 or 2/3 of the city's budget. And you see all the other services that are accounted for. In the appendix, there is, and in the handout we provided, is information, as I said, in the handout on each division, and in the appendices, there's some aggregate slides on showing per cluster. What I do want to point out is that many divisions have had to come in below zero to get the budget at a place of where it is today. In fact, the city managers, my cluster are at below zero. Cluster B is basically at zero. Only Cluster A is above zero, and that's because of losses in senior government grants. So basically, all divisions have really come in at zero on their spending to accommodate the new and enhanced and the new investments, plus the spending pressures in police, emergency services, capital, and the pooling compensation loss. So slide 29, where does the money come from? $10 billion, about 39% of it is from property taxes. You see in the GTA around that, 40 to 45 measures, so there is a heavy reliance on other sources of revenue for the budget, which is customary, either user fees, TTC fares, the MLTT, as you see on this slide, and so forth. Provincial grants, mostly on the human services side, very little in terms of federal grants left. Okay, so in summary, where do we go from here in 2017 and 2018 and beyond? We have the detailed forecast is sitting on page 73 and 74 of the appendix, but you see it's not going to get any better next year compared to this year. We started with $425 million of spending pressures in 2016. We're projecting about $450 million in 2017. There's some big numbers out there. For example, $51 million just in Presto impacts on the TTC, plus another $100 million expenditure requests in the TTC. There's the continued pressures on capital, the continued pressures as we phase in and phase out of the pooling compensation grant. So a handful of things really account for the lion's share of that $450 million in spending pressures in 2017. And you see in 2018, it does get a little better because in 2018 we're done with the pooling compensation, fully implemented the impacts of Presto. So while it does get better, it's still a considerable sum when you take into consideration that revenue slide that Peter said, that our revenues are only going to be projected to grow at about $100 million a year. Okay, tax impacts. Total increase of 0.88. It splits out between the protected property classes, the non-residential classes, which are apartments, multi-res, commercial and industrial, and 1.3% for residential. On slide 33, here's the drivers in a picture of the property tax impacts. As you see, city operations, other agencies, and corporate accounts all below zero, almost 3.3%, and the four main drivers of the tax increase, just capital financing, loss of the pooling compensation, police, and the TTC. So that's the impact of the budget. As you know, it doesn't stop there. We have pre-approved council, the impacts and phasing in the financing for the Scarborough subway. So when you add the 1.3% or the 0.88 budgetary impact, you add to that the Scarborough subway impacts of 0.6 residential, 0.4 in total, and then the CVA and tax policy shifts to stay on track and reducing taxes for the overtaxed property classes. You get a total municipal budget and total tax impact of just under 2.7% residential, or 1.28, 1.3 total tax increase. Slide 35, we are on track on keeping our tax ratios low and reducing them for the protected property classes. We're on track to hit 2.5 tax ratio for 2025. And by 2020, and probably between 2020 and 2025, we will have unprotected those property classes because the thresholds, for example, on commercial isn't a 2.5% tax ratio, it's 1.97. Slide 36 shows the total tax impact on all the property classes and splits it out by the budget, the CVA, the policy impacts, the subway, Scarborough impacts, and then the total. So you see the property tax impacts on our protected classes is actually below zero, and then you see the 2.69 for residential. What's it mean to the average tax payer? Slide 37, you see the breakdown of each of those components in terms of dollars. So the budget impact is only about $35 per household. 16 for the Scarborough subway. So when you add it all up, it's about $72. And I do want to point out that the city does not make revenue on the CVA shift and the tax policy shift. That is just moving the chairs around. That's just moving the cards around. It raises the same amount of money before and after. So only the Budgetary in the Scarborough raises additional funding for the city. So all in to average residential, $72. And then when you layer the total municipal tax increase on what the projected education tax increase would be, and it's just projected because the province sets residential education tax rates across the province. They're uniform. They're expected to come in late March, early April, and we'll come back with a report to approve those tax rates because that's required by law. So the total all-in for education, based on current estimates, about 2.25%. You see about the 269 for municipal and about 1%, a little more than 1% for education. So where does the municipal tax dollar go on slide 39? Basically 70% of the five big service drivers, account for 70% of the property tax bill. As you can see there, police, TTC, funding capital, just the debt repayments, principal and interest, fire services, and then social housing and shelters. And then we cram the rest of all the services that are needed by this community for a thriving city with, basically 30% of the tax bill. So that concludes the operating side, and I'll call on Josie to do the capital budget. Thank you.
Okay, before we do that, I just want to welcome the seniors from St. Stephen's Community House. The group is visiting City Hall to learn more about their local government. The center is located in Ward 20, Trinity, Spadina, and their local councillor is Councillor Joe Cressy. The group leader is Helen Armstrong. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Good morning, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, and councillors. I'd like to now turn your minds over to our capital budget and plan because it has its own story as well. So, first slide. Let me talk to you a little bit about the challenges we're having with our capital financing of our 10-year plan. Firstly, it's inadequate, it's not stable, and I don't think it's really well understood. Our current funding is well below the needs that we have and the council directions that have been set. We see our state of good repair backlog growing, and we continue to see city building priorities increasing. The city has constrained its funding by a debt cost limit, meaning we have constrained the amount of debt that we issue annually based on a percentage of our property tax revenue, and that's 15%. Much like an individual who goes to the bank to borrow on behalf of purchasing a home, a banker will look at their income and say, what kind of repayment can you actually bear based on the amount of money you make? And so for the city, we have been traditionally using a value as a percentage of our property tax revenue, and it's currently at 15%. However, this funding is actually addressing a lot of our prior approved capital projects and our unfinanced debt. So we have both direct and indirect financing in our operating budget. We have our debt repayment, which is much like that mortgage payment of principal and interest. But on top of that, we're trying to augment our debt servicing costs. Because as you saw in that last slide from the CFO, debt service charges ranks number 3 on an average tax bill. So what are we doing? We're looking at any underspending in any given year, any surplus, and 75% of that is going into capital financing reserve, much like an individual who takes any kind of windfall and puts it into an account. We actually have we have a budget in our operating budget, which is the capital from current, which is a value of funding that's pay as you go for our capital program. And we're increasing that by 10% annually, and you will see in this capital plan that we actually meet our target of 50-50 split with debt. And finally, some of our additional revenue from the land transfer tax is also going into that reserve account so that we can augment our debt servicing to pay for now almost over $2 billion of additional expenditures that are in this capital plan. Next slide. So the 10-year capital plan that's before you for consideration is $21 billion. As you can see on the left side of the pie, there is about 75% of this $21 billion that goes to TTC and transportation. The other 25% is shared by all other city programs and agencies, with a distant amount being set for parks, forestry, and recreation at 6%. On the right side, there's a pie that allocates the spending by the types of projects that we do. And 63% of that is going in state of good repair of our existing $75 billion worth of assets. If those assets aren't maintained in a state of good repair, then they're not reliable for service delivery, so it is a priority of the city. But we've also carved out about 33% for service improvement and growth projects so that we maintain some balance in maintaining the city that we have and starting to build on the city that we want. Next slide. So this is the budget that you're appropriating funds for this year. It's $2.2 billion, and much like your 10-year capital plan, it's got about the same kind of profiling. 70% to TTC and transportation projects, and the balance for 30% to our other divisions and agencies. When you look at where that funding is coming from, there are various sources, and we try to maximize all other sources before debt first. And so you see some funding coming from the federal government, and mostly that provincial subsidy, and mostly that's for our transit projects. The reserves of 423 is mostly that capital financing reserve that we're putting additional funds aside so we can augment our debt. But then you can see that on the left side of that pie, the green section, we have debt at 39% and CFC at 10%. So together, those things are helping to fund this program. That 10% of CFC debt is actually allocated to existing projects, and it's worth $216 million. If that CFC value goes down, then your debt goes up, and so does your debt servicing costs. Next slide, please. So this is a bit of a busy slide, but what it's showing you is a comparison of the 10-year program of expenditures against those debt targets that we set. Overall, in the 10-year period, we're about $660 million above the debt targets that we had actually set. And that's primarily directed to two areas, the Gardiner Expressway and to our transit projects. Next slide, please. So the key indicator for us is to understand the impact that our state of good repair investments are having on our backlog of those existing assets. So from this slide, you can see that the lines are pretty well even. The red represents the actual accumulated backlog, which is sitting approximately at about $2.4 billion, and it's rising by 2025 to about $2.5 billion. So pretty stable. And as a percentage of asset value, it's sitting roughly around 7%. If you turn to the next slide, there's some details here about what we're actually seeing as trending numbers. So in transportation services, it is fairly stable from in the 10-year period, from about $1 billion to $1.2 billion, but that's after an investment of $1.7 billion since 2013. And mostly that's our local roads that we're seeing that are coming to the end of their useful life, for which we now have to reconstruct. In facilities management, you're seeing a bit of a growth, and that's because we still have about $195 million of work that must be done by 2025 to meet AOTA requirements. Our Toronto Public Library has just finished audits, and they have given us revised estimates of their backlog, and that is climbing, and that will be a priority that we will focus on for our next budget process. Much like Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, where you actually see the numbers coming down, we have taken a strategic approach to how we invest in some of our frontline facilities so that we can actually ensure that those are reliable. I've also added to the bottom of this slide some details around the Toronto Community Housing Corporation. And while it's a series of numbers here, the bottom line is that their state of good repair backlog, even after $2.6 billion of investment, which is shown in the capital financing line, requires still an outstanding $1.1 billion more. And that's to maintain the facilities at about a 10% quality index. Next slide. So how are we paying for this plan? $21 billion. Again, we're maximizing our provincial and federal funding for our transit projects primarily. The reserve funds, that money that we're socking away from our surpluses and from dividends and other kinds of individual amounts that we can secure, about the 2.3 of that 2.9 billion. That is actually allowing us to keep our debt servicing and our capital from current at the levels that they are. So you can see in the debt, that's at 21%, and capital from current is 22%. So in this 10-year plan, we're actually meeting a 50-50 target, which was our goal. Anything that comes out of the capital from current account is compounded over 10 years and is all currently allocated to this program. So it's really important that we get there because that money derives from that capital from current grows to $4.5 billion. So let's just talk about debt for a moment. So we look at the debt that we are actually issuing for this program. About 69% of it is going to those two key areas that predominantly get the funding in our capital program. The balance of our programs share 31% of that debt. So you can see from transportation TTC, a far third is facilities management at 8%, and all the way down that page to 100%. And so the total net debt that we'll be issuing over this 10-year period is $4.4 billion. So next slide will show you by year what that debt issuance is. And you can see in the first 3 years it's very high. That's primarily being driven by transportation, TTC, and facilities. So that's the fleet replacement in TTC. In facilities, it's Union Station. And in transportation, it's a lot of their major infrastructure repairs. Next slide. So over the 10-year period, our current debt sits at about $3.9 billion, and that net debt rises to almost $4.5 billion. That's with another $2.3 billion in non-debt funding attached to this program, which otherwise would bring it up to about $6 billion. So on the next slide, when we compare it to our guideline, that self-imposed 15% amount, you can see that by 2020, we're hitting 14.87%. So we're just skirting under the 50%, the 15% mark. And what in part this is also representing on that upward trend is increased debt service costs. This year we're seeing an additional $27 million. Next year we'll see an additional $45 million. In 2018 we're going to see another $72 million year over year to fund the capital program that's here. Next slide. So given all that, it is really important for us to ensure that we maintain our non-debt financing strategy. So while this is a busy slide, the top box really is showing you all the values of what's actually in the reserve. We've secured just almost $1.1 billion between 2012 and the end of 2015 when we started the strategy. So we still have another about $1.3 billion to go. And in the middle box, it's actually paying for a series of existing capital projects. So in TTC, it's part of the streetcar replacement that's being funded in there, plus some state of good repair. In transportation, it's roads and some growth projects, but it's also a portion of the Gardner that's being funded out of this program. St. Lawrence North has an element in here as well. So you can see that this is real money that's required for real projects that are currently underway. And that last box is just showing you how the inflows and outflows come in. At the end of this 10-year period, we'll be at about $53,000 if we sustain this program. So it's really key that this work continues. Okay, so that's the capital program that we have. So now I just want to talk to you about what's sitting below the line, as we say. So this slide 55 provides you with a list of projects that are valued currently at about just over $22 billion. These are all projects that we are aware of, that people are working on, for which there's planning, for which they've been identified. So they include things like the 2/3 portion of the state of good repair for TCHC. It includes the backlog that I just spoke about for all the other city programs. It includes the $2.7 billion of TTC that's unfunded. We have the board who actually recommended a budget and a plan that was $2.6 billion higher than we could debt finance. So that's sitting here. There are future capital needs. There's the George Street Revitalization Project, which Council has approved, which you'll be considering again in the summer, but that has not been funded. The provincial government has said that we have some long-term care homes that are not up to standard, and they need to be funded. This is the facilities AOTA requirement that we need to ensure that all our facilities are compliant by 2025. We have transit projects that are in here. We have work down in the waterfront that are also included. So the value of these projects currently sit at $22 billion. But there are other things that we know that are out there. There's work being done on secondary plans that have new thoughts around how we're going to improve our infrastructure. There's work being done on a master facilities plan for our parks, forestry, and recreation. Those are just some of the other items that have not been included. We also know that there will be other sources of funding that will help support this. But at this point in time, we have not actually shown that. So it's really important to understand this is the value of what we have. Next slide. If we had to borrow for all of it, what this slide 56 is showing you is that we would end up at about 36% of our property tax revenue, which would far exceed and become more than number one on our list of expenses for the property tax owner. We cannot borrow simply to solve this gap. The next slide then shows you, if you brought these two pieces together, which is the capital plan that's before you, and the unfunded piece that I've just spoken about, it would require a 65% residential property tax increase and would result in $1.7 billion in debt charges. So clearly that's not an option. So finally, let me just sum up to say that we have a whole series of things that the city would like to do. We are trying to manage both our backlog of what we have today and trying to plan for the future. But we can't do it all, and we need to set priorities. We will be coming back to talk to you more about various options on how we can actually assist in the priority setting of both our capital and operating expenses. And that's the conclusion of our presentation, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so questions, and our first time will be EX 12.1. So questions? No, we're going to questions on the item. We will ask debate each one separately. So we're at EX 12.1. Councillor Fragadakis.
We just had a presentation by staff, and I actually have some questions of staff, so I was wondering when do I ask my questions of the staff?
Right now. Right.
On the item.
Yeah,
On
as
the
it pertains
presentation.
as it pertains to item 1, and then when we get to item 2, you'll ask questions on item 2. So now, if you want to ask questions, I have a list of members that want to ask questions. At this point, you ask questions. Yes.
Well, I was not going to ask about that. I was going to ask about page 13 on the slides.
So wait till we get to item 2.
Okay.
We're at item right now,
Right.
1 right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton? Okay. Councillor Mamalidi.
My question is just with respect to the logic in the property taxes and whether or not there is a formula that perhaps gives seniors and low-income homeowners. Councillor Perks is already starting. You know?
Councillor Perks, please.
That one-way trip, by the way, it still exists. It's just not Valentine's Day. It'll be the whole year.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi. And Councillor Perks, please. Okay, Councillor Mamalidi, continue.
Is there a formula that would help those that are on fixed income, for instance, because 1% at a time, 2%, 3% at a time, really kicks the hell out of anyone that can't afford these property taxes.
Okay.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we are prevented from legislation to vary the property tax rates by somebody's income, but we do have, through the legislation, we are able to offer a tax deferral program and a tax cancellation program, and those are highlighted on pages 12 and 13 of the report. So if you are a low-income disabled person or a low-income seniors, you can defer your entire property tax increase, or in some cases you can actually cancel the entire property tax increases, and there's a chart on page 13 that shows the income thresholds for that, and we have adjusted the income thresholds this year by inflation of 1.5%.
That's not what I'm asking. My particular community, while they appreciate what the city's trying to do with this, it doesn't sit well with any senior, for instance, who is trying to leave something to their children and then has to defer and worry about what their children have to deal with if they should pass away. I'm talking more substantially a program that would forgive those that can't afford it. Have we built something in here that way?
Through you, Madam Chair, as I said, the only things that we can do through the legislation is the existing tax deferral. You can defer an increase, or you can, if your income is small enough, you can actually cancel the increase so you won't experience a tax increase and it won't pile on.
No, but their children will at the end of the
No,
day.
no. Under the tax cancellation program, the increase is actually made to zero.
Completely. So
Completely, yes.
There is a formula there.
Yes, there is. And
Okay,
it's
I'm
based
gonna-
on an income
I'm gonna
of
talk to you further about that because
just the increase,
All right.
not the total tax bill, but the increase can be canceled in instances if you're a low-income senior or a low-income disabled person.
land transfer, the tax on land transfer. Is this the appropriate time?
That's in the other report.
So maybe between now and the appropriate time, we can look at what it actually means, the property tax increase that we're suggesting.
Councillor Mamalidi, we're on the rate. We're at
Yeah.
number one. So at number two, you can ask those questions.
So what I'm asking, Madam Speaker, is for us to build up the actual rates for fees, attach it to the property tax increase so that everybody knows what the increases are actually going to be. That is not just 1.5% or whatever you're suggesting, that in fact the fees are probably, these seniors are probably going to be looking at a 10 or 15% increase at the end of the day. I'd like to know the total and whether or not that's possible.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the councillor is referring to what would be the cumulative increase of, on the property tax side, the
Garbage,
water and the
water.
wastewater and the waste management side, we can actually calculate that. I don't have the number in
So
front
will
of
you
me,
have
but
that?
we can get that number
When I stand
for
up
you.
with item 2, will you have those? the
We
total
can get
for-
that, yes, we can.
Fantastic. Okay, and finally, the issue, no, that's item 2. I'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, we're at item number 1.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My items are actually based on the city manager's presentation, specifically slide 10. This report number 1. Yeah. On this this secret sauce that you spoke of. And I'm just curious, and perhaps the CFO has the number more readily available, about how much of the balancing act in the budget was done with reserve funds and one-time funding sources.
The next item.
I can answer it, but that's the next
Yeah,
item.
that's the next item. We're at the
This
tax
is-
rate.
I know,
right now.
but this is where I'm going with the questions is based on how much space would we actually need to create in the budget, or how much tax revenue would we need to bring in order not to use one-time funding.
Okay.
So I'm curious about what the equivalent in tax rate would be of one-time funding.
It's the way you ask it.
There you go.
Okay, I understand the question.
What's the
now.
equivalent, the amount and the equivalent in tax rate of one-time funding that would be required?
So $36 million is about 1.5%.
Can you break down
Little less.
the $36 million and where that money's coming from?
Yes, I can, in 1 second. So the 30, no, that's not the one, sorry.
Yeah, I'll put your time on hold.
No, I want this one. Where the heck did I put it? Sorry, what's that? So the $36 million, there is a reserve draw of $6.7 million. There's another $12.5 million reserve draw from the shelter reserve. There is a one-time dividend payment from the Parking Authority of $7.6 million. And there is a one-time dividend of $5 million from the Toronto Portlands. And then there's, the one-time dividend from the Parking Authority was $5 million. And then there's a one-time gain from the sale of a property from the Parking Authority of $7.6 million. So if you add all those up, it's $36.8 million.
How much of the unallocated cuts to divisions and the TTC and the TPS, how much of that is likely to come from reserves, from their internal reserves?
So the resolution that was passed by Budget Committee and Executive Committee requested that they be sustainable. I do understand that $3 million from the police side, they are looking, the police board had passed a $3 million decrease in the contributions to their fleet and equipment reserve and would ask us to replenish that at year end with the surplus. So to our knowledge right now, it's $3 million on the police side.
So what's the tax equivalent to how much of this balancing act that's done with one-time funding is finding its way into the pressure for next year?
So the $37 million is about 1.5%. If you include the $3 million from the police, $3 million is about another 0.1 and a bit.
1.25.
So about 1.6%.
1.6%, which next year we're going to have to find unless we find other space in other areas of the budget.
That's correct.
Just very quickly, on the Toronto pooling compensation, what is the tax equivalent to the money that was cut by the province that we have had to find over the last 3 years?
The cut came over 3 years. We have phased it through, Madam Speaker, over 4 years, and it's equivalent to about 5%.
So if we spoke in those numbers, the tax increase, the property tax increase of the last 3 years that we have experienced as Torontonians could technically be a download from the province.
Absolutely. We have highlighted that in our budget.
So we've had to increase property taxes 5% as a result of the Toronto pooling compensation reduction in funding from the provincial government.
When through you, Madam Chair, when the program is fully phased in after 2017, yes.
Just on my last question on inflation, we have at least 5 numbers for inflation in this budget. And then there's what actual inflation is. The actual inflation for 2000 that using the benchmark that we're using is?
So as I've answered this question before, there is not a single inflation rate that we use. Each division, when looking at their inflationary pressures and then what to increase their user fees, they look at the cost drivers of that particular business. So Fleet's business would be different than childcare, for example. So it varies. When we look and try to compare the overall city, we use the CPI for the Toronto CMA. So there's a construct just for Toronto, and we use that.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
I want to go over some of these other balancing strategies so I understand the tax rate impacts as well. And I've done my own little math, and I've got it on the screen over here if we could put it up, and I just want to make sure that my assumptions are correct. Maybe you can make it a little bit bigger. So this was the balancing strategy. The opening gap was 57. Executive added 28.8. There were 19.2 from city divisions, 5 million TTC and Toronto Police. Some of it may not be ongoing, that's for sure. And there were revenue changes, dividends, PILTs, etc., but only 5.5 of that revenue was permanent. And then we drew another 17.1 million, and then that required a 34 million or 1.3% tax increase. Is that correct so far? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So the balancing that is in this budget from one-time unsustainable sources is $5 million from TPA, $5 million from Portland's dividend, reserve draws, which is $17.1 million, or $27.1, or a tax increase of 1.02%. Is that correct?
That would use only a portion of the $36 million, or $37 million that we're talking about. The entire $37 million.
Well, I'm talking about that assumes the one-time draws that were already in the budget for childcare and I think in housing and so on. This is the changes that were made by committee.
Yes, the changes from Budget Committee, yes.
Right. So to balance and make sustainable what the Executive and Budget Committee did would take a 1.02% increase.
That's correct.
Thank you. Just on the report number 1, just looking at my time, it looks a little wacky, but of the $34.3 million, and I don't need that on the screen anymore, I just wanted to point to the items in the staff report if I could. So the 1.3% residential increase, Mr. Rossini, produces $34.4 million. How much of that is actually residential, and how much of it is non-residential?
I'm going to look towards Adir if we have a breakdown by class.
Maybe I can read it from the budget.
We do have it, but I just don't have it in front of me.
It's $25.88 million from residential and 8.46, 8.5 from non-residential. So in total, the additional revenue coming from non-residential, commercial, industrial, multi-residential, the total amount of dollars coming from that huge pool of taxpayers is only $8.4 million.
In the aggregate, that sounds correct because it's a 3-to-1 ratio.
Right. I think the people of Toronto will be astounded to know that, but the other thing I want to ask about is comparisons. The tax rates in other municipalities, in your presentation, I don't have the page number, but the tax rates in other municipalities were compared, and I think you used virtually all of the GTA plus Ottawa. And how does Toronto compare?
So through you, Madam Chair, the tax comparisons are in Appendix 3 of the handout presentation that we gave you. They start on page 89. So if you look at the actual tax rate, yes, we have Toronto has the lowest tax rate, total combined, in the GTA, Hamilton, and Ottawa areas. And then if you look at the average taxes, we're about $1,000 less per household on the average. Now, I would point out, as fairly some people say, we have waste management off and we have the MLTT. So when you adjust for that, that is slide 93. So we're a little closest to the average. We're no longer the smallest, but we're basically tied for third lowest. That would be slide 93.
Right, but on the tax rate, straight up, this is the comparison between Toronto and other municipalities.
Slide 90, that's correct. Oh, it's up there.
Yes, I went and put it up.
Sorry, the slide that you had, that is the projected tax increases, not the tax rates. That's the increase in the tax.
This is the proposed tax increases we know about comparing ours to other
The
municipalities.
actual tax rates are on the next slide,
Right,
slide
but
90.
this one compares the 1.3.
That was your last question.
Which is still the lowest proposed tax rate increase of any of the municipalities on that list in the GTA in Ottawa.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Good or bad? Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question, I'm not sure this is really the right place to put it, but it relates to the debt cost as a percentage of property tax. And in the context of, certainly in the last decade, there's been a movement to keep the property tax increase at a minimum and look for alternative sources of financing. Now, given that the municipal land transfer tax is also a property tax, I'd like some clarification as when we look at the percentage of debt cost as a percentage of property tax, do we look at just the property tax that's levied, or do we actually add in the municipal land property tax to the levied property tax and then take the percentage to look at the constraint of the debt as a percentage of property tax? Not sure I'm making my point clear.
No.
Does anybody want to answer that?
I'm not sure I quite understood the question. I'm sorry.
All right, let me put it this way.
I think
Whatever
I'm
the
being told in my
property
ear,
tax
the answer is
levy
just property taxes.
Whatever the property tax levy is this year,
Yes.
you have done a calculation saying, okay, the percentage of the
That's
debt limit
yes.
is taken as a percentage of the property tax
Yes, that's
levied.
correct.
What
That's
I'm
correct.
saying is, why is that debt percentage not taken as a percentage of property tax levy plus the municipal land transfer tax as a denominator?
So council, under the City of Toronto Act, can set its own policy. Other municipalities, it's explicit in the Municipal Act. Council can set its own policy, and we've defined it always as a percent of the property tax because that is our most stable and reliable revenue source. If you do
Other
want...
municipalities don't have the additional revenue source called municipal land transfer tax, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so
But one
why
of the
is-
things that we will need to do in this discussion going forward about 2017 and 2018 is relook at the appropriateness of that debt guideline, and should it be just taxes, should it be own source revenues, what should be included and what shouldn't be included. That's a discussion that we still have to have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start with to the city manager, if that's all right. Have we seen population growth in the City of Toronto in recent years, whether it's over the last 5 or 10 years?
Thank you. Yes, we have. Population growth averages a little bit higher than 1%, just a little bit less than 30,000 people each year over the past 5 years.
And are we forecasting future population growth in the City of Toronto, looking to the next 5, 10, 20 years?
Demographics is always a little bit of an inexact science because it does depend on net migration, but we do expect that our growing and robust city will continue to be growing and robust.
Now, I understand during the Gardner debate, some numbers were put forward, I recall from our deputy city manager, that upwards of as many as 1 million residents would move into the City of Toronto over the next 20 to 25 years.
So we expect that Toronto as a dynamic city will continue to encourage strong population growth. So far it's been about 30,000. You do the arithmetic on that, that adds up pretty quickly.
All right. I won't do the arithmetic. I'll wait for the CFO on that. Have we seen a corresponding increase in demand for services and wear and tear on our infrastructure alongside this growing population?
So there are, of course, a couple of issues associated with that. There are simply, 30,000 more people, but then there is a reality that at least parts of the city are becoming more dense and more complicated, which has its own infrastructure priorities and its own infrastructure impacts. Short answer to the question is that we are creating an incremental demand for public services with both the type of growth and the simple magnitude of the growth.
So yes.
Yes.
Thank you. To the CFO, have city revenues gone up in the last 4 years?
Yes, so through you, we've had, and as the chart pointed out in the city manager's presentation, we've been gaining about $200 million a year, powered in big proportion, $75 million in 2015, $100 million this year in the MLTT. And we're projecting about half that rate of growth with the flattening out of the MLTT. But, that's still, we don't know for certain.
Now, on one of your slides, compared to other GTA municipalities, and I believe you'd included Ottawa as well, Toronto households pay on average how much less per year compared to those other municipalities in the GTA in Ottawa?
About $1,000.
About $1,000 less. And this is a question I know during last year's budget debate we went back and forth on. How many times, and I'll leave you to the number of years, how many times in the last 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, whatever you have available, have property taxes gone up below the rate of inflation?
So I don't have it off the top of my head, but if you look in aggregate since amalgamation, total property taxes have been below what total aggregate inflation would have been. So we are, we did, that question came up at executive committee. We did some math around it. On total, since amalgamation, taxes are below the rate of growth of inflation by about 15%, or $330 million in aggregate.
In aggregate. So when adjusted for inflation, Toronto residents are paying less taxes today than they were nearly 20 years ago.
So in aggregate, that including apartments, commercial, industrial, and residential. Residential itself paying more, in total tax take by the City of Toronto, less.
All right. So in the last 15 years, as a whole, in aggregate, Torontonians are paying less rather than more in taxes.
That's correct.
Thank you. The unfunded capital amount that's being presented is $22 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, but that's another. That's the other.
That's the other
item.
And the opening budget pressure forecasted for 2017 is around $450 million larger than this year.
That's correct.
All right. The city building levy that's being proposed, how much will that generate on an annual basis for housing and transit?
So what's being proposed right now is a half a point increase in residential. That would generate a bit more than about $13-14 million a year.
About $13-14 million a year. Perhaps to Josie then on the capital side. So it will generate $13-14 million a year. What is the unfunded capital identified for TCHC at the moment?
It's roughly about $3 billion.
And for TTC in the unfunded capital list?
It's their state of good repair is $2.6 billion. That doesn't include any transit expansion.
So taken together, nearly $5 billion. So will the city building fund contribute 50% of that, 10%, 0.01%?
Raises about $70 million a year.
It would raise about $70 million a year, and therefore about $70 million in debt servicing costs could be paid with that.
So about $70 million per year out of the $5 billion required.
That was your last question.
In debt servicing, so you could borrow more on that.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
All right, thank you, Speaker, and I hope my questions fall within the parameters of EX1. To the CFO, it's been pointed out that we are becoming increasingly dependent on the land transfer tax, and yet there are organizations in the city that are asking us repeatedly to eliminate that tax. Now, in terms of property taxes, how much money does a 1% increase generate?
So a 1% increase on the total tax levy is about $40 million. A 1% tax increase equivalent on residential, and the balance is about $26.4 million.
So if you took the total amount of money raised by this 2015's and going forward 2016's land transfer tax and divide it by that 1% amount, what would you have to replace the land transfer tax with if you replaced it with an increase in property taxes?
That's a good question. It is a big tax increase. I believe it's like 15%, 16%.
15% tax.
Something like that, about 16%.
Now, with respect to property taxes, as I understand the presentation, the growth in revenue comes from the growth of development. Is that correct? If there were no development...
That's correct. That's correct. Growth comes from actual brick and mortars, as I say.
Now, we have, as I understand it, a closed system. Do other cities have that as well?
I'm not sure what you mean through you, Madam Speaker, by closed, but the property tax system is identical for the City of Toronto as it is for every municipality in the province. We don't tax price inflation, if that's what you mean. We only tax the real growth that happens, real construction.
We share that in common with other municipalities.
In Ontario, that is the case. There are some jurisdictions that allow, to some degree, taxation of price inflation. I believe in Halifax they're allowed to do that. Some states in the U.S. can do that.
Is it is one of the characteristics of that system that not everyone pays the increase in taxes, that there are residential homeowners who may see their taxes remain the same or may even look forward to a bit of a reduction. Is that correct?
So there are jurisdictions in the United States, I believe in California, that have assessment systems where the value of the property only changes once it's sold or changes ownership. So your assessment would stay constant and only the tax rate would go up. So there are some jurisdictions that do that. In Ontario, that's prohibited.
Well, it was my understanding that if you if you own a residential property that doesn't accelerate in value to the average in Toronto, that you will not have a tax increase. Is
So
that correct?
that's correct. That's how the CVA reassessments work every 4 years. We're in an assessment cycle. We have a reassessment. If a particular property is increasing at the average of the total average increase, and in this case, the last reassessment, it was about 25%. So if your property was increasing less than that, you would get a tax decrease. If your property was increasing right at the average, you would see no change. And if your property was increasing above the average, you would get a tax
every
increase.
homeowner looking at these numbers shouldn't automatically anticipate a tax increase. Is that correct?
That's
Based on
correct,
your-
because this is an average, and the impact of the reassessment is unique to each particular homeowner and property.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, my questions are with regards to slide number 6. I was wondering if the CFO could just clarify here. Slide number 6 looks at cumulative increases, and I floated this one by my residents. The issue that I have with it is it, I think, erroneously gives the impression that that non-residential tax increases are somehow lower than residential, and that's still not the case. This is percentage of increase, but in fact, they're still paying at a much higher rate, are they not?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. So this is just showing you the rate of change of those taxes. So the rate of change, the increases have been much lower on non-residential, which is commercial, industrial, and apartments. And that's because before we started this tax reduction program, those tax rates were 4 times the residential tax rate. Now they're still 2.5 times the residential tax rate.
And we apologize. It's actually slightly mislabeled. It shouldn't say non-residential. As you well understand, much of multi-residential is in there as well.
Exactly. Thank you. So even when we get to the end, which I believe, is it this year or next year that we get to the end of the whole Enhancing Toronto's Business Climate program?
So the end is in, we're there already at small commercial. We're there for apartments and large commercial and industrial in 2020.
Oh, okay, so we still have a few more years to
Yes.
go. But even when we reach our goal, they will still be paying at a higher rate on a per square foot basis.
The tax rate would still be 2.5 times the residential rate, and we would still not be finished because the provincial legislation requires us to bring that difference down then from 2.5 to under 2.
And just to be clear, if we were to convert this to dollars instead of percentages, if we were to look at dollars of increases over time, it's true of all of them, of residential, of multi-residential, and indeed of non-residential, commercial, industrial. It's true of all of them that, in fact, we are not keeping pace with inflation. If we were to change this, we would find that inflation is ahead of us because of all the 0 years, are we not?
That's correct.
Okay. So the pressure is not in whether or not increases are at the rate of inflation or below or above. The pressure is created every time we do a 0 year in a year when, in fact, there was inflation. And that's the thing we're forever trying to catch up with. Is that not the case?
That's part of the issue, yes, but it's also every time it increases below inflation, that also has a problem.
Each time we
It's bigger
do
when
those.
it's absolutely zero increase in the tax increase. That makes our jobs more difficult,
So
absolutely.
both are a problem.
Yes.
Anytime you're below, and certainly anytime you're at zero. Okay, those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm on page 28. I believe it was the treasurer who talked about the divisions having to come in at zero in order to ensure that, housing and police are able to be accommodated. What did you mean by that?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So the guideline that was set out to us through the Mayor and Budget Committee was a 1.3% residential tax impact. All the budgetary pressures were well in excess of that. 426 million is about a 14% tax increase. So some budgets are easier or more easy to control than others, and if we're making investments deliberately in some areas rather than others, and you still need to keep to that 1.3%, something's got to give. So you have to grow in some places and shrink in others, and the shrinking has occurred basically in all the city divisions, and we've benefited from MLTT growth, and we've benefited from uploading.
Sure. To the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, you've talked about the structure and sustainability of the budget and so on, and obviously rates and how they're factored in. We've heard the questions that Councillor Carroll has asked about zero, the impact of zero, as well as a tax rate that's set lower than the rate of inflation is in essence. Can you tell us here today, when you look at other municipalities and so on and look at the rates that they're charging, how do we compare firstly? And then secondly, can you help us to understand what you meant by sustainable structure, that it cannot be sustained at the rate or at the way we are conducting ourselves in terms of how we set our tax rates?
Appreciate that, and through you, Madam Speaker, two core questions here. First, the relative rates is contained in the slides 90 and forward. There's detailed information there. In terms of the structural components of it, just to be very clear, 2016 is, as long as there is not a decrease in the value of land transfer tax, 2016 is stable. My concerns are associated with 2017 and going forward. The challenge that I am facing, quite frankly, is that I have two sets of instructions from Council at this point. The instructions are to emphasize the affordability and diminished overall relative size of the city and city government. And the second, though, is a fairly substantial increase in the commitment that we are going forward, particularly on the capital, looking for substantial increases in investment. Those are not compatible directions at this point.
And then can you tell me, in terms of long term, how does that affect, if you will, the service level that we offer to our residents?
So at this point, we are able to accommodate and, in fact, expand the service level in 2016. Going forward, unless we have the fairly miraculous increase in unforecasted land transfer tax or some other element comes forward that we don't foresee, that clearly becomes unsustainable as our rate of revenue growth falls by half.
Okay.
And that would give us a choice between raising some revenue or substantially constraining the existing level of service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza on number 1.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. And just in trying to better understand this whole issue that's been raised 4 or 5 times by different councillors today, on how we compare to other municipalities vis-a-vis our overall tax rates. Just if somebody could explain to me, so City of Toronto is at 0.72 or something, it says here. And Oshawa is at 1.57. So what does that mean in real terms, in tax terms?
So that is the actual tax rate that would apply. If you want to know what it actually means in tax terms, you take that tax rate, apply it against the average valued house in that community. So you switch to slide 91, and that presents that information. So slide 91 is the tax rate that's in the municipality. You look at the average taxes, and the average taxes across the GTA are just slightly below $4,200 an average household, and they range from a high in King Township of $6,100 to a low in Toronto of $3,170.
So explain it to me in this way. So City of Toronto versus, so you live in Toronto. If you live in Toronto in a 500, I believe the number you use for the average property value is somewhere around $550,000, correct?
That's the number that we use when we show it. This study has a different methodology. It actually uses median values, so it's slightly different, but it's consistent.
Let's just say, so if you live in a $550,000 home, a condominium or a house in Toronto, what do you pay in property taxes?
You pay an average of, that was slide, that was slide 37, sorry. So you would pay in municipal taxes about $2,700 plus $1,000 in education, so just under $3,800.
So you pay $3,800 if you live in a $550,000 home.
Correct.
So what does a $550,000 property look like in the City of Toronto? Generally speaking.
It would be...
what, 700 square foot condo on Queen Street?
On
King Street?
Councillor Perruzza.
It could be, depending on location.
Okay.
What does it does vary whether you're in downtown Toronto or on the eastern boundaries of Scarborough or the western boundaries of Etobicoke.
But some with some variety, but it's a fairly modest home, correct?
Yeah, I think that's safe to...
Okay. So what would a $550,000 property look like in Scugog?
So,
Okay, first of all, he's not a real estate agent. Yes. Okay?
No, but I'm just trying to understand.
I know,
because we draw these comparisons, and I think it's really, really important to understand that a $550,000 property in Scugog probably looks like a hacienda, and you got like 200 feet of like waterfront, right? On a lake somewhere.
So I would make two comments to that.
Yeah.
A dollar is a dollar is a dollar. That's how we treat sales taxes. That's how we treat income. There's that.
So
That's
if
one
you
comment I
live-
would
Let's
make.
say you lived in a 1,000 square foot house in
Perruzza.
Scugog on a 35
Councillor Perruzza,
on a
allow the-
35-foot lot. What would that look like?
Then specifically
what
to
would the
that
value of
question-
that be?
Councillor Perruzza, allow the staff to answer the question and stop interrupting, please.
So specifically to that question, there was a time when Toronto did have the highest average property values. That's no longer the case. So that lakefront property in Scugog, you're not getting it for $5. I'm not a real estate agent, but you're not getting it for $5.25.
But the point is...
Okay, can we please stick to the item?
Yeah,
Please
so let me
stop.
ask, I look at this chart and you kind of like got to sprinkle some salt on it. Just, if, for example, your income in the City of Toronto is $500,000, but you live in a similar home to someone who has an income of $20,000, would you pay the same property tax?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, you would, because the income tax is not related to, sorry, the property tax is not related to income. But on slide 92, we did do that analysis of average property taxes based on average household income, and that, on slide 92, we're not the lowest, but we're in the, the bottom quartile. We are 1, 2, 3,
Okay, that
6 or
was your
7.
last question, Councillor. No, but I had 10 seconds into your time. I gave, sorry, Councillor Perruzza. Now, thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Burnside, you're up.
Yes.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. What's the commercial rate in Toronto compared to the commercial burden compared to the rest of the GTA? Is it higher or lower?
Much. So we are, our three protected property classes, multi-res, commercial, and industrial, we are amongst the highest in the GTA. I believe we are the highest in the GTA.
Okay.
The tax rate.
So would you agree that the commercial properties and multi-residential properties are in fact subsidizing homeowners?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you agree?
We have much higher property tax.
Right, and would you agree that we're trying to get that in line to 2.5 times, and that's one of the reasons that the overall property rate is not 1.3. I think you said it was 0.88 because we're applying a different rate to those multi-residential and commercial units.
Absolutely, through you, yes. And even once we reach that 2.5, our work is not done here, because provincial legislation requires us to take that tax ratio down to the provincial threshold, which for commercial, I believe, is like 1.98. So we will still have some work to be done. And that's why the work probably won't be done until about 2025, when we get those tax ratios down with the provincial thresholds. And even at that 2, we will be significantly higher than some of our neighbors, like in Vaughan, which are basically the same as residential.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of let's say the 10-year average tax increase, we've heard other speakers say that it was quite a bit below inflation. Where does it compare just for residential units vis-a-vis inflation?
So that is slide 6, I believe. Let me just get the number. Yep, slide 6. So as you can see from slide 6, residential has been increasing at a rate, particularly since 2005, above inflation. Previous to that, residential taxes between 98 and 2005 were increasing at or below inflation.
Sorry, could you repeat that? You said it's the residential rate has been increasing above inflation.
Above inflation since about 2005, 2006.
Now, did we include the subway levy in that as well?
Yes, this includes everything.
Okay. And I know that the MLTT that burden is not borne equally, but that is a new tax since I believe sometime in mid-2008. Correct?
Yes, 2008.
So if you applied that, I think I did the math. I think it's actually about
it's 20, yes.
20%.
I did the math. It's 20.
I think, yeah. So if you applied that to the across the board, what would our actual tax increase be? Would it be you don't have to give me the number, but would it be quite a bit more than inflation?
I can give you the exact number because we've done that math, and it is on slide 93. So our taxes, instead of being on this, the 3,200, it would be about 3,625 when you adjust for both the MLTT and waste management.
So we're no longer in the lowest, we're creeping up to the mid-range, would you agree?
No, we would be tied for third lowest.
Okay. However, you also mentioned that the multi-residential units are in fact subsidizing homeowners. I did the math, and I believe it's somewhere in the range of about $400 per homeowner. If you accepted that and you added it on to the residential, what the average residential taxpayer was paying, that would put us somewhere in the average now?
I don't have that analysis right in front of me, and I was looking for a deer, but he's not there anymore.
But would you agree that this is a lot more?
It would be substantial shift in taxes to try to do that all in 1 year. Yes.
So this isn't just a simple debate about what the tax rate is, and so forth. It's a lot more complicated, and that we do need to look at the whole picture. Would you agree?
There's a lot, through you, Madam Speaker. There is a lot of moving parts to not just the taxes, but the budgets and how we treat property classes and what's fair and what isn't fair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to follow up what the Councillor Kelly raised earlier, this is question through you to our city manager. The tax revenue model increment revenue, this is the histogram. And in your presentation, you said that if we get rid of land transfer tax 2017, the incremental revenue goes way down. Now, I'd like to ask you the question, why even discuss that? Are we pondering, are we getting some pressure that get rid of a land transfer tax? Or do we have any ground that because of a land transfer tax, the economic development in Toronto is going down or is going to go down in the future? So what's the rationale for your presentation? I'd like to understand.
So this is an important point through you, Speaker. If I could have slide 11 back up on the presentation. So on slide 11, what we are building into our understanding of 2016, the budget is based on a very substantial increase in land transfer tax. That land transfer tax was not forecasted. That's $100 million. That's more than approximately half of our incremental revenue, and this is still a difficult budget year. We are not forecasting any reduction in that. In fact, we are fully assuming that land transfer tax continues to be as robust as it has. So instead of falling, it plateaus, and it simply remains as a $500 million levy. That's our assumption. If it is a $500 million levy, it is not increasing. Not increasing means that our incremental, our new rate of revenue growth, since we have relied on the increase of land transfer tax to fund our programs, we would not have that available to us. So very importantly, and I think to correct the premise behind your question, we are not forecasting any reduction or softening in land transfer tax. And in fact, we fully built in the value as if that will fully continue at its current rate, increased it slightly, in fact, as a result of a levy increase associated with it. We have not forecast any softening with that.
Okay,
Even with that, the rate of revenue declines.
Yes, thank you. Then is it me who misreading the histogram there? There's the green is municipal land transfer tax, and then 2017 the green color altogether disappeared. That green color in 2015 is just the increment compared to last year, or is the total amount of land transfer tax disappear in 2017?
I appreciate the question. If I could go back to slide 7, and there's a reason why I've spent time on this in front of Executive and Budget Committee. Slide 7 shows the past history of our major sources of tax, incremental annual change. What we are assuming is that full value of the red section continues. What that means is that as long as it stops, it's just continuing, it's not increasing. Other areas will continue to increase. We believe that on page 11, assessment growth will continue to remain robust. We also believe that Council will continue with its policy of holding residential tax to approximately the rate of inflation. That's 2%. That's the yellow bar. Council has put in place a proposed capital level. Those are our base revenue increases that we are assuming will continue. What we are not assuming will continue is that land transfer tax will continue its spectacular rate of increase. We are assuming that it will hold constant, not soften, but hold constant.
Okay, next question, my last question is Appendix 3, property tax comparison, the first chart. Toronto is the lowest, 1.3%, whereas the last one is Norfolk is 4.6%, and without the land transfer tax, it will increase to 15%. So the Toronto will be the highest property tax paying city.
No, through you, Madam Speaker. What this chart shows is the tax increase this year, not the tax rate, not the overall level of taxation, but the increases coming out of each jurisdiction as they approve their budgets, inclusive of any capital levies. So our total tax increase this year with the Scarborough tax levy will be 1.3%. In Norfolk, the total tax increase will be 4.6%.
And if I might, through you, Speaker, page 93 gets to your question directly, I believe. It shows that if we build in land transfer tax and the fees for utilities, water and solid waste, it shows the total value of what you essentially pay in Toronto for municipal services relative to other jurisdictions, including land transfer tax and the utility fees. That's page 93.
That was your last question. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to review that the goal of the property tax increase this year was what? To maintain it at what, Mr. CFO?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the directions that we got from Budget Committee referred to us were a residential tax increase at inflation.
And what that has worked out to is 1.3?
That's the numbers currently sitting in front of council, yes.
So based on the direction in trying to maintain it at the rate of inflation, is that,
yes,
was that your mandate for a 1.3% increase? Okay. So in order to do that, could you just review quickly for me again that there was a direction from Budget Committee, from the Mayor, from the City Manager, for reductions by divisions in the city? What was that? Was it 1%, 2%, 5%?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so the there was a 2% efficiency target. We were trying to find a 2% in efficiencies without impacting service, but the overall goal, because of the pressures that we were having to reach this residential tax increase of 1.3, the goal or the target that was set was minus 1% for each division's net budget.
Yeah, so there was a 2% efficiency target for everybody, and that was in writing, was it?
That was part, I believe, yes, part of the mayor's letter to Budget Committee, which was then Budget Committee then referred it to the city manager, staff, and the agencies. Yes.
So that went to each division.
Yes, it did.
And it went to each agency.
That's correct.
Board and commission.
That's correct.
That was the goal and the target in order to maintain a 1.3 basically rate of inflation budget under this council and this mayor. So just remind me, I think you said earlier that the divisions actually met those targets pretty closely, did they not?
Many divisions are under zero, many divisions are at around zero, which then effectively on taxes would have a negative impact. So yes, as a whole, city divisions and non-program are below zero as a whole.
So as a whole, that mandate was met by city divisions,
That's
directly
correct.
Operated by the city.
That's correct.
Just remind me again of the agencies that we're dealing with, which ones did not meet their request for service efficiency?
So I am looking through all the agencies' final net budget, and I believe there is,
Parks, shelter, parks, fire.
in terms of agencies, though, I see the police board, but not the police service, and basically that's it.
Sorry, I didn't understand your answer.
So none of the agencies
None of
met
the agencies
the target.
met. And
Other
from
than the police board,
what was
which
the
is small.
scope of?
Pardon me?
What was the scope of not meeting it? So the police service, did they meet their 2% or did they go over?
So the police budget, as set out in front of you right now, is a 2.45% increase.
2.45% increase. How about anyone else? That's fairly high when we're asking.
Well, we are making new investments into the conventional transit. The TTC is at 4.2%, Wheel-Trans 7.3%.
Let me just stop you there. Is there not an income line with TTC as well?
Yes, this is all these numbers I'm giving you is net of revenues.
Is there an income line with the police budget?
They have some small revenues, yes, they do.
But the
Some
TTC
grants.
has some major,
Yes, they do.
major revenues. So
That's
we're
correct.
looking at net.
This is all net, all the numbers I'm giving.
Okay. So if all those targets had been met, and I'm not going to go into the TTC because I believe that's pretty well net, that would we be able to have a lower tax rate?
That's correct, yes.
Or spend on other things that council would have?
That would be up to council to
That would be up to council. So the fact that certain agencies, boards, and commissions did not meet their, not just suggested target, but pretty well directed target, has meant that we have this tax rate, or if we wanted to keep that tax rate, that there's other things we can't spend on. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
I just wanted to, I think the city manager has been clear about how you're forecasting the MLTT for 2017, but I would just ask if, as far as the housing market is concerned, now we're into it almost 6 weeks into 2016, how does it compare with 2015 as far as sales are concerned?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Chair, the last number that was released was January results, and January results did exceed January of 2015 results in terms of sales and prices. So it remains vibrant.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two questions, one to the CFO, just to on that issue of the phasing in of the tax class adjustments. Right now, we are looking at 2025, more or less, to phase in both the city policy piece and the provincial legislated piece. Is that more or less?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, but I will say that there's one big caveat is there's going to be a reassessment next year and then a reassessment after 4 years. We can't predict what will happen in those reassessments, but if past trends continue, we should be below that provincial threshold at around 2025.
Okay, and we started that journey, call it. I think we started
2006, I believe.
2006. Okay, so that will be a 20-year journey. My question is, and not to make a decision today, because I think I have a motion. I just want to make sure that that councillors know that it has your support. We might want to look at perhaps instead of 2025, making it 2022, 21, 20, something like that. That it's worthy of that analysis. Would you agree with that?
That is certainly a policy issue that council can consider changing.
The benefit of doing it faster, it seems to me, the one that I see, is that it would allow us then, let's say we'd say 2021, then in 2022, we would have the full tax base to play with, so that when we increase property taxes by 1%, it would yield us, as opposed to the 25 million or so, whatever it is now, it would yield us something like 42 million. Is that accurate?
Sorry, so that's correct. If you had full access to the tax base, totally unprotected property classes, instead of 1% generating 26.4 million, 1% would generate 40 million.
40 million, okay. Okay, so I have a motion to that effect, and I think you're in your way saying that it might be a good idea to look at that. Now my question is to the city manager, recognizing that this year, and I want to be future-looking beyond this budget and how this budget impacts, how council and the public might look to future budgets. So basically, this budget will be what this budget will be. The way I sometimes describe it to myself is that it's got duct tape in a number of pieces, but your desire is to put this on a stable footing for the long term, and that's why you're looking at reports coming forward around cost containment and new revenue tools in the next few months. Would that be fair?
That's correct. I think council has had a number of discussions and has allowed for, in fact, directed work on a variety of capital projects, a variety of other operating investments that are not yet fully funded. I would like to give council an opportunity to set its priorities to ensure that there is a stable platform going forward for city building.
Okay, so my one question, and I'm not sure if it's a concern yet, is setting council priorities. So we did, during the previous administration, we did a core service review. And I think it would be fair to say it was a gut-wrenching process, both for departments and our Toronto public. Is that the kind of thing you're looking at doing as well? Like, I do think we always should be looking for cost savings. Absolutely. There's no debate on that. But are we looking at basically throwing everything up in the air and starting from scratch again? Or can we assume that some of those conversations have happened. Like we're not going to say cut the libraries in half. Like what could we be looking for in that setting council priorities? I think the public needs some comfort in your response.
Absolutely, and I'm sadly rarely the guy who brings comfort to these conversations. Here is the underlying challenge is that council has directed for an extended period of time a policy of significantly reducing property tax as a share of economic activity. It has also substantially increased the scope of services and in many respects the level of services associated with the city. Those are both good things. They have been compatible in the recent past because of the windfall gains of land transfer tax. If those windfall gains are not in place, and if you want to continue to invest in the capital projects you have instructed staff to work on, we will need to figure out some element of that. In a practical sense, it will be very difficult, we have learned from the past, to find savings that are fully adequate to meet the capital and investment ambitions of council going forward.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's for the city manager. You've been quite outspoken in your, I guess, unease with the reliance on the municipal land transfer tax revenues. On the basis of what information are we confident that those revenues will remain steady in 2016?
Well, I have been, through you, Speaker, I have been what you characterize as outspoken. That is entirely consistent with the comments and, in fact, concerns of the previous city manager as well. So I remain firmly entrenched within that tradition. We do not, and this gets to a question raised by Councillor Fletcher as well. The reality is that we understand what's happened to property tax, to municipal land transfer tax, better in retrospect than we do going forward. There are an enormous number of forecasts out there. They, by and large, represent the groups who have an interest in those forecasts and continue to drive it. We take some comfort from a stand that it will not increase, but it will not decrease. But there is no firm statistical or econometric or basis for that forecast going forward. As Rob and I have had the discussion coming forward, if we knew those things, we would be in very different businesses.
So would you say the risks include a declining economy, and right now our economy is not by any stretch of the means robust. I mean, we've seen a decline in the oil sector, which has a ripple effect, I'm sure, to Ontario. We've got a declining Canadian dollar. We have, I would suspect, would you say that rising inflation is something that also might have an impact and a declining stock market on the land transfer tax?
So this has to do with risks, and I appreciate, through you, Speaker, the question. And municipalities are not well structured to accept risk because of the provincial legislation that the budget must balance on an annual basis. We have minimal risk associated with our other revenue sources that are by and large fees and by and large closely associated with property tax, which we collect retrospective. We know those. What we are assuming, and what we have been assuming by building in the full value of property tax, is an element of risk that is not consistent with the behavior of other municipalities.
Well, I would submit that another risk is in the TTC revenues that we're anticipating, and as we have raised TTC fares, and the TTC's forecasted revenues for 2015 the actual revenues did not match the forecasted revenues. Have we taken that into consideration as a possible risk for 2016?
We have, and you are correct. For the last 2 years, Rob is explaining to me, we have actually missed, the TTC has missed the revenue forecast. The revenues have been slightly softer than projected. Yes.
So I would like to turn to the different side of the coin. So that's the revenue side of the coin. And the other side of the coin is the size of city government. And so you allude to the fact on slide 5 that the size of Toronto's government is not rising relative to the gross domestic product for, I guess that's for Toronto.
That's correct.
How does our share, how does our expenditure ratio to GDP compare with other cities? Because I tried to find that and I can't find that. So I don't know if Toronto is bigger relative to Vancouver, smaller, larger than Montreal, or smaller, or if we have too much government compared to these other Canadian cities.
So I do not have that information handy. We can look that up for those areas that have a CMA and GDP reported by that, and that will be some of the larger municipal areas.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis on number one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a couple questions for the City Manager. Mr. Wallace, if you could elaborate on what you mean by assess revenue structure.
So, again, I appreciate the question through you, Speaker. The city has a number of revenue sources. It has property tax fees, by and large, TTC fees, land transfer tax. It gets substantial income from its business enterprises, Toronto Hydro. It also has a variety of mechanisms through its agencies that provide a steady stream of revenue and a series of one-time revenues. There are also potential assets or revenues associated with asset monetization. We can also at least implicitly call increased borrowing some element of revenue. I think when we actually want to look overall at what are council's priorities, what would you as council like to fund, as staff we need to come back and say these are the types of tools available to you to fund increased or stable expenditures.
So when might Council first see a report on that part of the structural discussion?
We are aiming for April.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay, well, I look forward to it.
Thank you.
So do we.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, I was wondering, I could be ruled out of order, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. I was wondering how much money have we placed north of 401 from taxes that we have collected up to now for improvement of transportation?
Okay, that is out of order.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope my questions are in order. To the City Manager, please. The 1.3%, which we are planning on using, is because it was rate of inflation, and when was that? When was this number first put on the table?
So the rate of inflation came to us as a policy direction from the mayor. The rate of inflation obviously fluctuates a little bit through the year. The 1.3% refers to the rate of inflation as we understood it at the time when we crystallized the planning for the budget. That was the initial budget presentation on December 1st, I believe, of this year. So that's the November 2014 to November 2015 figure.
So sorry, that was 2014 to
2015 year-over-year figure for the Toronto StatsCan, Toronto CMA.
So what is the rate of inflation right now in 2016, February 2016? I've heard it's around 1.7.
Yeah, 1.6, 1.7. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but that it is 1.6, I believe.
So if the mayor's instructions were to have a property tax increase around the rate of inflation, we could say a 1.7% right now, today, is rate of inflation.
So I'm just going to step back here and remind Council that policy direction is one that is a Council conversation. The arithmetic that I brought forward as City Manager was a different balancing figure that was then taken up by the Budget Committee under the chairmanship of Councillor Crawford. They defined and used the 1.3 number. Obviously, if we take a different rate of inflation, the rate of inflation that's occurred, or the future rate of inflation as forecast for the 2016 year, we would end up with a different number.
I guess what I'm getting at is if we use a 1.3% rate of inflation, and rate of inflation really is 1.7, are we not going to get ourselves into trouble by the end of the year when our costs have gone up and we haven't got that money in the budget to cover the actual inflation rate of 2016?
To bring some greater clarity to this through you, Speaker, 1.5, 1.3, 1.6 are all retrospective rates of inflation. The rate of inflation that would be most relevant going forward would be a prospective rate of inflation. We do not know that for certainty. That's frankly, there needs to be a choice. There will be some arbitrariness at it. Budget Committee has pinned it at 1.3%.
Moving on to the municipal land transfer tax now, please. We are budgeting $520 million for what we expect to receive in 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How much is the highest we've budgeted before for this line? 400 and something?
I'm going to ask Deputy City Manager
thank you.
Rossini to answer that, but sorry, I can't. It's 345.
Okay.
Last year's was the highest.
And how much was that, sorry?
So, last year's number, between the operating budget and the capital budget was 425, and this year it's 525.
And how much have what's the most we've actually taken in as a city for the MLTT?
So that would be this year, 2015's gross receipts were the highest, and it's about 520 million. We're still adding up all the final year ends, but it'll be around that.
So we really are budgeting this year the top amount we have ever taken in, which leaves us no flexibility if housing market does drop. What will we do then?
That will be an in-year discussion with council. So we have simply taken the basis that this is a very difficult to forecast number. We will build in. We have no basis for arbitrarily reducing the number. We have no basis for saying that the number will grow smaller, and we don't want to play that game of putting artificial pressure on council. We want to be as direct and as clear as we can possibly be. In our judgment, the most direct and clear possible way to do that is to simply build in the full value of that for council, and then allow the council to understand the ramifications of that, both for 2016 and on a going forward basis, and we have been abundantly clear about that.
So not only are we putting the maximum on MLTT, this is my last question, we are also using right now an inflation rate which actually isn't inflation rate as of today.
We are using an historic inflation rate that has been council's direction to this point, or budget committee's direction, to be clear on that. And on a going forward basis, yes, we have not forecasted any increase in land transfer tax, but we have also assumed that it will not decrease.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. So do we want to start the speakers now or after lunch? No. Councillor Perks is up first. I'm just asking the question. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions, and I apologize for the format. That wasn't my choice. Evidently, we have to have these complicated columns and tables now. The first motion recommends increasing the property tax rate for the residential property class from its current 1.3 plus 0.6, so a total of 1.9, to a new number of 3.9, and to increase all of the other categories in the appropriate ratios. This would yield about $50 million in revenue to the City of Toronto, and would therefore, I'll get into what we can do with the 50 after that. The second motion is that in the event that the first one does not pass, we keep the residential property tax rate where it is, but we increase the rate for the capped categories, those are the ones like commercial and industrial, from their current 0.43 up to a 0.65. In other words, we move them from being 1/3 as large as the residential rate to 1/2 as large as the residential rate. That is the half is a provincial requirement saying that's what we must do. The 1/3 is just sort of a council policy, which of course, now that we're debating the budget, is something we can amend if we so choose. That second motion generates about $6 million. $2 million of it would be allocated to the Scarborough subway. $4 million of it would be available to this council when we go to the second item, to debate the expenditure side of our budget. I have my views on where it would go, but it would be up to council on where to go. So, with those motions in front of you, I'd like to speak to the budget generally. The word that we hear over and over and over again to describe this budget is the notion that a 1.3 property tax or inflation rate property tax increase for homeowners must be done so that homeowners can afford it. There is profound misunderstanding of the role of government in that assertion. It asserts that the only relationship Torontonians have to the government is how much tax they pay. Absolute, profound nonsense. It also asserts that what makes Toronto affordable or not affordable is how much property tax we pay. If that were the case, we would not be the poverty capital of Canada. Right now, the highest rate of child poverty anywhere in the country is here. And yet, our property taxes are the lowest anywhere in the province. Low property taxes are the reason that there is poverty in the City of Toronto. The thing that people forget when they fixate on the affordability of the tax rate is that the tax rate collects money to actually solve the problems people care about. If you ask people what makes Toronto unaffordable for you, they will say housing, they will say daycare, they will say transportation.
Okay.
When we collect money to pay for those programs...
Sorry, Councillor Perks, I have to put your time on hold. If I can ask the media, members of council that are being interviewed, please. It's hard to hear the proceedings of council. Okay, thank you. Can you continue?
Gee, I was on a good roll there.
I know, I'm sorry, but there was so much noise.
The essential thing to remember is that the way we make the city affordable in terms of housing, in terms of transportation, in terms of daycare, is to collect money from society at large and invest it in those places that make and provide relief to people who really are struggling to afford the City of Toronto. It is not the average property taxpayer who owns a home who is right now thinking, I can't afford to live in the City of Toronto because my taxes are too high. It is low-income people and people looking for childcare or people who have to travel great distances every day and can't get there by public transit who are thinking of moving out of Toronto. The city that I grew up in 40, 50 years ago was broadly affordable. It was affordable to people with low incomes, middle incomes, and high incomes. That's what you want in an ideal city. You want it to be a place where everybody can thrive, everyone can grow, and everyone can make the best of their opportunity in life. If we continue to only think that the affordability of Toronto is tied to its tax rate, we abandon that past and move to a future where only the wealthy can afford to live in Toronto.
Thank you. Please, no applause, please. We do have questions.
I imagined you might.
Councillor Cho, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goldberg. I have lots respect for you.
And I, you, Councillor.
Yeah, you're the councillor for caring about poor people, affordability, etc., etc. But regarding your questions, if we increase property tax for commercial industrial, did you ask any economic experts how many companies will move out of Toronto? So eventually we end up increasing their residential property tax.
I didn't make that specific request, Councillor, but I would refer you to the fact that neither of my motions increases the commercial or industrial property tax rate as quickly as inflation is growing. In my first motion, they are right at inflation, so in real dollars, there is no increase in their taxes. The second motion that I moved puts it at 0.65 or half of the rate of inflation, so they actually are getting a reduction in their property taxes in real dollars. So I have no worry that either of these motions would in any way trigger a business leaving Toronto. What will trigger businesses leaving Toronto is high property values, and that's something entirely different.
Okay, so you didn't ask any expert. Did you have any?
Oh, I did consult with city staff, and I consider them absolutely expert enough for me.
And they agree with your motion?
They agreed to write it.
Okay.
But Joe, it's clarification of the motion, not who wrote the motion.
I'm not asking who wrote the motion. Did you have any chance to have a consultation meeting with all these non-residential or big companies, small companies, to see how they feel?
I have been approached more times than I care to name by businesses in the City of Toronto over my 9 years of service on this council. I have been open with them on my views about property taxes, and I've reminded them that the services that they rely on in order to do business, the fact that we have sidewalks and roads and transit and snow removal and child care and homes for the aged, are all necessary things for us to attract people to live in this city so that they have customers coming into their store. Many of those businesses have seen the wisdom of that, and that's why, for example, you'll see the Toronto Board of Trade has endorsed a coalition that is suggesting that we spend $75 million in this year reducing poverty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
So I think that I'd like to move a motion at this time, and it's a typical motion I think that you've heard before, that City Council approve a 0% tax increase for 2016 for all property classes. The reason I do this is really for a number of reasons, but I think that at the beginning of my comments we can all agree, perhaps, that the other two levels of government have put us in a very difficult predicament. I think we can all agree to that. I think we can agree that by cutting what has been typically a source of revenue from other levels of government has gradually diminished to zero and is going to over time, and I think we saw that in the report. I think we can agree to that. And I see some heads saying yes to me. I think we can agree that we've been put in a position, like goats, to accept whatever's coming our way. And for us to, if we want to continue doing the things that we have implemented as a city and the costs of those things, that we're going to have to increase property taxes to do that. That's what's going on. I think we can agree to that too. I think that none of us are comfortable with the fact that all of our wants and needs are going to have to be borne by the taxpayer, and it's a gradual thing, and I think we can agree to that. Where we can't agree, perhaps, is the comments that I have made traditionally here, and that is, we have yet to put our own house in order. And before we decide to continually increase property taxes to help offload those difficulties, we should be finding the mechanisms and picking our priorities and doing the things that we should be doing in the way of cuts before we increase property taxes, before we ask anybody else for any other money. And last term of office, we started that process. It took about a year and a half for all the major debates to take place, but the reality is when you have a city government that's prepared to do that, then all of the sideshows are created, and all of the bashing and all the personal attacks and all the things we saw last term of office came to be. And so there was a hold on that. So now we've got another term of office, and instead of perhaps creating the divisiveness that cutting budgets does to this place, we have decided to almost coast. And I see these budgets as almost that. That's not a reflection of the mayor. In fact, Mr. Mayor, I think you've done a great job of calming things down here. I think you've done a good job as the mayor overall. I just think that we should be looking at other priorities in cuts. I've said to you, Mr. Mayor, and others that we have a housing portfolio that's out of control and unaffordable. We've got offices with counselors that deal with clients, and each client can't remember the name of their counselor because there's so many of them for every one of their difficulties and problems. We should be amalgamating that office into one. Get rid of all the other offices that deal with housing issues. Give your client one person to deal with any of their issues, whether it's childcare, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's any of the issues relating to housing at all. And there's probably $100 million there, folks, in savings if we did that. So I can't support property taxes unless we do these things, the increases, I'm sorry. And so we should be looking at, and with all due respect to the chair of TTC, it's time the province take the TTC over. Get it off the books. Let Metrolinx run it. Let it become a system that services all of the GTA. There's hundreds of millions of dollars there that we should be looking at. We should be asking the provincial government for a new deal, Mr. Mayor, that talks about everything, including how you collect your educational fees. I know the Speaker has issues with that. Should we be the ones that are collecting those fees? Or should the province come to the table and say, it's our responsibility, let's stop asking the municipalities to do our work for us. We're being used, and until we stop that syndrome that's going on and using us, we shouldn't be increasing property taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Mamaliti. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Recess. Can you get them out? Okay, get them out.
Recess.
Members of council, if you can please take your seats. Okay, before we start, Mayor Tory?
Well, yes, Madam Speaker, I just had to check on what precedent I established last year, and I have checked on that, and I'm going to, vis-a-vis the operating and capital budgets of the city, the operating budgets declare the following interest because of my previously declared interest in the Rogers entities, which provide telephone and cellular services, wireless devices, internet and Wi-Fi services to the city, that I'll declare an interest in the 2016 Information and Technology operating budget, the Police Services budget, the Transit Commission budget, and the housing budget as they pertain specifically to funds allocated to the expansion and provision of telephone, wireless, internet, and television services, and also in regard to an external news aggregation service contracted by the City of Toronto, the Strategic Communications budget as it pertains to funds allocated for the provision of news summary services provided by Canada Newswire.
Okay, thank you. So this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating item EX 12.1 on the 2016 property tax rate. Before we return to that item, I understand that Councillor Layton would like to make a brief announcement.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've risen in this council chamber, I think on every occasion, to introduce a Toronto and East York Community Council report and pointed out just how hard the clerk's office for the Toronto and East York Community Council works. And I'm not standing to raise a motion to increase the salary allotment for the clerks that are associated with the Toronto and East York Community Council, because I think the clerks that do our work at the centre table would deserve similar additional compensation to put up with our shenanigans. I'm rising today to point out that a core piece of our community council that allows us to deal with all the business we do with the same resources as the rest of the community councils is sadly her last city council here today. She's sitting at the centre table. This is her last city council meeting before her retirement this March. I would like to thank Roz Dyers for all of her hard work for the people of Toronto. You have done an enormous amount to contribute. Just if we could quickly, Roz began her career with Metro after moving to Toronto in 1976. Before that, she had worked for the Birmingham City Council, the largest city council in Britain. Her office was apparently located next to the ticket outlet for the local concert hall, so she could go out at lunch and get tickets for some of her favorite bands, including Black Sabbath, of all things. Roz and her husband Roy are in the photo taken at the City Hall concert hall that forms the inside cover of the album of Black Sabbath 4. So we should all run out and get copies in her signature, and she looks apparently exactly the same. Roz was secretary to the Commissioner of Metro Planning. She became clerk to various Metro committees. She was clerk for the Toronto Zoo for almost 30 years. And since amalgamation, Ross has been clerk for committees, including the Public Works Committee and most recently the Toronto and East York Community Council. She is a resident expert on liquor permits and after-hours extensions, which she claims have driven her to drink. She's planned her retirement for early spring so she can get out in her garden and enjoy walks with her dog Riley. Roz, we will miss you. We wish you all the very best. And please send our condolences to your colleague Ellen, because I'm sure she will be driven to drink by the end of her term at Toronto and East York Community Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Okay, so we'll continue with the debate. Councillor Mihevik, you're up to speak.
Thank you very much. I thought you had to be more than 35 to retire here. I'm just setting the mood. I'm setting the mood. That's right.
Okay, just,
Madam Speaker.
hold on. There's a point of order, Councilman Havoc.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
So I do have one motion. I think
Okay.
it's frankly, it's just a report request. I want to make 3 points. First one is, given deals with this particular motion that is before you. The purpose of this motion is to look at whether we should phase in the tax shifts on a quicker basis or not. And I don't have today I don't have an opinion on it, but I think it's meritorious of looking at that issue more closely. I think it would help not this council, not even the next council, but it might help the next council knowing that they have a full tax base to play with. When we do our tax rate, we really, and when we look at inflation, staff seem to focus on the residential rate and not the rate, even the averaged rate. This would allow us basically to use the whole tax base more wholly if we did the phase-in a little more quickly. So that's what that tries to do. My second point is around this whole issue, and I'll be supporting Councillor Perks' motions. I think they try to correct some of the tax imbalance between us and GTA municipalities. I think we know that the big problem here that we have in the city is a revenue problem. And we know that. I think we know that in our heart of hearts. We know that we do not have the revenue to do what we need to do. I think the issue is whether we have the courage during an election time, during in between elections, to say to our residents, hey, we are behind the 8 ball here, and we need, if you want the city that you regularly call us to invest in and to grow, we are going to need more revenue. And so having that, sometimes it's called the adult conversation with our residents and saying, you know what, an inflation increase is not enough. We need a little bit more. It doesn't mean that we're going to 10%. No one's suggesting anything crazy, but phasing in something a little more reasonable so that we can use that money to invest in our communities. That's what we need to do, and that's why those motions, frankly, are supportable. The third thing that I want to say, Madam Speaker, is really putting this debate in the context of the larger process. This is the second budget of this term of council. I take a lot I put a lot of energy, I will put a lot of energy, and I put a lot of my hopes into the conversations around finding a new method of funding civic services that the city manager and the CFO are going to be putting together reports on over the next little while. We desperately need those new revenues. I think when those of us who were here when we debated the land transfer tax, could you imagine what this city would look like if we didn't have that land transfer tax? I do remember the days when we had $700 million operating pressures, $700 million operating pressures to begin the process. Now we're basically about half that, or next year we will be well less than half of that, and that's because of the land transfer tax. Now we need to take one more courageous step. I've gone out and said where I think the best bang for the buck is a parking tax revenue. There are other strategies. We should have that conversation, but we should have it fast, and we should have it minimally in time for the 2017 budget. We need those tools in place. So my encouragement to staff is to prepare those reports, get us the numbers, and my encouragement to us as colleagues is to have some political courage. When we debated those issues during the Ford mayoralty, we did not debate them well. We were not adults at that conversation. We need to be strong in the June or July or May when that report comes forward and do the right thing there so that we don't have these kinds of fights when we're really fighting for morsels on a table and we're not really moving the city in the direction that we need to move it in. So this year, duct tape is duct tape. I love duct tape. It's a great little instrument, but it only serves for so long. And I think this is the last year that we should will it upon ourselves to use the duct tape strategy to amend the repairs in the budget. We need that long-term solution. That's the only way I think this year's budget makes sense, is if you take the new tools that we hopefully will be developing for next year's budget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Mihevc, does this increase the pace of tax increases to businesses? Is that the intent?
No, it actually increases the tax decreases to businesses faster.
Would it then increase the pace of tax increases to residents?
Yes, it will if you go in that direction.
Okay.
It'll increase the shift.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I drop these when I'm finished?
Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to speak from over here for a little show and tell. I have two motions. The first motion asks to raise property taxes by an additional 1.02%, and I'll speak to what the purpose of that is. My second motion is to raise the property taxes by 0.13%. And now I'll speak to what these two proposed tax increases address. I showed this document earlier this morning, and I want to highlight it once again. I don't know if it'll be brighter if I put more white under it, but what happened at the Budget and Executive Committees this year is highlighted in these few short lines. $57.4 million was the opening gap. The Executive and Budget Committee added $28.8 million in new and enhanced services. And I want to congratulate them for that. I want to congratulate the Budget Chief, the Executive. These were improvements that Council said they wanted and needed. There's $5 million for cultural investment. There are 17 new fire inspection officers. There are 57 additional paramedics. There is included in here a number of measures in the poverty reduction strategy. So these were good, and I want to commend them. What also happened was that the Budget and the Executive Committee adopted a strategy to find those savings through, yes, permanent reductions, and there are permanent reductions in this budget. Our staff came forward with $120 million of permanent reductions to start, expenditure reductions, and then there was further revenue changes as well to address the budget, to balance the budget. But at the end of the day, with a 1.3% tax increase, there was still $27.1 million of one-time revenue changes to balance the budget. $5 million from TPA dividend, Portland's dividend $5 million, and $17.1 from reserve draws, $27 million. And what will balance that? A 1.02% tax increase. My second motion adds a 0.13 tax increase in order to add 350 childcare spaces, $3.5 million. That is not 350 million, 3.5. So why are we doing this? I believe that what the Budget and Executive Committees did was they made the investments in this city that our communities asked for, that we recognized, that our staff recognized needed to be invested in services in our city. But they didn't commit to fund them. They committed to fund them on a one-time basis. And when we look at where we're going to be next year, the opening pressure is $448 million, or a 16.7% tax increase as the opening pressure. By funding once again on a one-time basis, we are digging ourselves deeper, and we are going to be facing next year the prospect of how we replace this funding once again. So it's time, if we want to invest, that we pay for it. I think that the people of Toronto understand that. One of the other things I want to highlight, of course, is what the current tax rates are. The proposed tax increases, the proposed 2015 tax rate, I'll just use this one. These were the 2015 property tax rates in the GTA and Ottawa in 2015. This is what the actual dollars in tax revenue are. We are $1,000 less on average with all of the other municipalities, and this is the proposed rate for this year. We have the ability to do more and do better to serve the needs of our city.
Thank you, Councillor
We can
Davis.
afford it. Thank you.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Perruzza, you just have a brief announcement to make?
I do, Speaker. I just wanted to take an opportunity and recognize a group of students that's here from York University, which is located in my ward. And they are from the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Professional Studies, and they are the Public Policy Administration Student Association. They're right here. Welcome to City Hall, and I hope you find the day informative. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm looking through the rate motions that have moved so far in the pink paper. Here's another one, that the residential tax rate be moved to 1.6% to accurately reflect the current rate of inflation, and accordingly, City Council increase, and then it goes through the bands, so that people are clear on what the motion means. This motion actually is not in contradiction of the commitment that Mayor Tory made during the election year. All I'm asking that we acknowledge today is that the actual rate of inflation today is 1.6. In fact, one financier says that he pegs it at 1.66. All of them, all of the big five, peg it as something that is trending upwards. They all agree that likely by the end of March it will be at 1.7. Why I'm moving this increase is not because I've got a menu as long as my arm of things that I want to add to the budget. Heaven knows those will come when we get into debating the budget itself. In my view, any revenue that is realized here actually should just go into replacing one-time revenues that have been used to balance this budget. There is so much pressure on the following year. There's pressure on that police task force to make meaningful structural change there. There is pressure on every division in this city's budget. There is huge pressure on the TTC, and all of it will be brought to bear throughout the rest of the budgets in this term, the 17, the 18, and before we go off to the hustings, we will have to adopt a 19 budget. And all of them will have huge pressure on them because of all the things that are not yet built into this budget, Smart Track being one of them. But all of those other needs, the needs we heard citizens of Toronto shouting about at lunchtime, the needs that we heard people talk about at, no applause, and don't get me in trouble, the needs that we heard at our deputations. But they need to be funded with one-time revenues. If you're adding the tiniest of things, and if you put in your motion not to add it till September 1st, you're only building more pressure into next year. We've got a $10 billion budget. It opened with a gap of $426 million, and the chart that our CFO provides us with to make it easier and more accessible for Torontonians to understand the steps we go through to balance include $34 million worth of funds that actually we can count on being back next year. So as I move this shift, what I hope that people understand I'm acknowledging is only one thing, that the CFO told us during questioning that for as long as we look at tax increases that are zero, one of the motions is zero, as long as we look at tax increases that are below inflation, we're really only building more pressure and more unsustainable practice into our own financial practice. And that actually is an irresponsible thing to do as people with a fiduciary responsibility to build the building blocks that make this city a city that can serve. And so all I'm saying is that inflation was at an all-time low as we began to draft this budget, and so responsibly and in keeping with direction from the mayor that I think we all shared, in keeping with direction from the mayor, this budget was launched at inflation. What we now know and have known since early December, even as the launch was going out the door, the trend began to move upward and is pegged to move upward throughout the year. And we will end up with a budget that actually has renewable revenues that are well below inflation by the end of the year. And so I'm saying, let's take what it's at today, trimmed it off. It's actually 1.66. I've said 1.6, and I've done absolutely nothing else to any of the other bands. And the reason for that is we charge staff with, Mr. Gupta and his staff actually listen to our directions, our policy ambition, and peg all of the classes to make sure that the impacts are spread evenly between multi-residential tenants, owners, high-rise owners, single-family dwellers, businesses large and small, and ask him to distribute the bands according to policy. And so the only change I've made is that all of them proportionately be updated to today's rate of inflation. No other creativity here, and I have no plans to spend it when we get to item number 2. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Campbell, clarification of the motion.
Just a clarification of the rate of inflation that you've pegged. That's set by which agency?
Well, actually, the check that I used is I went into the financial pages and I looked at, there's actually, if you look on it, the Government of Canada's website shows you a blend of what the big five bonding houses and financial institutions are pegging it at that day, and shows you the average of the 5 pegs it at 1.6. That's the average. One financier puts it at 1.66. All of them agree that it will be at 1.71 at a minimum by the end of March.
And is that Toronto or Canada?
That's Canada.
It's Canada. So the
In
thing
actual
is that
fact, what I understand is that if I was to use Toronto's CPI, that's actually increasing faster, and that would have made it higher. I think that's a little unfair.
Possibly, that's possibly correct. But I think you recognize that I think the intention of the budget, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, was to peg it at the Toronto rate of inflation.
Actually, that is not the rate. When I looked it up, the day that it was 1.3 when we launched, I thought, oh my gosh, is it really this? I went back to that same bonding house, and while it may be coincidentally that it was at the Toronto rate on that day, it was also the big 5 averaging that exists on that website. That's the thing that I went to that day, and it was 1.3. And so the CFO and the budget chief were giving us an accurate posting at 1.3. It's just changing.
So
by any measure, it is changing in 2016.
Sure, and I recognize that because we have a rapidly declining Canadian dollar. So
right.
The rate of inflation, because this is important because it goes to the core of the motion, the rate of inflation that the budget was set at was the Toronto rate of inflation. The rate of inflation that you're proposing is the Canada rate of inflation.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought that was a question. I was just going to answer that.
No, you said right. You said right, and so that was the answer. So okay.
Right. I was going to further expand on that, but if you don't want to hear it, that's fine by me.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I'd like to put up on the board. And it's self-explanatory, is that money raised in wards 39, 40, and 41 and 42 to be used there. Madam Chair, we do have... Madam Chair, We do have a rate of inflation of 1.6.
Okay, just a
And-
sec. What's happening? Can I have order, please? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam
continue.
Chair. We do have increases of 1.6, and there's an additional increase of 0.6% that we're asking folks in that part of the world to contribute. And yet, for over the years, time and time again, there's nothing that's been done as far as infrastructure for transportation in wards 39, 40, 41, and 42. And this is specifically the people north of the 401 in Scarborough. When you look at Etobicoke, Madam Chair, there's 4 subway stops, and Etobicoke has 340,000 people. When you look at North York, there's close to 10 or 15 subways in North York, and North York has 340,000 people. When you look at Scarborough, Scarborough has 1/3 the mass of the city, and 600,000 people, and it only has 2 subway stops. We were going to increase it and put another 3 or 2 on, and now we're down to 1. North of 401, 250,000 people are there. They've got 0 subway, 0 LRT. So if I'm going to ask my constituents to pay part of that infrastructure money of 0.6%, it's only rightfully so that these people also get the benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have
Well, that's okay.
Councillor Al-Jamari?
Through you, Speaker. Councillor, the second part of your motion, what would that actually do if implemented?
If implemented, that would make sure that the money that's coming from that part of the world gets to be spent in that part of the world. It's only fair.
Are all those wards north of the 401?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Split Scarborough in half.
So that doesn't include me.
Who cares
Councillor-
about you?
Councillor Perruzza, clarification of the motion.
Precisely. We don't have it, I don't have it in front of me, so, and I don't remember all the wording in its entirety, but if you could just put it back up on the screen, I just wanted to get some clarity. Is the presumption here that the Scarborough subway tax levy only is being paid for by people who live in Scarborough? Is that what the motion says?
The presumption is that everybody pays into it, but the people north of the 401 have been forgotten for a long time.
So, all Torontonians have been paying now for 3 years running for a cumulative Scarborough subway tax. So it's now, I believe it stands somewhere around 15 or 16 at 15 or 16 points. So what are you saying precisely? Is that
I'm saying precisely money collected in the north part of Scarborough should be allocated in that part of the world because it's been forgotten. Subway building for the last 40, 50 years. The subway was supposed to be extended north of the 401 along Shepherd, and that was never finished.
So
the
take
money
it
that
out
was
of-
allocated for their councillor was taken and put into North York, so the subway would have been finished to Don Mills. So it's about time that the people that are actually
take it out of the
paying-
Scarborough subway and spend it on other infrastructure projects
I'm saying
in
that-
those 4
I'm
wards?
saying that those 4 wards should be allocated the rightful amount of funding that they have not been receiving up to now.
And what is that rightful amount of funding in your
10%.
view? Pardon?
10%. 44 wards in the city of Toronto, 4 wards, that's 10%.
So what does that represent in actual dollars? Like how much have they been short shrifted over the years, cumulatively?
You multiply that by 40 years, you do the math, councillor. If you want to calculate, I'll certainly bring one over to you.
Okay, Councillor, the councillor is asking you a question.
I'm answering him, Chair.
Okay.
I'm answering.
It's a serious question because he brings forward a motion that says that some wards in Scarborough have not received their share of funding, but there's no real number, there's no real
No.
levy, there's no real, sort of projects that he's
Through you, Madam
identified.
Chair.
That,
Through you, Madam
and I
Chair.
just wanted to get a sense of what it is that he's talking about.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're talking about $15 million 10% of that is 1.5. You multiply that backwards by about 40 years. I think the people that lived in that part of the world and are due a subway.
Okay, thank you.
So this is to redress a 40-year funding shortfall for those 4 wards in Scarborough.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I just can't.
You just can't what?
Clarification of the motion, please.
I was going to ask how this was going to affect the development charges, which is the other significant financing of the Scarborough subway.
Some of the developing charges that are happening north of the 401 are actually will be allocated to the subway in Scarborough Centre.
Are you aware that?
Are you not telling me that there's no development charges north of the 401?
No, but are you aware that $170 million of development charges from right across the city are going in to finance the Scarborough subway extension?
And a lot of that would be proportionally allocated from wards 39, 40, 41, and 42.
And do you know how much that is?
I'm not aware, but I can certainly get the math and make it you and bring it to you if that was which wish.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we're discussing, Councillor Karygiannis, it seems to me that when we're discussing the city's tax rate, in essence, what we should start with the premise of what we're discussing is our vision for the city and how do we pay for it. That should be the starting point, not numbers, rather a vision. And the reality is that we do not have the resources to maintain the city we have today, let alone the resources to build the city that this council has said it wants to build. The money's not there. We've just seen it in the staff presentations. We've seen it throughout this budget committee process, a $22 billion unfunded capital list. $1.8 billion for TCHC, nearly $5 billion for TTC. That just starts us on the capital. On the operating, we just heard, we already know in 2017 we have a $450 million base operating pressure going into that year. We have a revenue problem based on our vision as council in this city. So what does a revenue problem look like? I want to actually bring it home on a specific piece. And I want to talk about cold weather drop-in programs. Right now, we have 2 24-hour cold weather warming centers open in the city, 2 of them. When the original budget was proposed, because we started with a number around taxes and not our vision, those 2 warming centers, $416,000 for them, was not in the budget. The budget committee put it back in. That's a good thing. But here's what it looks like. I went out to visit St. Felix, the warming center there. It's in my ward. I went there 3 weeks ago on a night that was -2, not an extreme cold weather alert. It has a capacity for 50 people overnight. There were 90 people there. 90 people sleeping 12 inches apart on mats in a site that is big enough for 50 people. So when we talk about a vision for our city and you talk about cold weather drop-in centers, we are fighting tooth and nail to maintain programs that are already over capacity. That's what the discussion is when we talk about revenue. Now this budget, on the revenue side, I'm pleased to see that the mayor has proposed a city building levy. That's a good first step. It is an acknowledgement in this chamber that we have a revenue problem. And that's something that we should champion collectively. The challenge today and going forward is that the proposed fix with the city building levy isn't a solution. It will generate $70 million on an annual basis at its time of maturity in 5 years when we know that the backlog on capital is $22 billion. So it is a step, but it is just that, a step. Now, whenever we talk about taxes, the boogeyman comes out. Tax is the 4-letter word. You can't talk about investing because we're always told that Torontonians can't afford to pay more taxes. that we can't afford it. So what can't we afford in this city? Well, if you listen to people in this chamber and at the town hall meetings I've hosted along with Councillor Layton and at Budget Committee, what I've heard is that Torontonians can no longer afford growing inequality. Torontonians cannot afford aging transit and aging roads. Torontonians cannot afford to continue to watch the gap between the rich and the poor grow year after year. After 2 deaths this weekend, 2 deaths in city shelters this weekend, Torontonians cannot afford to continue to watch homeless people die in our streets. We cannot afford to delay investments in infrastructure that makes our economy strong. And families can't afford to continue sitting on a waiting list for affordable housing or a childcare subsidy. That's what Torontonians cannot afford. And so as we discuss the tax rate, as we discuss our vision for this city and how we pay for it, I don't believe we can afford another year of slogans about the evils of taxes. I don't believe we can afford another year of commitments at or below the rate of inflation. Torontonians cannot afford it. And so, it is time to invest again. Torontonians deserve better, and if we, as leaders in our communities and in this city, are prepared to lead and be honest, we can deliver that vision for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to rise and encourage members of council to really give some consideration to Councillor Carroll's motion. I think that she's so rightly pointed out that the rate of inflation is not as being purported as 1.3%, but rather the more realistic rate is sitting at 1.7 and higher. And I think it's important for us to take at face value what is said to us from the leadership of this city, is that if we are to build a city and we want to invest in the programs that make this a great city to live, work, invest, and play, then we're going to have to do that honestly. And when we talk about pegging the property taxes to the rate of inflation, then let's just do that. Why are we trying to play this shell game where it's 1.3? We post that down, and as the dates and months move along, and at the end of the year, we now know it's a different figure. It's 1.66 rounded up, it's 1.7 rounded down, it's 1.6. So why are we even looking at a 1.3? And I can't help but think that if we are this, quite honestly, I'm just going to say, if we're this dishonest perhaps, or we're this misguided at this stage, which is what is a simple exercise of trying to set a rate of inflation and peg that to the property tax rate, then how can we possibly trust the rest of this budget? How can we possibly trust that in a few short months we're going to have an honest conversation about fixing this broken funding model? That we're going to go to Queen's Park and we're going to ask them for additional adjustments in how we're able to raise funds that we desperately need to build the city that we want. And if that's the case, then we can't even be honest with ourselves about what the rate of inflation is. Then how can Queen's Park possibly ever take us seriously? And I think that what you're going to hear from them, my guess is you folks have already tools that you're not using. Why on earth would we give you more? So I really like Councillor Carroll's approach. I think that she's identified something that each and every one of us must be honest with. If we're going to turn around and say to our residents is that we support raising the tax so that we can actually pay it and offset it with a rate of inflation, then let's use the figures that actually make sense, that are coming out of the economic papers and documents that are littering this country. And we can't choose numbers that are now 6 months old when we know that even then those numbers are now outdated. I want to just speak very briefly to Councillor Karygiannis' motion, and I won't spend too much time on it because I don't think it really deserves too much time. In the downtown wards of 20, 27, and 28, I just want to point out that the 3 wards actually we only consist of 3% of the land mass, but we well hit above our economic weight, and we pay, and our communities bear the brunt of a lot of development pressures. And we continue to do it, and we don't really complain about it, just so you know. You never hear about how we're not doing this or that for the rest of the city. We just happily want to be a part of this city. And no one is even asking about annexing the rest of us and de-amalgamating 3 wards who are generating over 51% of the GDP for all of the city of Toronto. 33% of the jobs are created in those 3 wards alone, as well as the 25% in the tax base. So if you ask me where that $170 million of approximately development charges are going with respect to building the Scarborough subway, you can say thank you, and we'll say you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
More worried about Ward 27 now, seating from the nation here. I wanted to us to focus, and it's too bad our city manager's not here, because I wanted to focus on one small thing that he said about how we balance the budget, and that was with the use of special sauce. And I want to talk about what ingredients the special sauce are. We all know what that is. You put it on top of something that's pretty unpalatable, has maybe spoiled. You're trying to mask the odor. You're perhaps trying to make something a little less nauseous to take down. It's to try to make something unpalatable more palatable. That's what our special sauce is in this particular case. And we heard that from the city manager, that we're actually balancing the budget with one-time funding and reserve funds. Not altogether in a way that we haven't in the past, but we have certainly been given that indication that it's not the right way to do business. It's not the responsible way to balance a budget. To use this pocket of money that you know you're going to have to find the next year, and instead artificially keeping our property tax rate low, and we've seen through the presentations of staff, lower than other municipalities in the region. Now, the more disturbing part of this secret sauce is that it's not nutritious. It, in fact, could be quite toxic. What it could do is damage us in the long term. It could hurt our digestive system and the way that we deal with problems later on. So what we should do is do away with the secret sauce and instead put forward a menu of options that is healthy for our city's budget. See how I did that? You see how I did that? If we want to do things like invest $10 million into saving time off 1.5 million transit rides a day, which we have a briefing note, we know how to do it. The healthy way for our city's budget would be to put 0.5% on the property tax base, because that means next year we don't have to find the money. The year after that, we don't have to find the money. The election year after that, we don't have to say, hey, sorry, we're going to cut your service, or find the money. We don't have to keep relying on all of these unsustainable forms of revenue. Did you know that for 0.025%, we could save a minute's travel time for 1.2 million people a day in this budget? It's on page 4 of briefing note 40A. It says that. For $600,000, 0.025% of the budget. But you know why we're not doing that? Because the mayor made a promise. None of you made that promise. At least I didn't make that promise. I don't know if any of you made that promise. But I didn't make that promise, and that's why I'm not voting for it. I made a promise to focus on people's priorities, not on other politicians' political promises. And let's talk about priorities. That's what this debate should be about. If it's our priority to invest in shelters, to make sure that we don't have people dying in the cold, to invest in housing so that we have people living in dignity and accessible to homes, and therefore getting out of this circle of poverty, then we have to figure out a way to pay for it. If our priority is investing in transit and keeping transit fares affordable, we have to find a way to prioritize it and fund it. If our priority is fighting gridlock, we have to find a way to fund that exercise too. And if our priority is responsible government with responsible fiscal management, we take the advice of our city manager standing over there, do away with this secret sauce altogether, and in fact, fund priorities with sustainable forms of revenue. And yes, that involves increasing the rate of tax above the rate of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm rising in support of this budget and recommending that none of the amendments be accepted. Just briefly, it seems quite astounding to me that so many members of council are standing up and saying taxing is a virtue. I'm not talking to the same residents of the City of Toronto that you are. In the last election, the mayor put out on his campaign that he's not going to raise taxes above the rate of inflation. I see a number of councillors here saying that they'd like to raise taxes. And I'll stand up and apologize, but I never saw a brochure or a campaign sign in the last election from any of the members in this chamber that said, vote for me, vote for Mike Layton, because I'm going to raise your taxes. I didn't... That's a... Right? I didn't see that. You know, if you want me to increase your property taxes, I'm your guy, right? What I do here, and you know, some clever motions saying that, you know, inflation is increasing, therefore we should change the rate of inflation. We should change 1.3 to something more. Let me give you one very real reason why we shouldn't accept that motion. It is exactly because inflation is increasing that we shouldn't raise taxes even higher. Because the cost of food is going up. Because the cost of living in the city is going up. Because of all the things that we buy from all around the world, those things are going up. Because it's becoming more expensive for families and seniors and people on fixed incomes to live in this city, because that very thing called inflation is going up. And so what are we going to do to all the people in the city of Toronto who pay those taxes? Their reward for inflation going up and making it more difficult to live in the city and harder to meet their family budgets, what we're going to do, what is the reward we're going to give them today? We're going to increase their taxes even more. That doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense to me is we should have a certain level of sensitivity to that and a certain level of understanding, and not look for an opportunity to make an excuse to weasel more money out of the residents of the City of Toronto. I think that's fundamentally wrong. You can find a million things in this budget amongst the services that we provide, amongst the capital projects, any particular item, whether it be daycare or parks or homeless shelters, any of those things, we could find 100 things to raise the budget on. But this is the budget that we have, and we've made some significant investments in transit and in poverty and in other things. And it's, quite frankly, I think you can find a way to criticize it, but fundamentally it's a good budget. And it's a budget that I can support fundamentally because it does its best to keep taxes down. It does its best. I mean, I can go to my residents and say to them, we did our best, and that we're keeping your property taxes as low as we can. And I think that's good enough to take to the people in my community. And I think, you know, by and large, you know, if you're going to say that, I know perhaps in some parts of the city, like in Councillor Perks' community, they like paying taxes, or in Councillor Cressy's ward, they love paying taxes. Like, God bless, that's fine. I understand. Well, actually, I don't understand that. But I recognize that. But the people in North York, the people in Don Mills, 1.3, that's good enough for them.
Thank you. Councillor Ajamari to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to say something about the Deputy Mayor's use of the word weasel, and it can go either way on both sides. Speaker, I think we all agree that one of the dire problems facing the City of Toronto today is its unaffordability. But I do want to echo something that was said earlier, and that is that the property tax does not add to that state of unaffordability. In fact, the property tax is a tool that we use to try to address the unaffordability. Because with the property tax, we actually pay for community center space that can be free of charge to communities that need it. We pay for recreation programs and sports programs that are needed for kids and teenagers who cannot otherwise afford to participate in them. The property tax, just think of what it provides. Water that is cleaner than bottled water. Water that is cleaner than bottled water. It provides a sewer system beyond compare. You know, the property tax is something that we use to try to be the ultimate leveler of programs and services and projects throughout the city. We provide the free libraries that have become resource and learning hubs. We provide snow and trash removal. You know, it's not a punishment. Property tax is not a punishment. It's a reward, in fact, because it gives us the impetus and the money, the treasury, to pay for those services which are sorely needed. If residents were to actually pay themselves for policing, trash and snow removal, and everything else that we pay for, can you imagine how much they'd have to take out of their own pockets? Much, much more than the property tax bill that we charge them today. And remember that because we have 2 programs in place, at least, possibly 3, for seniors and the disabled, they are automatically put on a list to be able to get, if their house is valued at $715,000 a year or more, they qualify for total rebate on the increase on their property taxes if their household income is below $38,600. And for the water rebate program, if their household index is below $50,000. So we have programs in place that help those who cannot afford to pay the increase in our property taxes. So year after painful year, we go through this exercise. This is my 32nd time of doing this, and we consistently and unavoidably try to meet the bottom line, and it keeps getting lower and lower. In doing so, we don't spread out the pain. We have special pots. For example, the land transfer tax. We have a relatively smaller group of people paying a huge amount of money. And it targets young families. And I understand that. And I'm not willing to do away with it because, as the city manager said, we absolutely have to have it because land transfer tax has become the backbone of our property tax system. Who would have thought that 10 years ago? So I feel that we're saddling ourselves, and like the proverbial ancient mariner, we have this albatross around our heads. We're going to wake up next year, I think, because we're not going to be able to sustain this for many more years. Certainly not another decade. It's already been 3. So I'm wondering where we're headed, and I think that we ought to be headed in the way of doing the right thing for people, not using property tax, of which we have the lowest of any place I know, at least Southern Ontario, as a punishment. It really is for people to pay for the services that they deserve and that we mete out on a fairly regular and constant effort, and we do a good job. We keep them safe. Everywhere, and not a drop to drink. Where's Lou?
Thank you. Councillor Campbell to speak.
So this isn't my 32nd time doing this. It's only my 2nd time doing this. But what occurs to me is that the city has 2 problems. It has a revenue problem, and I don't necessarily think that 1.3% is the right number. I think that the right number is probably closer to the forecasted rate of inflation, what that is. But I would remind councillors and and those who are proponents of a higher rate that just 15 or 16 months ago we had an election, and elections are important. And in that election, 74% of the people voted for a candidate that campaigned on a promise of keeping the property tax rate at or below the rate of inflation. So that's what people want, and that's what people are getting. So I'm going to support the mayor's initiative at 1.3%. I don't know that it's necessarily the right number because the needs of the city are great. But I'm also, while I feel that the revenue target is not necessarily what we should be aiming for, I feel that the city's size and the city's size relative to the gross domestic product is something that I think is questionable, and I don't know, although it's been steady, I can't say for certain that this city is the right size. We have a transit commission that has great needs and great demands. We have a police department that has great needs and great demands. And those are gobbling up increasingly larger shares of our budget expenditures on an annual basis. We have a bureaucracy that, while steady, no one can say to me that it's actually at the right size. I have a feeling that it's not at the right size, but I can't say for certain that it's not at the right size. I'm bothered by the fact that we are relying on a municipal land transfer tax that in 2007 was just beginning. I hated the land transfer tax. I think the land transfer tax is an abysmal tax on people just because they're buying homes. They will pay $10,000 or $15,000 for city services just for the privilege of buying a house. And yet now what do? We're stuck with this $500 million revenue that tax grab that we absolutely can no longer do without. I don't know what the specific answers to the city are. I think the city's revenue questions are quite complex. We need to look at both the expenditure side, we need to look at the revenue side. I welcomed Councillor Carroll's motion at the Budget Committee to look at other means by which we might raise taxes and fees. I am a supporter of looking at those means, but it has to go hand in hand with finding efficiencies to make the city perform in a more efficient and streamlined fashion. So I would like to thank Councillor Crawford and my members of the Budget Committee. We worked to arrive at this settlement. I want to thank the mayor and his office for coming up with the means by which I hope we can settle at a reasonable tax rate. And I'm not in disagreement with Councillor Mammoliti, who, although I don't necessarily think that 0 is the proper rate of inflation, but we do have residents who live in this city who are on fixed incomes, who live in expensive properties, and who year after year are facing an increasing tax burden. And they are the ones who are perhaps least able to make those increasing payments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to continue speaking a little bit about what I was questioning about during question time. I understand we want to keep our taxes at inflation. I understand the mayor ran on that. But when we started this whole process, it was a 1.3. We have now heard that it's more like a 1.66, or I asked the question about a 1.7. That, I believe, would still be keeping a promise. And I believe it will help us as a city pay for the services we want to provide our residents are asking for throughout 2016. I also hope it will help us when we come to that big item, 2017 budget. We've heard some councillors pick on other councillors about, well, your residents must love paying taxes. I don't think anyone loves paying taxes. But when Councillor Perks and I held our budget meeting, as we have for the last 4 or 5 years, residents have said to us, we don't mind a modest increase. We don't mind paying a bit more taxes as long as we are getting the services we need. We don't want to see cuts to services which are needed by those who can least afford to pay for them. So that is very important to me. I just want to read something here from a group of students who came to our budget meeting. These were grade 5, 6 students from Mount View Alternative in my ward. We have learned that taxes have been not kept up with inflation, and all agree that property taxes should, at the very minimum, keep up with inflation. We want to do great things in Toronto, and the kids in our class all value swimming pools, outdoor rinks, High Park Zoo, fantastic parks, and the cities and amazing libraries. Toronto provides so many important services, we can't cut any of them because people of Toronto need them to survive. Mayor Tory has promised many great things, but where will the money come from? Soon, Toronto will be in a crisis. We need to raise taxes before that happens. We have talked a lot about revenues and expenditures and how we will balance both. Some of the people in our class support things like small increases in sales tax on items of electronics and non-essential items. Many of us think putting money into things like the Gardner Expressway doesn't make sense. This is grade 5, 6, remember? Doesn't make sense, although a few think it is important to keep it. We all agree, however, that better transit and dedicated bike lanes mean more to us than an expressway that is expensive to maintain. We also do not understand why the other areas have to cut their budgets except for the police when crime is going down. We think the police are important, but not more important than other areas. We think the police budget could be trimmed. Areas we think need money include parks, TTC, bike lanes, swimming pools, libraries, childcare, Toronto housing, and more bylaw officers to patrol for cars parked in bike lanes, and ticketing dog owners when their dogs are off-leash in on-leash areas. And I think Councillor Carroll will remember this. It is time to stop thinking of taxes as the monster under the bed, but instead think about them as the knight in shining armour that will rescue us from the monster. So, fellow councillors, Madam Speaker, let's listen to the generation which is growing up in our city now. Let's listen to what they also feel. People are prepared to pay taxes, keep them at the cost of inflation, come up to what it is more like today, 1.66, 1.7, and let's help our residents have the services they want, they need, and help those who can least afford to pay for those services. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise just to say I support the process that we went through. There was a lot of time and a lot of effort spent by city staff, by councillors, and by deputants to go through a budget process to figure out what it is we need to make it through 2016. And I'm quite alarmed about an arbitrary direction on council floor here to change a tax rate that has been established through a budget process. It's arbitrary. It says to Toronto, we want to raise your taxes because we can, not because of a process that establishes the need, but because we can do it. There's a little change in some numbers with the inflation rate, so let's just do it. And what I say to the 1% of Toronto that would advocate raising taxes for the sake of raising taxes, if you've got money burning a hole in your pocket, I know I certainly don't, take that money this year, that 1% or 2% of that tax delta, and just give it to your favorite charity. Put it directly in the hands of the people that need it without that overhead of administration. Leave the rest of Toronto alone, who are facing a garbage rate hike, a water rate hike, and now a modest property tax hike. Leave them to their pressures of making it through their day-to-day life, of paying for housing, paying for their family, and all the other expenses that they go through. I hope we'll be considerate of those people as we think about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I shall be supporting this budget. And as a preface to my remarks, I want to thank Chair Crawford and the members of the Budget Committee for a remarkable effort at cutting and pasting the budget. And when I say cut and paste, I'm not being critical of the members or of the process, but Speaker, I think everyone in this room, members of council and staff, know that this form of budgeting is archaic and simply doesn't work for a city of this size and complexity. I think what we have to do, Speaker, sooner rather than later, is to sit down with our partners, federally and provincially, and work out, one way or the other, sustainable, reliable access to other revenue streams. I think it's imperative in a century where we're going to see very stiff competition between urban regions all around the world, that this government of the City of Toronto is given the revenues that allows it to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow and to maximize the opportunities that come from living in a city of this size and quality. The major challenge in seeking additional revenue sources always has been, Speaker, that the public will see this exercise as a tax being piled on another tax. But if it's done right, Speaker, not only will access to these other revenue sources provide us with the money to address the social and physical challenges that we meet, but it should give us as well the opportunity to lower the property taxes that are presently being borne by the residents of Toronto. And if you can do that, if you can widen the tax base and at the same time reduce the heavy load borne by property taxpayers, then I think what you'll have is a win-win situation. I'm not saying that this won't be a difficult exercise. Our Constitution was put together 150 years ago when cities were simply not that important, and the politicians of that day could never have imagined not only the size of cities today, but the importance of the City of Toronto and the importance of cities all around the world. So, Speaker, I hope that going forward, that this Council will speak with as united a voice as possible with respect to revenue reform, and in so doing, I think will be materially assisting the city as it advances into the 21st century.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak. Councillor Pasternak?
It's not here.
Councillor Pasternak to speak. Okay.
Just lost 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do apologize. I was in a meeting. You know, when you talk about the tax rate and the rate of inflation, it seems small when you're talking around the council for 1.3%. But we have to have a benchmark somewhere. We pick the anticipated rate of inflation. And if we're off slightly, we're off slightly, because inflation is a moving target, and it's not exact science. And you know, when it comes to the increase of property taxes, it has a real impact on many people who are owners of properties, who are no longer in the workforce. Their best income producing years are behind them. These are the seniors, these are the veterans, these are people who came from foreign lands to live the Canadian dream of owning a home. They have raised families, they've started businesses, and now they are on fixed incomes, collecting various pensions or other sources of income. And a property tax increase is a very real hit for them. I had someone in my office last week, a senior who has a tax bill of over $7,000, and he needed a break. And we introduced him to the various programs that the city offers of tax increase relief and deferment. But he was slightly over the threshold. And there are people who suffer more hardship than he. Now, people have come forward, residents in various wards, according to the local councillors, and they say, I'm willing to pay more. But when we send out our tax bills with our little slips of paper asking people to pay more, we get, Mr. Rossini, I guess we get less than $20,000 back, $15,000 back. So where are all these voices of people who would love to pay more taxes that various councillors are saying are across the city and living in their wards? When we give them the opportunity to pay more, they don't. And they don't want to because it's an expensive city, and they have other expenses. And cities and states have a responsibility to bring taxes in at a reasonable rate of inflation so that we're not causing undue hardship on the property owner, people who've invested in the city, who have lived their lives in the city, and are due the respect of this council to live and stay in their home, not be pushed out of their home because of unreasonable tax increases, to live in dignity, and it is our responsibility to show the respect for them that they, in return for the great contributions that they have made to this city, raising their families, growing businesses, and investing in a property. And with that, I discourage the supporting of these motions before us. I thank the mayor for staying with a campaign promise that almost all residents of Toronto supported for the top two candidates, and I believe that this is a reasonable benchmark. Do we have to explore new revenue tools in the future? Well, sure, but Torontonians are paying their fair share, and if we look at revenue tools, we have to look at what non-residents have to start paying, whether it's tolls, whether it's a tax on a hotel room, whether it's a taxi, whether it's a rental car tax. These are the kinds of revenue sources that non-residents should be paying, because Torontonians are paying their fair share. And with that, I just want to say, as a member of the Budget Committee, to thank the Budget Chief and my colleagues and the city staff, and that this is a fair and reasonable tax rate, and I urge you to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the rate that's in front of us. I rise in support of this because I do get from my residents the concerns about increase in taxes and the impact that it has on their pocketbook, increase in a variety of costs that the city is required to pay for city services. No doubt, police is one of those costs that is very top of mind to many people in this city, and it's something that we have to ensure we address. Clearly, as we move forward in this particular budget process, there will be a number of items coming forward from members of council as it relates to a variety of things, policing including. But I think it's really important, and I don't think anyone's made the point yet, that while we talk about taxes, we actually have to talk about a vision for the city. We have to talk about what I think is our priority, our strategic priorities for this city, as a collective body, as a group of people who obviously have an interest in order to make this city.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I'm going to put your time on hold. It's awfully noisy in the council chambers. If I can ask members of council, staff, and the audience to please try to keep it down. Okay.
And so, Speaker, oftentimes when we talk to our residents, we hear them say, well, I don't mind paying more if it's going to be for a specific purpose or it's dedicated for something that I can actually see the tangible benefits and results. They talk about transit and so on, and certainly a number of other things. I think that while we are not California in the varying propositions that many American cities actually brought forward, I still think that we still collectively have to put in place a real vision for the city in terms of what are our priorities. You know, the city manager speaks of this And I think it's something that we really ought to continue, that we should listen to. We tend to sort of create the hodgepodge of, we're going to do a little bit of this, we're going to be a little bit of that, and oftentimes we don't actually do it with much research or details that we've actually brought to the table, and we can look at and analyze the data and so on. We simply do it because, first of all, it may be a political objective. Secondly, it's that some people may be calling for it and so on. But is it in the best interest of the citizens of this city? Clearly, we talk about having resources from other order of governments, and I think it's important to consider that. But let's consider what's right for us first and foremost. What are the things that uniquely we want to do? I think that it's really interesting in terms of the process and the things that we've seen over the last few days, the lobbying of City Hall with certain particular interests in order to ensure that their aspect of a budget and or their line or their funds be approved by this council. I think it's important for us to actually look in its totality as opposed to looking at only a specific area. We have some divisions and some obviously agencies that are consuming of the gross budget about 34% and maybe 25% of the net budget. It actually has a great effect on the rates in terms of how we set those and what we can do with the resources that comes from that in terms of all of the different priorities that exist in the city. So we really need to start thinking more strategically. We need to start focusing on what is important for the collective good, as opposed to just a few either departments or agencies, so that it becomes a special interest process, as opposed to what I think is necessary for the city to ensure that it is in the interest of all. So we are, I believe, failing our residents at this particular point in time, and I think it's important for us to start considering how we address their needs. We've got to do it in a more strategic, a collaborative way where we as council can actually work with our residents in a much closer form. Certainly some work is being done, but I don't think we have actually nailed it at this particular point in time, and I think it's something that we're going to have to strongly consider in order to address the needs. This is a great city. It has to be obviously well maintained, and it has to become a greater city if we're going to compete with all the cities around the world as we do from an economic development perspective and so on, making sure that no one gets left behind, making sure that we have the jobs and all of the different socialization, all the different complements in arts, culture and so on that are needed for the city. But it simply is not going to come in terms of the one-off basis or having one organization generating much more funds than all the others and so on, in some instances combined. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I need, and we'll be saying it probably later when we do the second item, to thank all the staff across all the divisions, agencies, departments. They did an incredible job. We've been at this from the committee's perspective 2.5 months. They've been doing this year-round. In fact, after we're finished this, I think Josie's going to take a few days off, but they're back into next year. So I just wanted to thank them, the city manager, all the councillors who have actually been involved in the city manager. Actually, the city manager was only 6 months, so he's actually really taken on an incredible sort of challenge in bringing this budget to us. And of course, all my committee members and my colleagues who participated in the process. At the beginning of this process, the Budget Committee received a letter from the Mayor outlining his priorities for the upcoming budget process. This direction letter is common practice for mayors to bring to the city. That is the one position across the city that is elected by everyone. It outlines some of the overall objectives and the directions that give the system direction as the budget is crafted by staff. Now, this letter outlined 2 specific objectives: to look for 2% efficiencies and to limit the property tax increase to 1.3%. Now, it is important, it's very important to understand that all direction was guided through the staff process. This is what the staff looked at as they started to pull this large budget into what we have in front of us. Now, many of the divisions took this direction as a challenge, and they rose to it. We saw divisions who actually found the 2% in real efficiencies, and they lowered the budgets by 1%. Now, how did they do this? They did this through a number of means. They looked at restructuring their departments and divisions. They looked at delivering services better. They looked at technology. They succeeded. Now, some, of course, we need to work a little bit more on, and we'll be doing that, or the city manager actually will be doing that over the next couple of months. During the process, we did an exhaustive and disciplined line-by-line analysis. We looked across all divisions. We looked at how they're run. It was a wonderful opportunity to see how the city is run. 2016 budget marks the lowest reliance on reserve funds to balance the budget in the last 7 years. Now, don't get me wrong, this was a very challenging budget cycle, but it showed that we can hold ourselves to the same kind of restraint and discipline that the people of Toronto exercise at home. We've talked about what we've achieved, but in fact, we achieved a lot in this budget. We targeted important investments across the city. We looked at our priorities. We made some choices. Over $30 million in the new and enhanced out of the $67 million the Budget and Executive Committee approved. That is more than any other year previously. There's an affordable property tax increase at 1.3%. Now, we add on the Scarborough subway, I understand that. But there's been very little or no impact to services. We've invested in priorities like transit, emergency services, our most vulnerable citizens, and the arts. Now, I understand some of our colleagues have asked for every request that came to the budget cycle. But as much as we'd like to, we can't do it all. But we can make a real difference to the people of this city by keeping it affordable. This budget is about setting priorities and making balanced, prudent choices. Now, this budget would not have been the same if we were not firm on the property tax increase from the very beginning, and we were not firm on ensuring that we found the efficiencies. What this did and does is send a message to the system that we need to continue looking for the efficiencies, looking for ways to hold us together to be prudent in the decisions that we're making. And I think we have shown through the system, and I think to the public, that we will stand up to the kind of prudent decisions that need to be made to move this city forward. I'm not going to be supporting any motion that does not support the 1.3%. I know that there are a lot of them there. I'll be supporting the 1.3% property tax increase. I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. We understand.
Aye.
So, Councillor Crawford was the last speaker? No, I know, but I just want to make sure all members of council have put their name up to speak. Okay, Mayor Tory will be the last speaker.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you, of course, to all the staff and committee members. I've had a chance to do that before, and I'll just say it again. But I also want to say thank you to the members of council today, because I think when I said this morning, I hope we have a respectful debate, I think it's been exactly that. And there have been different points of view expressed around the room, and I think that's healthy for us to do. And so I say thank you, with more to come, I guess, on the operating budget and so on themselves. I want to just address myself to a couple of things that have come up. The first is this whole question of kind of affordability, because it's been mentioned in a number of contexts. And I'll make an admission here. I went around to, I think, 5 or 6 of the public deputation meetings, and I was kind of hoping that I could come back from those and say I didn't hear anybody at any of those meetings ever say they wanted to have taxes raised. And that wouldn't be telling the truth, because there were a very few people. But it was a very few people. And I will tell you that as I go around the city, and I probably get to more places, and I don't say this in any suggestion other than that I have a job that covers the whole city, and so I'm in every ward all the time, there are very, very few people who come up to me and say that their taxes should be raised or they'd like to see their taxes raised. There are people who say, if you raise them moderately, I can see why you might do that in order to provide better services and so on, but I have far more people who come up and express grave personal concern about the magnitude of those property tax increases because they're struggling. And they're seniors, and they're new homeowners who did a very precise budget calculation of exactly how much money they had to afford the mortgage payments and to afford the taxes and the maintenance and all the other expenses they have in their lives. And there are people who are worried about that. And you know, we looked at it earlier on today and said, well, we need more money to help those who are vulnerable, and I understand that, and we've made substantial investments in this budget to help people who are vulnerable and who are struggling themselves in a very serious way. And I'll come back to that, because I'm proud of those investments. But what I don't want to see us do is be, nobody's being cavalier, but just easily say, let's increase taxes more than what we're doing here, which is the rate of inflation as it was sitting a couple of months ago when we started this. And by the way, I'm not sure there'd be too many people coming in here if the inflation rate was dropping and saying, well, I think we should move the increase down. I'm not sure we'd hear too many of those motions. But having said all that, I think we have a responsibility to make sure that those people who I just heard Councillor Pasternak speaking about, and I think Councillor Menon Wong mentioned them and others, who are on that cusp of themselves needing our help, when right now they're actually quite self-sufficient, that I'm very concerned about them. And I think there are actually as many or more of them who are on the fixed incomes and on the pensions and staying in their homes where they want to stay, as there are of the people who are in need of our help. And so I've tried to do on this, in terms of the direction that I've given, working with Councillor Crawford and everybody else, to do what I try in everything, which is to find that balanced result that allows us to keep a property tax increase that is modest, that allows us to make, notwithstanding that, very significant investments. And anybody who dismisses the magnitude of the investments we're making in poverty reduction measures, in housing, in transit, is not being serious about the amounts of money that are involved here. Tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars, which come out of the pockets of the people we represent. And I think a lot of them are quite happy to see us make those investments for people less well off than them, but they're saying, don't do more than what we can sustain, because we are people ourselves that are having some trouble. For a lot of people, their property tax bill is either the very biggest bill they pay every year or second biggest to their mortgage. And so I think for us just to say, well, what does it matter if it goes up this much or that much? It does matter to those people. I want to just discuss for a minute, and time is limited, a couple of bits of good news here. There was a lot of talk earlier on about how we used these non-repeating measures to make this budget work. The good news is, relative to other years, we've actually done less of that than in all the previous years going back 7 or 8 years or more. The reserves and what's being used in those reserves is less this year than it was in pretty much all the preceding years. I would also say the same thing with respect to the use of the surplus. I mean, there were 2 years back in the day when there were no property tax increases, when huge amounts, hundreds of millions of dollars of the surplus were used in contradiction to the council's policy to make that kind of thing work. We did none of that. And with respect to the whole business of how much did we do out of the new and enhanced services, we did 41% this year, compared to last year, I think, at 31, and the year before that at 22. So it's actually the most in recent years of the new and enhanced services that we've been able to do. I see my job as to be honest with people and to take a balanced approach that tries to balance all the interests represented in this room and across this big, complex city. I think this budget and the tax rate, which is what we're talking about right now, do that. It respects the fact that some people are struggling to pay any increase at all, but it also respects the fact that we need to make the investments in poverty reduction, in housing, in transit, and in the different things that we've talked about in the budget. So I think we've struck the right balance. That's what I've tried hard to do in an honest kind of way, and I would appreciate it if the members of council would support the budget brought forward by Councillor Crawford and the Budget Committee and the Executive Committee and recommend it to you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
So all in order except 3 comes at the very end. Because that's the only way we can deal with all these competing numbers.
You mean Councillor Mehevin's
Yeah,
motion
it's
at
just
the
an
end?
addition.
Okay.
So we'll do it.
Okay, so the order of the motions, they'll be put on the screen, but the order of the motions are in numerical order, except for 3 will be at the end. Everything will be in numerical order. 3 will be at the end. Okay? They will be put on the screen, but we're going in numerical order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. John, are you ready? Okay. The motion is on the screen. The motion is on the screen. Can we, the bells are ringing. Okay, I know, but motion number 1A, which is on the screen by Councillor Perks, recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Grisanti, please. Councillor Mihevik, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 9-33.
Motion 1B by Councillor Perks. Recorded vote. Well, I think in this case we should have one, yes? I did ask for it. Because I don't want to go counting hands.
Councillor Thompson, thank you. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mamaliti, please.
Motion 1B does not carry. The vote is 12-30.
Motion number 2 by Councillor Mamaliti. Motion by Councillor Mamaliti. Motion 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio. Councillor Grisanti, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 1-41.
Motion number 4A by Councillor Davis, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11-31.
Motion 4B by Councillor Davis, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 12-30.
Motion number 5 by Councillor Carroll, recorded vote.
Councillor Mamaliti and Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 12-30.
Motion number 6 by Councillor Karygiannis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Holland, and Councillor Mamaliti, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 2 to 40.
Motion number 3 by Councillor Mihevc. Do we need a recorded vote? Yes.
Councillor Carroll, please, and Councillor Peruzza when you're seated. Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Crisanti, thank you, and Councillor Mamaliti, please.
The motion carries 24 to 19.
On the item, all in favor? Do we want a recorded vote? As amended. Huh? Yeah.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Palacio, and Councillor Mamaliti, please.
Yeah.
The item as amended carries 30 to 13.
Okay, so we've completed one item. Which was it? Oh, yeah, we did number 3. That's right. So we have one item left. Okay, so now do we have on item number 2 questions? So if you have any questions on the presentation to staff, okay, Councillor Fragadakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff of the TTC. Are they present? Oh.
Come on down.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a chance to have the staff come down.
Thank you.
They can answer from there.
Best not to holler from the
Oh, there he
stands.
is. Come on down.
Oh, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
The price is right. Okay. Okay, Councillor Fragadakis.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see him appear. I thought he
he's
left.
Here. He's here.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, how many people take the subway on an average day? Mr. Byford, sir.
You mean subway, not TTC?
Subway, the subway.
Around 800,000.
And how many people take it at rush hour on weekdays? more or less?
I mean, it would be the majority, so probably I'd say each peak you're looking at probably 300,000 in the morning peak and in the evening peak.
So how much would your proposed subway reliability program cost?
Just bear with me. Right, subway reliability package is, just finding my item, the service reliability program for the subway is $1 million for 2016. Annualized is $2.1 million. That's for improving subway reliability service.
Okay, do you think that we could be doing more to improve subway reliability?
I think that you can always do that. That's one of the reasons why I've got my team so focused on precisely that. I mean, ultimately, what will make the real difference is as we progress to ATC, because that will bring the biggest benefit. But in the meantime, there's lots of incremental improvements you can add. These are the types of things you would be doing, including improving running time, adding trains, and adding more support staff so that you can cut out signal failures and improve track maintenance, etc.
So how much would that cost?
Well, that's the figure that's included within our subway service reliability proposal, which was $1 million for 2016 and $2.1 million annual thereafter.
Okay, I'm trying to understand your proposed bus maintenance program. So would it really pay for itself by 2025 and then start to save us about $20 million a year thereafter?
That's correct.
Thank you. Would it really help over 100,000 people a day?
That's correct. From the briefing note, we have listed both the number of people who would be materially affected in a positive manner and also the number of hours, customer hours, that would be positively affected.
So the millions that we're cutting from your budget, what percent is that of your total operating budget?
Our total budget's $1.8 billion.
Yeah, well, I haven't done the math, but the operating budget's $1.8 billion. So when you say cutting from the budget, you mean that's not being included within the enhanced service offered?
Yeah.
Have my math man just do the math.
It's about a third of 1%.
Yeah, it's around a third of 1%.
A third of 1%. Okay. Thank you very much. So now I have questions to another division, through you, Madam Speaker. So it's about childcare? Okay, and a staff person appears. So am I correct in understanding that there are 12,000 children on the wait list for childcare subsidies?
That's correct.
Okay, and how long roughly would it take to get from 12,000 to 1 to actually getting a subsidy?
It would require a considerable expansion in terms of capital and additional childcare fee subsidies. So I would say at this point in time that's not possible.
Okay, so typically, would you say parents looking for childcare are doing so in order to work or to go to school?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone here from TCHC?
Yeah, they're coming down.
Where are they?
They're holding it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for holding my time.
If I can ask staff to please be in the council chambers, because there are questions now to staff. Okay.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much. So, there was a recent tragic fire in a long-term care facility in Quebec, and closer to home, unfortunately, we've had deaths at a seniors building in Councillor Cho's ward, and raises the question to me about what are we doing to improve fire safety, especially for our seniors. So I'm just wondering if there's any money in the TCHC budget to improve fire safety in your buildings, our buildings.
My apologies.
Okay.
New to the system. Through you, Madam Speaker, we have fire safety programs happening all the time in our buildings. We have actually arranged with the fire department for a Fire Safety Week during 2016, and we'll be conducting added inspections to our buildings in the aftermath of the tragic event.
So you said, yes, there is money in the budget for that?
Yes.
Okay. What other things could we be doing? Does Toronto Fire visit your buildings regularly and do fire prevention training with the residents in those buildings?
Yes, in fact, we are ramping up that program for 2016 and are in conversations with Chief Sales and his staff around that exact point.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davis? If we could, when the member of council gets up, before they speak, if they can just ask what staff member you want to ask the question to, so it gives them an opportunity to come down. Okay?
The staff are here.
Okay.
I wanted to first ask questions of the General Manager of Children's Services. We are anticipating through the capital program creating 12 new childcare centers over the next several years, but in the next 2 years creating approximately 1,400 new licensed spaces or physical capacity for 1,400 licensed childcare spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's through the city's budget as well as the provincial budget.
And the number of subsidies we normally assume would be taken up for a child care center that's new, would you agree it's about 50% subsidized and 50% full fee parents, depending on the neighborhood? But overall, that's what we usually plan for?
The average is about 50%, yes.
So if we are building 700 new spaces, it's likely that we would need 350 fee subsidies for those to ensure that there were 350 new spaces that could be allocated to the system overall, but would likely allow for greater access to licensed or to fee subsidies in these new centers.
To avoid reallocating existing subsidies, yes, we would need 350 additional subsidies.
So in order to avoid reallocating subsidies from other child care centers in other areas of the city, we would need to add 350 fee subsidies. And that would cost about
$3.5 million.
$3.5 million. One of the other things contained in this budget is a 5-year plan. And what's the purpose of that 5-year funding plan?
In the past, Children's Services has relied on draws from the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund to maintain service levels. The 5-year plan incrementally moves those revenues onto the tax base to ensure that the subsidy system is sustainable.
So we've been relying on draws from the reserves, and where did the money come from predominantly in that reserve?
The majority of the funds resulted from the wind down of the National Child Care Program and were transferred to the province and subsequently to the city.
So mostly from this other levels of government. I've seen a graph, which I'm trying to put my hands on. I think you produced it. I'll show it later. It demonstrates that the city's contribution has essentially been flatlined for 10 years, while the provincial contribution has continued to grow. Is that accurate description of the cost sharing?
Yes, that is correct, especially since 2010 when responsibility moved to the Ministry of Education.
Okay. If I could ask the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation. The city has been working with a group of young people, and they've formed a group called the Skateboard Committee, and your staff have been working with them?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
And they have been working to identify and develop a policy or a strategy on skateboarding in the city, just like we did with BMX policy?
That's correct as well.
And is it reasonable that we could consider looking at, considering we approved a motion last year and the year before to do so, that we could allocate some money within your budget this year to do some design work and then commit to some capital funding for 2017 to increase skateboard facilities in the city?
Based on the work of the committee to date, I think it's a reasonable time to make that commitment and allocation, yes.
So just to, if you could say it a little bit louder.
Yes.
You've seen you've seen the motion, which asks for planning money this year and capital money next year for construction. You're okay with that motion?
That's correct.
Great. I guess finally, sorry, I forgot one last question from the General Manager of Children's Services. This is my last question.
Yes.
We have a 5-year plan to move childcare costs off reserves and onto the tax base. We would have to adjust that plan if we put another $3.5 million in this year. Is that correct?
Yes, we would, to ensure that those new subsidies were sustainable.
Okay, that was your last question.
In perpetuity.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I have questions for a couple of the staff, and I just wanted to start with Mr. Byford, if he wouldn't mind, please. And looking at page 28, as on the handout from the City Manager today, and Mr. Rossini, I'm just looking at where the money comes from, and I'm looking, sorry, page 28, which is where the money goes. And looking at the TTC, and I think you referenced that earlier as a $1.8 billion. Is that right? 18% of the budget? Am I reading that right?
Yeah, so when the money is made up of $1.1 billion in fares that are brought in from
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, is that a correct?
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you'd agree with me up there where I see Toronto Police Service 1.134 at 11% of the budget, up in the corner.
I didn't do the chart, so I
Yes,
take it as right.
but that's how you read the chart.
That's how I read the chart, correct.
Thank you. And then when we go to page 29, which is where the money comes from, I note that the TTC over here is 1.247, or 12% of the revenues come in from the TTC. Is that the right number?
That's how I'm reading the chart, Councillor, yes.
So really, if I'm to put these two together, I have the TTC with an outflow of 1.860, but an income of 1.247, which means that there's just a shortfall of whatever the difference is going to be there, 600 or 700.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay. So that is the fare box. You'd mentioned the fare box at 1.1, or is that full thing 1.247? Is
Yes,
that the fare?
it's dominated by fare box, so around 1.1 billion on fare box, plus some secondary income, which makes up the difference.
Thank you. And the ridership being 800,000 on the subway, but the entire system per day is?
1.8 million.
1.8?
1.8 million rides per day.
Million. So when we put that at 1.8 billion, that's kind of $10 or however many dollars a ride, but bringing in the dollars. Thank you. I just wanted to establish that there was an income stream for the TTC, which doesn't appear to be in other parts of where the money is going. There's no other income stream. So thank you, Mr. Byford. My next question is going to be for facilities and real estate, and it's got to do with page 97, and it has to do with the plan here for the environment and energy. And we're looking here at recommended change. I believe it's $1.7 million for, increase the total cost for solar PV, $7.95 million, funded by recoverable debt to support the expansion of the program on sites owned by Toronto Hydro and other agencies. Is that a almost $8 million program? Who's going to answer that question?
I'm right behind you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's actually more than that. What it reflects is a change in...
Just how much is it?
It's about double that.
So it's about 15 million?
Yeah.
And that's just for our own property, or property of agencies. Is that right? If I read that right?
That's correct.
So, and that's recoverable debt, and that means recoverable in operating cost?
It means that we have to generate a series of revenues that cover the cost of the loan and the repayment of interest on the loan.
So are those agencies and corporations responsible to pay their own interest on that loan?
Yep.
They are. So they're paying that interest directly. Out of their operating savings?
Yes.
And are they paying it directly, or they're paying it because somehow they're getting a credit through their operating savings?
Through you, Madam Chair. So what happens
Is it direct?
their budgets are reduced from the savings. We take that budget reduction directly and pay off the
So
debt.
they're not paying it directly back as interest, it's through the budget process?
Yes.
Thank you. And last is about trees, and I think somebody's here to answer those questions. And it's got to do with the cost of private trees if a developer decides and gets approval to cut them down. I understand it's $850 per tree, or $650, which one?
I don't understand the question.
Through the speaker, can you clarify the question? The cost per...
Can you stop my...
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times. Can you repeat it? Yeah, go ahead. I put your time on hold.
When a developer is cutting down a tree on a development application, they pay a certain amount into a reserve per tree. How much is it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the cost for actual removal is subject to the value of that structure. There is no set value for the removal. There is a set value for the replanting.
What's the value for the replacement? That's what I'm talking
Okay, for the replace, it's $580 a tree.
$580 a tree. And what's the amount that's sitting in the reserve from all development applications currently?
Through you, Madam Chair, the development application, we're sitting about $2 million.
$2 million. And is that after they've been planted? And that's the whole reserve is $2 million?
Now, through you, Madam Speaker, the reserve is complex. It's set up into a bunch of functions. We have to refund certain factors of the funding, but the actual value for the amount of trees that we're holding in value that we're holding in trust is $2 million.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to divide 580.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell, questions?
Yes. For Children's Services, please. I'm sorry, I think that Councillor Davis asked some of my questions, but I just wanted to clarify a couple of things with you. So this year we were able to put in from tax base $900,000, but you weren't able to put in any for subsidy. That went into sorting people into those childcare spaces. Is that right?
We did shift $900,000 from the reserve fund, or we will, to the property tax base, but we did not budget for an increase in subsidies.
And how much next year will, in the 5-year plan, are you intending to put into onto the tax base?
I believe next year it's $2 million.
All right. So in the meantime, we have 1,400 spaces that have come on. Is that correct?
We have 1,400 spaces that will actually come on in 2016.
Yes, yes, that's right. And how much is in the Child Care Reserve Fund? About. It doesn't have to be exact.
It's about 48 million, I believe, right now, Councillor. 47 million exactly.
Okay. So we have 48 million in the reserve and no money into the subsidies. Is that correct?
We have not increased our subsidy budget, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that is what I'm asking. And what will be the result if we have 1,400 spaces and no additional subsidy positions?
As children leave the city, leave the childcare system, we would reallocate subsidies from wards that have over their equitable share to wards that have less than their equitable share, which is where most of the new spaces will be, so that we're able to place children in those centres.
But we will be placing less of those children who are in the wards who at the moment are drawing on some of those subsidies.
No, we would be placing children in the wards. That would be our priority.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that the plan that you're describing to me would take wards that, let's say, have 100 subsidies, for want of a different word, and then you would be taking some of those out and putting them into some of those other childcare spaces. Is that not correct?
That is correct, but what I should clarify, Councillor, is the wards that we would be taking them from are technically borrowing subsidies from the underserved wards.
And I understand it, but what I guess I'm at is each baby counts, and each family counts. And so when you take, because a lot of the wards have very large poverty communities, and then they have quite a number of fee-paying parents. But the poverty communities very much rely, even in affluent wards, on those subsidies, do they not?
Councillor
Yes, they do,
McConnell,
Councillor. Thank you.
I'm going to put your time on hold.
Oh, fine.
Because it's awfully noisy in here. Members of council, please. Okay, please try to keep it down. It's very difficult for members of council to ask questions and the staff to respond. So please try to keep it down. Okay, Councilor McConnell.
Thank you very much. So in effect, our 5-year plan was to try and put more stability into the child care system because we would put in tax dollars, but it was not and is not, the purpose of it is not to grow the subsidies. And so my question at the end of the day is, with 1,400 new spaces, we will not have any more subsidized babies in those programs overall. Is that correct? Across the city? They'll be sorted, but there won't be any additional.
We did not increase our budget, if that's what you're asking. We always try to move dollars around, and occasionally we're able to get more subsidies out of the system because of savings from full-day kindergarten. So we use that to try to maximize access.
I understand what your thinking was, but I think you'll understand what my thinking is that when you get 1,400 space, would you not agree that we should have some of those spaces available for additional needs of people who cannot get childcare because they need subsidies in our city?
Ideally, each time we bring on more capital spaces to the system, we would have at least 50% equivalent subsidies to help fill those spaces without having to reallocate resources.
Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, it's related to child care. So last week there was a kind of a mini announcement from the federal government. During the campaign and the election process, there was a number of commitments made related to daycare and subsidies across the whole country. Can you speak to any recent announcements and how that may help the municipality of Toronto?
Federally, there is an intent to consult through provinces across the country to create a national child care framework. We would certainly be working with our colleagues to ensure that the City of Toronto's issues were heard in that context. The province of Ontario has just released draft regulations related to Phase 2 of the Child Care Act, the new Early Learning and Care Act, and we'll be reporting to Council on that in the spring with our feedback on those proposed regulations. We have concerns with some of them, but we are very supportive of the others that maintain childcare quality and ensure health and safety of children.
So I'm glad to hear that you're actively involved. Do you think this national child care framework or plan would include subsidies down the road for municipalities across our nation?
I really can't comment on that. I have not been consulted on it at all. Ideally, I would hope that it would include both capital and subsidies.
Capital and subsidies. Okay, so those commitments, sounds like there's lots of commitments been made, and we'll see something forthcoming from that. Hopefully, sounds like in the near future.
I'm hoping to be consulted in the near future.
Okay, thank you. This question is for the CFO or the city manager, just about the firefighters. We're adding a lot of new firefighters. We tend to hear that the trends are down on fires. Could you have looked at offsets? So I understand the whole piece of the safety, the insurance, I understand that. But could you have looked at offsets within the division? Because again, it's one of our biggest divisions, like the TTC and Toronto Community Housing and Police.
So through you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, yes, we always look for offsets when we're preparing budgets. The fire budget is 92% salaries. The vast majority of those are in suppression, or our crews on our streets in our trucks. So the fire prevention function, of course, is one that's separate and apart from the suppression, and really the only way to add complement there in an effective firefighting force is to just simply do what we've done, is add additional resources as proposed.
Thank you. And the last question is for the CFO. You spoke about this in your presentation about, we have all these cranes in Toronto, all this development, and every public meeting I go to related to planning, people are saying, well, council just wants to approve all these developments because it's a cash cow and it's a revenue source. So again, could you just repeat what you said about the cranes in our city?
Sure, absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair. While it does appear that there's a lot of cranes out there, and there are, and that should generate oodles of revenue, it does not. A lot of those sites are redevelopment sites, some of which had commercial properties or industrial properties on them. And if it was on a commercial property, the tax rate that building would have paid would have been 2.5 to 3 times the residential tax rate that the new construction generates. So what we've seen over the last few years, we've had good growth in the residential property assessment class. The commercial property class has basically been flat, and the industrial property class has actually been declining. And that's why you get very modest overall assessment growth of about 1%.
Yeah, but you could understand how the public perception is otherwise. So thank you for addressing that.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question is to the City Manager. It's a quick question. On page 47 of our agenda, item 244, it's talking about City Council direction for 2016 budget to reduce it by a total of $1.263 million for all city agencies, excluding the Toronto Police Service, TTC, and that it is up to the City Manager to work out where to reduce these so-called discretionary funds, which include business travel, conferences, consultant contracting, for you to work out where those cuts will be. My first question is, it says agencies. Which agencies are included in this package? And my second question will be, have you worked out where you're cutting? And my third question would be, do these agencies know yet?
Thank you. So the agencies are all the agencies but the two you mentioned, Toronto Police Services and TTC. I could go through them, but that wouldn't be a good use of time. It certainly includes the library and others as well.
So then my next question was, have you worked out where you're cutting from?
We have not worked that out. First of all, it would be premature because we do need to wait for the budget to be finalized in order to have that formal direction. Second, you'll notice that direction states that we have with regard to, I forget the exact wording, but whether or not they have met the targets. We need to work through the mechanics of that and then have a dialogue with them to understand in relative terms what the impacts of reductions would be, how much flexibility we have. That will take a little bit of time. As I indicated in my earlier presentation, we'll report back on that variance report Q1.
I'm still a little confused about the agencies. I have a list here of 11 agencies. Is that the list you're going from? Theatres, Exhibition Place, Heritage, Toronto Atmospheric Fund, Parking Authority?
Yes.
That's the list. So it's like 11 groups minus 2?
Yes.
Those are the groups we're talking about?
Yes, and that will be the recipient groups of the $1 million or so worth of permanent reductions that will come from the categories defined.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, questions?
Yeah, just a follow-up to my earlier questions with item 1, and that was an add-on to the percentage. Sorry about that. Compared to, or not compared to, but added onto that would be the fees, the fee increases in all categories.
Through you, Madam Speaker, so our staff did some analysis. If you look at property taxes, waste management fees, the water bill, and we just assumed a Metro Pass, if you look at all of that, if you had a small bin, the total increase for the whole year would be about 2.6% or $163 for that consumer, that household. If you had a medium waste management bin, which is our most popular, it would be about 2.9% or $183. And that would include the property tax increase that was just approved, plus the Toronto water increase and the waste management fees that were approved earlier in December.
So the average, and I know I'm kind of beating the same old drum, but it's who I believe I'm representing here, and that's the senior at this point with a low income who owns a home. We're talking about almost a 3% increase, not a 1.6. We're talking about a 3% increase in terms of what they're having to pay out after this budget's finalized.
So through you, Madam Speaker, that would be correct for an average person. Each household would control their own waste and their own water consumption. And
so how, in our right mind as a city, can we say to a fixed income earner like a pensioner that you now, after this budget is finished, are having to pay about $200 more than you did before this budget was passed?
As I did say in an earlier response to a question, almost half of that increase is on property taxes, and if there is a low-income senior, there are programs in place to either defer or cancel that increase, which would be about $84 of
Well, I'm looking at, I've asked my staff to look at that particular program because I don't think it's as simple as you've outlined, and I will bring that up as soon as I get the answers to those questions. They're the ones that have to deal with those applications. But my point is, this is not a 1.6% increase. This is a 3% increase to all homeowners in the City of Toronto. Yes, it is. When you attach the fees to it, it's 3% increase. Garbage, all of it. That's what it is, right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, depending on the situation, how much you consume, what kind of waste, you're somewhere between 2.6 and 2.9.
You are, of course, correct in that, and it is important to emphasize that a fair chunk of that increase is $72 of the $183 associated with the water bill. That is a function of prior councils leaving that pressure and requiring this and more recent councils to catch up and overcharge.
I get that argument. All I hear in the media and all I hear all over the place is this is a 1.6% increase. And in fact, it's not a 1.6% increase. There's more attached to it. That's all I was asking, and you've confirmed that. So my question is, have we thought about the fixed income pensioners who don't get the raises to help support these kinds of increases? They don't get their pensions increased when we pass these budgets, do they?
Okay.
The staff have fulfilled, to the very best of our capacity, the directions. The directions that were given to us, and particularly the staff who report directly to me, were to find efficiencies. Those efficiencies from city staff were in fact found. That reflects a very strong emphasis and having regard for the economy and efficiency of city operations.
I'll go talk to Steve on that.
Okay.
So the answer would be yes.
Yes, you've taken into account the fact that pensioners don't get a raise in their pensions?
That part of the question is rhetorical. What is not rhetorical is the question about have we had regard for efficiency. We clearly have.
I believe that the question has been answered
I'm finished.
a few times, actually. Okay. No, you're okay. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I wanted to, first a general question and then one with regards to the police budget. The general question is with respect to in the analyst notes, I'm wondering how updated they are from when we were doing informal review in the fall. In the fall, each time we did an informal review, we were being told these are the economic factors, but they don't include salary increases yet. Some they were, well, these are this for instance, affordable housing, small division, contract staff. He said there's a lot of we have known salary impacts here. So what level of consistency can we count on in terms of, now that we have the analyst notes as updated as can be, which ones include all of the salary increases, which include none, and on up?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the budget notes are current as of the day they were released, which was December 15th. They have not been updated since to reflect changes at Executive Committee or Budget Committee or Council. We do that at the end. In terms of the treatment of how do we record salary increases, we do the following. Where there is a collective agreement in place that's already been approved, we attribute the salary increases to that collective agreement within the divisional and agency and program budgets. So that's been done, for example, in the TTC and the police, where collective agreements were done last year.
Yes.
In other areas where they're either still out on arbitration, like fire, or where we're collectively right now bargaining on Local 79 and 416, we have made a provision in non-program. We hold that centrally. Once those collective agreements are settled or arbitration settlements come in, we then distribute the necessary funding to the divisional programs in subsequent years of the budget.
Right. So would it be fair to say, if I'm looking at, say I'm looking at a small division, like a policy, finance, admin division, or social development, or affordable housing office is a small one, where it's sort of it's an internal and somewhat senior staff driven, I'd see things like progression pay, there are some known impacts that are already in there. A bigger thing like Parks and Rec is waiting to see.
No, so the staff moving through the grid, known increases in, say, if there was CPP or EI or OMERS increases or benefit increases, those are in. Anything that was subject to the collective agreements for the union and non-union are not included in any of the divisional budgets because they are still subject to collective bargaining.
And the spreadsheet you provided us today, therefore, where it looks at the percentage and the level of achievement with respect to meeting the target, because of that variance in how salary impacts are able to be attributed, we're going to hand out gold stars and special merit depending on that percentage in the far column, because we don't have all the facts until we get our actuals in for 50.
So that is correct. So for example, in the TTC budget and in the police budget, included is the cost of their collective agreements, whereas in our divisional budgets, they are not there yet. But we have made a provision in non-program, and that tax impact where I showed you where the four major drivers are and that city divisions in total are negative, that would include that central provision.
Right. And now one more question, Madam Speaker, for police staff. We require people to adopt a recommendation. There's a recommendation with the analyst notes here that we adopt an approved complement of 5,440 officers. Council has to adopt that on an annual basis I think in keeping with the Attorney General. Am I getting it right?
Is that question to me then?
Yes, I hope so.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the actual uniform establishment is actually 5448.
Right.
It's an establishment that gets approved by the board and City Council, and basically drives the maximum that we could budget for. Today, we're actually 213 officers below that approved establishment in order to balance the need to provide public safety with the need to also prepare a fiscally responsible budget.
Right. So while we adopt that recommendation to give you wherewithal if there were a crisis mid-year, today's complement is 5,261. Am I that precise?
Actually, it's on average in 2016, we're going to be operating at 5235, which is 213 below the budget. And that, again, is to essentially save money and at the same time provide adequate policing.
You've been in that ballpark since 2012, 13, somewhere
We've
in there?
been several hundred officers below our budget for the last 3 to 4 years. And that establishment is also affected by the fact that we've civilianized 156 officers during the last 3 years as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'm going to orient my questions related to crime. There's been a lot of discussion about police, but I want to orient it to SDFA, if the Executive Director could be here. Do we have crime prevention programs in existence in Social Development and Finance Administration?
Through the Speaker, yes. Many of our programs and initiatives are targeted at crime prevention.
Toronto Youth Equity Strategy is one, and I'll come back to that. Are there other programs that exist beyond the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy?
Certainly, crime prevention is a theme in the Strong Neighborhoods work, community safety program where we deliver the crisis response program, and through our youth development work, Toronto Youth Equity Strategy being the guiding principle.
So the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy, which is focused on youth who are the most vulnerable to crime and violence, there are how many action items that were endorsed by Council to tackle the root causes of crime? How many action items were identified in the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy?
There were 110 recommendations. We're at about 20% implementation at this point in the process.
So 20% of the recommendations have been implemented. With additional resources, would we be able to scale up some of those actions?
We would, and one that I would highlight is the focus, it's Focus Rexdale, but scaling that initiative up to Focus Toronto. It's a partnership with Toronto Police Service and the United Way.
So the Toronto Focus program, it's currently in place in Rexdale. You're saying if it could be scaled up to take place in Toronto, where would it take place and what would it cost to scale that up? And could we do that in 2016?
We will be introducing a new focus site in Scarborough. That's now in process. We are managing that within existing resources. We would also like to implement the focus program in East Downtown and West Downtown locations. Resources required to do that are approximately $220,000.
So $220,000 would be needed to scale up programs that are run by Social Development and Finance Administration in partnership with Toronto Police Services and other community partners?
The three founding partners are Toronto Police Service, who actually initiated the Focus program, along with United Way and Social Development. And then the model is really about better utilizing community resources to respond to youth in particular who are about to choose a pathway that they can't get back from.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. To you, to Mr. Vinciano. I wanted to understand, you have the, I guess it's the IRIS program that the police use, a computerized system in order to help the police to facilitate their work?
IRIS was the project. Versadex is the system that we use.
The actual system.
And it's our core operating and record management system.
Right. And so there is a number of reports that we've seen over the years that have talked about the benefits of having the Versadex program and the number of staff that would actually be reduced as a result of its implementation. So before I ask you that question, how much did it cost the police service to implement that system?
The budget was $24.6 million. We came in at 21 and change. So we were about $3 million below budget.
Right. And how many staff or how many people were you able to, I guess, rationalize in the sense being able to reduce in terms of the number of personnel as a result of the system implementation?
We didn't actually reduce any personnel. This was a core system. The Auditor General actually recommended that we go to a commercial off-the-shelf. So it was really to improve the efficiencies of our operations.
So then the reports that I've seen where it stated that 115 personnel would be reduced, would that be incorrect?
Actually, the ongoing operating costs at the time, the business case that was prepared probably in 2010 was about 55. We then came to the board, went to our board and basically said we're going to do it by repurposing internal positions to deal with that pressure.
So you were initially going to reduce the number of people by 55?
Or
not
we were actually going to
115?
increase it by 55.
You're going to what, sorry?
Increase it by 55.
So you're buying a system that's going to help you with efficiency, and then you're adding more people to it, is that correct?
That was the original business case. We revisited that business case and didn't increase it by any staff.
Right, okay. So then reports that I've seen with higher staff numbers that were supposed to be produced by the police, would that have been like a misprint in those reports?
I quite frankly don't know which reports you're talking about, but I can tell you that our business...
Reports that were submitted to the Police Service Board when I was a member of that. I think, Speaker, you were a member of the Police Service Board at the time when we saw those numbers.
I'm sorry,
The Speaker is shaking her head. Thank you very much, sir. Let me then ask you this question. I'm hoping that you can answer the question. You talked about the complement in terms of 275 that you're down. Was that correct? Was that your statement? I was out of the room. I think I heard you when I was away.
Actually, it's 213 this year.
213?
On average.
On average, okay. So crime levels are down as it relates to varying categories with respect to how the police, I guess, account for crime in the city?
Major crime is down, as has been down across North America, but it is starting to come up again.
It's starting to come up
That is
again.
not a factor, though, or not the only factor in terms of the number of people that we need to police a city.
Right. And so with respect to the numbers of people that you're talking about, the 215, how would they be utilized? Are you able to answer that question?
The 213 is what we're below our approved establishment.
Right, but what would they do?
The 52,
Would they be frontline
35.
officers?
A lot of them are frontline officers, a lot of them are in crime prevention, a lot of them are in covert operations, a lot of them are in a number of investigations.
Okay, so I just have another minute left. I want to ask a little bit about TAVIS. The TAVIS program, is that an actual team of officers who are dedicated to specific tasks, or is that officers with respect to utilizing overtime to address, I guess, concerns around policing?
So TAVIS was a program that was initiated by the province. It basically allowed us to put 30 school resource officers in the schools. The rest was premium pay. We had specialized team, and to help divisions to deal with the pressure.
And the funding comes from the province?
Part of the funding for TAVIS
And
comes from
is the province continuing to fund the TAVIS program?
We are in discussions with the province.
Or is
around
the
that.
province funding the TAVIS program, yes or no?
It's funding it to about half what they used to fund.
And are you looking to the city to gain some of the monies that you're not really realizing from the province? through this
Actually, we
budget?
reduced our class size by 30 to deal with some of the pressures because we lost
So the
grant.
0.6 that you're short from the province, how is that accounted for in the budget?
It's revenue that we've lost.
And how much revenue is that?
$2.5 million.
And are you asking the city for those revenues?
No.
So not being realized?
That was
No.
your last question.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevik.
My questions are to the city manager. I just want to, as I think many of us do, want to make sure that we are clean in our process around how budgets are formed. And I, for one, was disturbed yesterday when I found out that the police chief was making the rounds. My question to you is that do you have, well, let's say for city staff, for the CFO, for any division head, is that appropriate to be on the, of their own initiative, would you tolerate that within the broader civil service of the city?
So the question is specific with respect to the public service of the City of Toronto.
Yes.
And I would, in fact, not only tolerate, but would, in fact, encourage the provision of information by city staff to city councillors with respect to budgetary or other items.
Well, there's a difference between provision of information. Usually that information is provided in the context of a committee or in an organized setting where a councillor or the mayor or someone says, okay, we need a briefing on this, and people are invited, and it's open and transparent. But the setting up of meetings and doing the one-on-ones, it hasn't been part, to my knowledge, it has not been part of the, well, to my knowledge, I've been around here since the beginning of amalgamation. I've never seen it. I've just never seen it.
So I understand the point you're making. I cannot confirm the existence of a policy direction from the city manager that indicates to staff they are not allowed to reach into councillors to express a view or give them a sense of what might occur.
Would it be also the case that what I have seen here, of course, we do it all the time, pre-budget, is I make a call, I don't understand something, I call the deputy city manager and say I need some information on this. That's, of course, totally appropriate, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
But it is a different matter, is it not, when, let's say, John Livy feels that his budget is shortchanged. We would never do it to him, but if he did, for him to, because he has our phone number, say, can I set up a meeting with you? I need to...
Factually, Mr. Livy's budgets are often shortchanged, and he does not make a practice of complaining to councillors individually or collectively about that.
But just from an ethics point of view, and maybe even from a lobbyist point of view, would you not find it strange if he did that?
I would not be comfortable with with a deputy city manager or a member of the city staff actively soliciting or defining a council outcome without an express understanding from the city manager about that and without understanding how that related to the broader committee processes and others. I apologize for the somewhat careful language.
Right. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Speaker, my questions are for Mr. Beniciano, Toronto Police Service. The KPMG report clearly states that the existing model of policing is not working. I understand that the task force was formed yesterday. Will you come back next year asking for more money, or will you bring a different model that's more efficient and sustainable?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can't speak for the task force. What I can say is that the board and the board chair and the chief have established a task force. It was announced yesterday, comprised of both internal staff members as well as outside people. That task force is required to come back in June with an interim report, and then at the end of the year with a plan that will allow us to move forward with transformation. And I want to be clear that that plan will take some time to implement, particularly if you're talking about significant change that just doesn't happen overnight. There will be some savings that we probably can achieve in 17, but the bigger savings will come down the road.
In terms of community safety, the city is experiencing a dramatic increase in shootings, stabbings, drugs, and gangs, and so on. My understanding is some of my esteemed colleagues may ask for some reductions in the Toronto Police Services. Will the response times increase with budget reductions at this time, if that was the case?
Well, let me just say that, first of all, any change, in my humble view on this one, any reduction in the budget at this point in the process is, in my opinion, arbitrary, it's not justified or supportable, and is really not a responsible way of doing business. If we are faced with going below attrition in terms of cutting below where we're at right now, then certainly we would have to look at the biggest part of our budget, which is salary and benefits. It's 90% of our budget, $880 million. And the only way we could get there is to not fill positions that we planned or uniform replacements in 2016 to replace those that leave, and to then go even further by probably a couple of hundred officers to be able to achieve. That then kicks in a legal obligation under the Police Services Act in terms of getting consent from OCPC to actually do that. So that takes time.
Out of the 2.5% increase in Toronto Police Service, and that's in the last police budget, where does the money go?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Is within the 2.5% increase in the latest police budget, where does the money go?
So let me just say, to give some context, over the last, since 2005, 90% of the growth in the police budget is directly related to collective agreements that have either been negotiated or arbitrated. During that period of time, $30 million was for other types of expenses, including non-hiring. In 2016, our budget is going up by $24 million. $21 million of that is to cover the collective agreement obligations. The other $3 million, or 0.3%, is to cover the other expenses. So if you took the $22 million out of our budget, we'd basically be coming in at 0.3%.
You mentioned the word arbitrary. Can the Toronto Police Service tighten its purse strings without taking officers off of the street? In other words, without compromising the community safety overall? Can you expand on the arbitrary aspect? I really want to have a clear understanding on that statement.
I really think that right now we're going to be operating with 5235. The board, the chair, the chief, and the organization is very committed to transformational change. That will take some time. We need to change the way we do business. We need to change the way we're structured, both from a facilities perspective. We need to embrace technology. The chief is very committed to that change, and we're confident that it's going to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, questions?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask about the state of good repair backlog by program on either, I guess, Mr. Rossini or Mr. Wallace. Specifically on page 46. There was a mention earlier, I guess the previous slide it talked about state of good repairs basically flatlined, and there was a comment about Toronto Public Library. They provided an audited analysis of all their branches. Is that something that's expected of all these program areas?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. So roads, for example, we do assessments of their roads and sidewalks and bridges. And facilities, we do building condition assessments. And I understand library does the same. We do expect people to look at their assets, come up with some plan to manage them, how we would keep them in a good state of repair. The problem invariably is that there's not enough money the way we're currently structure our capital financing to do all the work.
Right. So when you do that analysis, for example, as I said in the previous slide, it's flatline, but one of the concerns with the libraries, their state of good repair, 2015 it was $37 million, and by 2024 it's projected to be $109 million, to 2025 $123. So do we work with the library facility staff on dealing with their state of good repair, or?
So through you, Madam Speaker, this issue came up at Budget Committee. It is one of the program areas, Councillor Doucette is nodding her head, that we have not gotten to. If you recall, the big emphasis starting around 2011-12 was transit and transportation and roads, the arterial roads. Then we put more money into the Gardiner. Coming out of the 13 budget, the big focus for 14 was PFNR. And one of the things that we do acknowledge on our side is that for next year, one of the things that we have to turn our attention to is how can we provide more financing to address the backlogs in some key areas, primarily library, and then there's some other key things that aren't in this budget, like AODA, facilities, and so forth.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask on the same page at the bottom, it was good to see the Toronto Community Housing Corporation, more of a detailed illustration of their state of good repair. But one of the things that stood out, and at the executive committee as well.
Ainsley, hold on, I'm going to put your time on. Please, members of council, staff, it's very noisy. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Rossini, so I'm trying to understand, so the state of good repair for TCHC, for example, next year it's pegged at $1.122 billion. And my understanding from the presentation this morning, that $1.1 billion, that's without any assistance from, that's assuming assistance from the federal and provincial government.
Yes, so through you, when we approved that capital financing strategy for the TCHC, I forget now if it was 2013 or 2014, where we needed $2.6 billion shared three ways. That was just to keep the state of repair backlog at the 10% level. If we didn't make that level of investment, it would increase and we would be shutting down units. So even with the assumption that we get one-third funding on the $2.6 billion we've put in our side of the funding, we still have a backlog of about $1 billion, still 10% on a percentage basis, which, I do realize that some people believe that even that is still
Right, and that's
too
one-third.
much.
So without the province and federal government, next year, the 1.1 billion would be, are you saying 3 billion without?
No, I believe that it would increase, if we don't get their side of the funding, by about $200 to $300 million a year.
Okay. And next, I guess, Mr. Wallace, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate question for you. I wanted to ask about the strategy for reaching out to the provincial and federal governments for that funding, in particular for TCHC, because I've had conversations with MPPs that have actually, you know, they point blank said to me, what are you doing about TCHC and the repair backlog?
So I think there's a multifaceted strategy. I know that Councillor Bailau has been very active in that. I know the Mayor has been active in terms of his outreach to both levels of government. I can speak personally in terms of initiating a dialogue with both levels of government. And in particular, we know that there's a profound and important connection between housing and health, and to make sure that other governments understand that housing is very important from a health outcome perspective, health expenditure, and also that our housing stock is, at this point, at risk of increasing GHGs, and there are ways through appropriate investment to manage that as well. So we're working very hard to raise awareness and then demonstrate to the other levels of government that this is an appropriate investment that will meet their priorities, both in terms of budgetary expenses, greenhouse gas, and obviously impact on people's lives.
That was your last question. Okay, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, and my questions first to Chief Sales, if I may. And allow me 30 seconds more to acknowledge the hard work that the first responders are doing in our city to keep us safe, and for that we're very thankful. Chief, what is the percentage increase that you're looking for this year in the budget?
The increase is 0.5 of 1%, and that's based on the annualization of the 25 fire prevention officers that were hired late in the fall of 15, as well as increasing costs in WSIB for something called presumptive legislation. It's a payment for the additional cancers prevalent within the fire service. The province of Ontario in 2014 added an additional 4 cancers, and there's a cost for that, to support that.
How much of your budget, percentage-wise, goes to upkeep your stations, to pay personnel, and for new equipment?
Through yourself, Madam Chair, to members of Council, the direct salary and benefit cost in the Toronto Fire Service is approximately 92%. The additional 8% are for things like station, trucks, fuels, and all the rest.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, question is to Chief Raftis of VMS. I'm not sure if he's in...
He's behind you.
I am. Excellent. Sir, same question to you. How much of a percentage are you looking, increasing your budget from last year to this year?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is a 5.7% increase. 1.4% is the annualization of the third year of the staffing plan that was approved by Council, and the other 3.3% was for the fourth year, the final year of the paramedic staffing plan for 2016.
How much of your budget goes, percentage-wise, goes to personnel, stations, equipment?
It's a very similar answer, above 90% in our service, similar to the fire service.
Thank you both. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure where the Chief of Police is today, but the people that are representing him, I do have some questions. I know it's inappropriate to ask where the Chief is, but I wish that he was here to answer these questions himself. The other two Chiefs were. What increase are you looking for this year?
The increase is $24 million, or 2.5%.
Percentage, sorry.
2.5.
2.5. How much is for personnel? Of that, how much percentage goes for personnel?
2.2 out of the 2.5 is for collective agreement.
Percentage of all your budget, please. The figure of percentage of all your budget.
90%.
90%. Okay, so I thank you. Appreciate your answer. I wish the Chief was here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe my questions are to the CFO, but it may be to others in finance. I wanted to talk about the solid waste rebate rates. And just my understanding is there was some thought put into an elimination of the extra large bin, but finance came back with a different recommendation to budget. Can someone clarify that with me? So at one point in time we were contemplating 0.
No, through you, Madam Speaker. The original preliminary budget that was tabled on December 15th had a proposal to eliminate the rebate entirely on the extra large bin, and there was a change made at Budget Committee to just do the $1 a bag reduction on the extra large bin,
So
not to eliminate it completely.
I'll ask you in advance that I'll be seeking to put a motion to the floor to return to the original proposal. How much was the savings to the city that would result from the elimination of the rebate to the extra large bin?
About $2.3 million.
And that had a finite term, right? There's going to be discussions amongst solid waste at Public Works about perhaps eliminating the bin itself. That's not a sustainable source of revenue, correct?
I believe there is discussions around that, and that question is directed more appropriately to the DCM or Lou DiGeronimo.
How much money was that in? Did you say again about how much it would be in 2016?
Not eliminating the rebate entirely on the extra large bin is $2.3 million.
And how much would eliminating it entirely? 2.3 into the city. Now, if you had your choice, Mr. CFO, I said $2.3 million in non-sustainable funding that you could use this year, one time only. What would you want to? What reserve account should I put it in? Mr. CFO, you get your choice.
Price is right. Door number 1. Capital financing.
The pressure on here is incredible.
Okay, well, I'll give you until you write me that motion, Mr. CFO, I will give you that amount of time to determine where you want to put that money that's not funding programs that I'm going to have to fight for next year to get back in the budget. To Parks, to the acting general manager of solid waste management, if that's your title, I think, today. Why would staff from solid waste management recommend that the rebate price for extra large bins be put to 0?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that was in combination with the CFO, looking at the impacts on the property tax budget. But from a policy standpoint, we could support it in solid waste, as we believe it would increase diversion. So from the audits we did, there's a lot of opportunity for people that have extra large bins to divert more recycle streams and therefore promote the use of smaller bins.
In fact, on average, a household with an extra large bin could actually fit their waste, their garbage, their landfill in a large bin, maybe even a medium-sized bin, correct?
Right. The potential is there if they do full source separation and use all of the available recycling streams.
Thank you very much. My next questions are going to be to the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation. The clearing of debris in ravines. It's listed as part of the Parks Plan as an unfunded pressure in this budget. Can you explain what that is and why it's important?
So through the Speaker, the clearing of debris from our ravine system is part of the ongoing general maintenance that we provide in partnership with Toronto Water in the ravine system. The current level of service for debris cleaning is around the $900,000 mark, which represents 2 crews and a number of seasonal staff. We are asked to report back through Parks and Environment around doubling that service level, which would require approximately another $750,000 a year. That would then double the crews, double the amount of work that is being done within the ravine system for debris management.
And this is essentially so that water, if I read it correctly, it's so that water can move more freely in waterways during stormwater events.
That's certainly, through the Speaker, one of the objectives of that. The other objective, obviously, being just clean maintenance of the ravine system.
So this is a cost share that we would do with Toronto Water because of the wet weather flow master plan.
Through the Speaker, currently cost shared with Toronto Water, $780,000 from the PFNR budget, an additional $220,000 from the Toronto Water budget.
Thank you very much. And my last question is to the TTC. On page 6 of the briefing note, 40A, we can really speed up the transit rides of 1.2 million riders for $600,000 this year, $900,000 annually. 1.2 million trips can be sped up every day with that meager amount of money?
The analysis we've done, Councillor, yes, that's correct, and that is by doing the initiative that we've listed on that briefing note around subway service reliability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any more members of council that want to ask questions? Well, I don't want to shut it off and then people say they want to ask questions. Is that it? Okay, so we'll now go to speakers. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I have 5 motions, A, B.
Okay, just one sec. It's very... Okay. Please, members of council, staff.
Hello? So seriously, where do you want that money? I'm
Okay.
going to let you decide.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. As I said, Speaker, I've got 5 motions, and the clerks can roll through them. Motion 1, I'm looking to basically flatline the budget for the Toronto Police Service. Motion number 2, if that fails, I'm looking to reduce the budget by $20 million. Motion number 3, if that fails, motion 2 fails, I'm looking to reduce the budget by $18 million. And if that fails, I'm looking to reduce the budget by $12 million. And further, Speaker, the last motion, motion E, asking that the board expedite the implementation of recommendations contained in the KPMG Opportunities for Future report, looking at areas of court services and parking enforcement in terms of looking at civilianizing the non-core element and so on, and looking at areas like pay duties and so on, and premium pay. Pay duty, premium pay, particularly looking at using more non-policing personnel at premium pay, looking at how the service can rationalize in terms of speeding up its processes and so on, looking at reducing the overtime. Speaker, for the past number of years, in fact, probably 2 decades, City Council has been committed to constraining the costs of spending for the city's budget, city's annual budget. And unfortunately, the Toronto Police Service, in fact, which is the second largest consumer of city finances, has not been able to slow, obviously, its cost, or in fact, I can say it's been slow to the table with respect to strategies in order to constrain their costs. To date, the Toronto Police Service has made no significant structural changes to address the unacceptable high rate of spending. As we have seen in highly publicized events over the past few years, that there has been and there's a need for a fundamental need for transformation of the Toronto Police Services. We've seen that crime has been trending down and the cost of policing has been trending upwards. Now, I note that over the last number of days, in terms of talking about this with members of council, many feel that there's a need to re-engineering the way police organize themselves, the way they basically manage.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, I have to put you on hold again. It is too noisy in here. Please. And most of it is from staff. Please. Okay, sorry, Councillor Thompson, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And so the re-engineering of this organization has taken what seems to be decades. And so we are at a crossroad, in my view, where either this council decides that they are concerned about the cost of policing, or in fact they're not concerned about the cost of policing. I have worked with a number of members of council and so on over the last few days and the last maybe couple of weeks, and I've had this discussion with not only the mayor but others for the last few months in terms of wanting to bring this matter forward. I note that the KPMG report that's been commissioned was initially forwarded by the board to have police personnel review it and make recommendation. I don't trust that particular process. I note that there are a number of members of council here who have said to me, Over the last few days, they've been told that if they support any motions coming from myself, that it's going to create a huge amount of problems for communities. If in their communities anything were to occur in terms of policing issues and so on, people would be blaming them, so don't support it. That's fine. I know that there's been a huge effort here to make sure the vote's been pulled in a particular way. That's fine as well. Because what I do know is this: we cannot continue to operate the way that we've been operating. And clearly, if we've seen anything in the City of London where they've reduced policing costs by 30%, you can't tell me that this police service cannot do similar in terms of whether or not it's 10% or 5%. And what we see here is that there is no real desire to address the issue around policing costs. There's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of studies, we've spent time on the board, we've seen how information is actually presented. Even here today, where we're told about the records management system or VersaDex and so on, where we were told by staff, well, no, we weren't actually looking at reducing number of staff. Well, that was not true. We've actually seen where, in fact, reports that we got when we were on the board, that they were, in fact, looking at reducing costs. Why would you spend that amount of money when you have no interest in reducing costs? So I know some members have said, Councillor Thompson, I'm not going to support you today because now there's a new, obviously, group that's been put forward to deal with the policing transformation and so on, and that's fine. And just finally, for the record, Speaker, these motions were not drafted on the back of a napkin or a envelope.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
I welcome them, Speaker.
Councillor Campbell, 3 minutes.
So I'll stick to clarification of the motion, not the reasons for the motion. The motion gives direction on how the money is to be redirected or redistributed from the police budget were it to pass. So how did you arrive at the amounts and the various categories of where the money is to be redistributed to?
Well, Councillor, it is the normal procedure in terms of when you are moving funds from one particular area, you move it into varying categories. We've actually defined it in that, for example, we've heard through questioning from Councillor Davis, for example, about child care subsidies. The amount that's needed for that is $3.5 million. In fact, we have those information that's available to us. It's available in many of the documentations that we actually have in terms of what's needed.
So just to clarify, you're not providing direction to the police services in the various levels of cuts, or you're not providing direction on where the reduction is to occur, just that the reduction is to occur.
So, Councillor, as the rules, as the Act states, we are not allowed to go through their budget from a line-to-line basis. We are not allowed to tell them in terms of specific areas. We can just simply look at a global number, and in fact, I'm looking at that.
And were your motions to pass, what recourse would the Police Services Board have?
I'm not sure I follow the question, sir.
In other words, would they have to abide by what the City of Toronto does, or do they have another avenue that they could go to?
I understand the question now. So at this particular juncture, Council makes the decision in terms of what amounts would be allocated to the police in terms of their budget. So this would be the final position in terms of our perspective, in terms of the funds that we would provide to the police.
And just one last thing to clarify, you've been very prescriptive in how the monies are to be redistributed. Was there consideration to not redistributing the money, but just moving toward a reduction or a flat line?
No.
And so not reallocating those funds?
No, there isn't, because I think that there's a real need to understand what these funds would be utilized for. For example, nutrition, daycare. It's helpful to understand this would be a benefit to many families in the City of Toronto and creating opportunities for them. In fact, what we want to do is we want to be preventative and we want to be proactive as it relates to supporting our communities and so on, so as to defer or deter people from being involved with crime, or to create opportunities where the single mom would be able to provide daycare for her child so she can actually go to work.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you a little bit more. You did mention the KPMG report.
Correct.
And is that still what I'm just going to call a living report in front of the Police Services Board? Are you aware of the status of that report?
That is my understanding. That report is obviously there. And in fact, I would imagine that
Sorry,
report...
it's hard for me to hear you. Excuse me. Closer to your mic.
Oh, okay. So it is my understanding that it is, in fact, in front of the board. It's being discussed. And in fact, I would hope that this would be part of what would be presented to this new committee that's going to look at transformation of policing.
So your expectation would be that that report would be one of the foundation documents that the new oversight committee would be looking at?
That's correct, because that report, which is this report here, came out of our concern about the CIOR report that the former chief of police did. We were not satisfied that they had done an in-depth review of the organization.
So there was a report
the
by the
CIOR
chief,
report.
a report that was done, then the board asked for another report.
Correct.
And then what happened to the KPMG report?
Well, the KPMG reports basically, I would say, sat on a shelf for quite some time. Through an article that came through the Toronto Star, believes sort of resuscitated it, and so now it's in play.
I actually don't have a copy of that report, Councillor. It'd be very helpful if you might be able to share some of
I
those
would,
with
yes.
us,
Yep.
Council. I just heard you say that the board, and you were on the board for a number of years, where the budget increased
Correct.
dramatically.
Yes.
We're not allowed to go through the budget line by line.
Correct.
And is that in the Police Services Board Act, that you do not have that ability, or has that just been the practice of the board?
I don't think it's in the Police Service Board Act. It's in the Police Service Act.
It's in the Police Service Act.
Yes.
That there's, but
Council is not allowed to go through a line by line.
not council, but the Police Services Board, I'm asking, has
Well,
the
the police-
ability to go through line
The
by line.
Police Service Board certainly can go through that. I mean, they've set up subcommittees to go through the budgets. Yeah.
But council can't.
That's
Could the city manager's office have an oversight role vis-a-vis some of our large spending corporations that would not replace the role of the board or replace council, but be more of a tracking and financial tracking, since they have, his office has that ability? Have you ever looked or considered that as an effective model at this juncture?
Well, I mean, I think the city manager's office does actually track some of the information, I think. I don't know. But if it's not done, I think it would be a good thing to be done.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti. Okay.
Councillor, I guess I'll have to tell you ahead of time that I'm just not comfortable with cutting the police budget.
That's fine.
There's a number of reasons why, and I'll ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
I guess on behalf of my constituents who have seen a flurry of gang activity in certain parts of the northwest pocket of the city. There's a turf war going on, and there are parts of the city that would like to see more officers on the streets, not less. What you're doing here, I think, is forcing the hand of the police to actually lay officers off. Do you recognize that?
Councillor, what I would like to have you understand, there's a need for transformation of the Toronto Police Service, which would ensure that the issues that you've raised about ensuring that, you know, the turf wars are addressed, but also importantly for this council and for this city to realize that we need to also invest in communities as well. I think that there's a preventative aspect, and then there's obviously a response aspect, because police is reactionary as opposed to preventatory. It's reactionary.
All right, I'd love to get into the debate about whether or not this stuff actually works, okay? Because I've been around for 27 years, and as a provincial representative, I delivered hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to the same agencies. people are still killing each other out there. So at the
And
end
I
of the day,
suspect that they will,
enforcement-
even if you had
at the
10,000
end of the
police
day-
officers. What's the question,
At the end of the
Councillor?
day, enforcement becomes a very big priority for at-risk communities. And I'm afraid that you're now putting the hands-on approach at the top level of the police department to say, because of this motion, we have no choice but to lay the grassroots officers off. And I have some huge concerns with that, because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I disagree, but I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor. There's no doubt that we're all very concerned and we all want to ensure we have a safe city. I want a safe city as well. I do think that there are other models of policing that we are not considering and have not considered for decades in this particular city. That is something that I'm hoping that with this motion will force to happen.
Okay, so the last question is, we heard from the police department, and they're saying they're not completely opposed to what you're saying, and they would like time to do that. In fact, they're suggesting that they work for a year in order to achieve somewhat of an agreement that everyone can live with. Even the chair came out and said that. By cutting this to this degree, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's disastrous.
Yeah.
They're forced to make decisions immediately.
Okay, Councillor
based on
Mamalidi, your
these
question.
motions.
That was your last question.
Are you aware of that?
Thank you, Councillor. That is a matter of interpretation. As I said, we've had over 2 decades to see transformation and reform occur in the Toronto Police Service. We have not seen it to date.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, 3 minutes,
Thank
clarification
you,
of the motion.
Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Thompson. How would you address the issue if somebody tells you that you're cutting staff, there's less police out there, if there's something were to happen in your ward, you will be pointed a finger at?
Yes, I realize that has been some of the conversation that's been taking place here, Councillor. I have been a very strong proponent of effective policing in this city and will continue to do so. Quite frankly, things are going to happen in our city. The fact of the matter is that you could have 10,000 police officers, you will still get people being shot, but I think the important thing is recognizing this. We don't see a situation where, in fact, the policing activity that's in the city now prevents certain things from occurring. I think a combination of things that we have failed to do, which is investing in proper housing for people, daycare, and many other social services and so on, is creating some of the conditions that we're actually facing in terms of the need for more policing.
I am reading your motion 1A, and I'm noticing that you want to allocate some of that money to other areas. And I'm looking here, and I'd say that, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the stuff that you want to allocate the money to is crime prevention to begin with.
Well, that's the point, Councillor. There seems to be 2 schools of thought. One is simply we provide more police, that's going to be the solution to dealing with many of the challenges that we have in our society. The other, which I strongly support, is that to be preventative and investing in social programs and opportunities for families, for young people, and so on. There certainly is a balance. We're not suggesting we don't invest in policing. That would actually be silly. What we're suggesting is that there's a need to be a fair balance. At the same time, a transformation that should be occurring within the organization of policing, more use of technology and so on. There's cities around the world now where when you travel, you don't find a police officer on the street. There's a utilization of technology, writing tickets and so on. Those are not being done here. We've been having this discussion now for 2 decades, and we're still having the discussion.
Yesterday there was a task force announced in order to look at better policing. And some people might say this was to offset something that you're putting forward today. So I happened to call the task force. I said, is there any money attached to this? Is this going to cost us anything? And, you know, to the press it said that to contact for more information the person. When I called in, they said, we don't know what the cost is or any money associated with this. Would you happen to know if that task force, if there's any money allocated to it for consultants? I mean, in the city, we love consultants to keep them coming back and back.
So, Councillor, I'm in the dark as you are, but I am told that some members of council now at least have a landing spot they can land on who were interested in supporting at least some of the motions that I was putting forward. But I'm at least happy that going forward, we're going to see the transformation process that people have spoken about, and that's going to be part of the 2017 budget. So I'm looking forward to 2017, where all of these changes are going to be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday?
Speaker.
Yes.
Through you to Councillor Thompson. In the motion, it says...
which one, Councillor?
It is motion 1E.
1A?
1E.
1E.
On the
Yes.
KPMG. It just says to expedite the implementation of recommendations, and then you go on to talk about some of the recommendations. Could you comment on the degree of flexibility given? Is it all the recommendations immediately? Is it the ones that the board can do? Is there some flexibility for them to just simply get started on something?
Sure. That's a good question, Councillor. And clearly, since none of these recommendations have been implemented yet, I certainly want us to be able to take a look at sort of the ones who could be implemented right away, the ones that will actually give us great traction in addressing the transformational process that's needed for the Toronto Police Service. I'm not suggesting which one to do. I'm suggesting that there's a need to look at these and actually to use good judgment to actually put the best ones into place so we can actually realize savings, we can actually look at efficiencies, we can see how we actually utilize our service. We can also look in terms of court costs, how we reduce our costs, using civilians as opposed to police officers in varying areas, even with respect to paid duties, for example.
So to paraphrase, it's less prescriptive but more suggestive to just get moving on whatever can be done as soon as possible.
Well, clearly, this new committee that's been structured, I would like to obviously have them pair through the recommendations that are here, implement those things that we obviously would find that would be help to transform the organization that's policing in this city. I think at the end of the day it would be in everyone's best interest to do this. But, you know, there's a need, unfortunately, what I see with policing, there's always a continuative next year, another study, and another review, and so on. And what I've learned, having spent some time, you know, this is a great institution, that you have to be blunt at times. And quite frankly, blunt instruments can work at times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, question?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Thompson, I'm trying to understand the police budget as it's being put forward before us today is about $1 billion. And I'm just, so my understanding from what I've read, so salaries and benefits in the police budget's about $900 million, which leaves $100 million for other areas. So do you have an understanding from police? So if we voted for your first motion, for example, what impact that would have on the police department, that $100 million?
So it's important to understand, we've seen situations over the years where we've gotten surplus funds back from the police in the areas of $28 million and so on. We even in between sort of, I guess, 2011 and 2012, where we looked at a zero, we asked for a 10% reduction. You may recall that. We got 4.6 and then 5.2, and we even saw that there was actually a surplus then. What I'm simply saying, I wanted to find the efficiency within the context of the budget that exists. And so it is important to realize that I'm not necessarily confident that, that they can't find that money within the $100 million that you spoke about.
Right. Okay. And then as I look at each of the first four motions, where you talk about reducing it by a certain amount, you've got a different number in some of them. The first one, for example, is at 979. The second one, B's at 983, 985 again. Was there a rationale behind that, or is that just how you looked at what you thought, taken away from the police budget, you would get to these areas?
So when I looked at those numbers, and I'm doing the math, when I use the calculation of the 20 and 24 and so on, that would have been the total that was reflected in my calculations.
Okay. All right. And I also wanted to ask, so Mayor Tory, when they started the budget process, and the mayor sent a directional letter out to everybody that they had a target that they had to meet, you're not comfortable with saying to the police department, we're just going to flatline your budget the same as everybody else, and then, you know, we have this blue ribbon panel that we've started now, or the mayor started, appointed, that, you know, we'll flatline your budget, and then we'll look at what we can do with the KPMG report?
Well, again, I'm not supportive of any increase in the budget. Clearly, I'm supportive of a transformation that should have taken place many decades ago. And so with respect to this blue ribbon panel who was just struck yesterday, responding to whatever, for whatever reasons, I'm happy that that's coming forward. And so whatever they arrive at, we'll let that conclusion or recommendations come forward.
Okay. But you don't think there's a conflict in what you're, taking almost a quarter of that $100 million, if this passes, off the table, and then telling the blue ribbon panel at the same time, go do your work?
That was your last question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I actually don't, in terms of clarification. I actually think the service, this organization, needs major reform. And so I think that even that 20 million, 24 million, or what have you, I think there's a further reduction in terms of how we can invest in technology, utilizing, because as we hear from the service and from the staff here, 90% of the cost is simply salary. And these are not, individuals who are being paid poorly. They're being well paid.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Thompson, I'm pretty sure we agree in where we want to go. I'm not sure if we necessarily agree on how we're going to get there.
Sure.
But you talk about restructuring, and you
Sure.
talk about maybe moving parking control officers and civilianize those. I can't remember, in the KPMG report, was there a timeline, like how long that would take? And was there a cost associated? Because normally with restructuring, there is a cost associated with doing that, right?
Yeah, I don't recall that those have been defined, but on the issue around parking, for example, in court services, we have been talking about that now in the city for quite some time. And so we have always found a reason why it can't be done, but recognizing that if it were to be done, there could be savings.
Absolutely, but if we're talking about this year's budget, what I think you're telling me is you don't know the impact, even though we're looking at cutting the budget, but we don't know the impact of making some of those changes.
On motion E, we're talking about 2017.
Okay, thank you for that.
2017.
Then now with the KPMG, with I'll say the committee that's being struck, there were some definitive timelines, or definite timelines. One was to report back by June,
yes.
And then after that was to have an implementation strategy for 2017 as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, but there was another problem. There was another committee that had been struck by the board prior to this announcement yesterday. That committee, when I actually prepared my response to this, was going to actually bring back a report in June to be dealt with in December, which clearly would not have been able to influence the 2017 budget.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the way the police operate or have operated over the years, you probably have more intimate knowledge than that than most, would you agree?
I have some good knowledge, yes, having spent some time, and a lot of time, not more time than I eventually had wanted to, actually.
So, yeah, but would you agree that we can't, if we're cutting that budget, we can't guarantee where those cuts will be? So potentially, for instance, as you know, there are a number of officers that are in the community outreach program, in our neighborhood improvement areas. It's quite possible that the chief turns around and says, well, I have to respond to calls, so the only place I'm going to be able to cut are in the places that we don't want the police to cut.
And that is a possibility, but one would actually hope that good judgment, one would actually hope that a prevailing wisdom would be to try to rationalize and understand what's being asked of council, as opposed to obviously playing games and not putting personnel where they're needed. I know that's possible.
Oh, absolutely, but I think we can both agree that we don't necessarily have 100% faith in that.
Right.
That was your last question.
So,
No, it's 3 minutes.
What, last question?
Reduction of 1 to 2% of the budget, do you think that would actually result in transformational change?
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the idea. It would be hopeful. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, he never asks any questions.
Well, that's not true.
Councillor Pasternak,
Thank you.
question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just as a declaration of interest, there's a reference in this motion to Toronto Public Library, so when we vote on it, if we could pull that out, it would be appreciated. And my questions are not related to library, and I won't be speaking on it.
Sure.
Just very quickly, the recommendations that came from Budget Committee to Executive and then have, I believe, held through City Council is a 2016 preliminary budget reduction for Toronto Police Services of $3 million gross and net. Now, are your numbers, is this $3 million embedded in what you've got here, or are we adding $3 million to each of the figures that you're bringing before Council? In other words, the reductions for police services are not really $24 million. We have to add the other $3 million approved by Budget Committee and Executive.
Which would make it 27, is that your point?
That's my point.
Yeah. So it's reflective of, that $3 million is not incorporated.
So in other words, what councillors will be voting on are the figures before us in your motions plus $3 million.
Could very well be, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got one more.
Councillor DiCiano?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. On a lot of these strategies, I think you mentioned privatizing parking and a lot of different initiatives. If we were to do this today, how do we realize those services this year?
So, again, Councillor, I have not recommended that we address those issues this year. It's actually 2017 that I'm talking about as it relates to park. It's probably not clear, but it does say looking at 2017.
Which motion is that?
1E. 1E. At the top.
1E.
Oh, 1E, okay.
Yeah, 1E. Because that's the one that really speaks to the utilization of civilians and so on.
So couldn't we look at something, if we've given the police chief a year to come back with some structural changes, couldn't we just wait until those structural changes came and we'd have the money at that time to undertake some of these initiatives?
Well, you recall, Councillor, that in the efforts of preparing all of these motions, we had yesterday, obviously, this blue ribbon panel yesterday. And so I'm telling you that my motions and my process has been defined based on looking long-term. But yesterday, miraculously, this came forward, which is great. It offers some members of council a spot to land on. I'm very pleased at that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Councillor Thompson's motion. The word that I would use to describe it is that this is a budget-driven reform effort. A budget-driven reform effort, remembering that we have actually two roles with the police here at City Council. Really just two. Everything else is requesting. One role is that we choose the citizen and some of the citizen and councillor representatives to the Police Services Board. The other one, where we have decision-making authority, is around the budget. That's it. That's it. We don't have the right to define carding, community policing, all kinds of other issues. We can only make requests. Not even the mayor can, unless he's on the Police Services Board, Councillor Karygiannis. That's legally, by power of the pulpit, maybe we have different kinds of authorities, but not legally. So what I would regard, in the way I would have answered Councillor DiCiano's question, is that what I think Councillor Thompson's motion does, it provides for a down payment on some of the work that the chief and the mayor and the board have committed to. A down payment. Let's get started tomorrow. And the reason why I think it's important for us to send a signal is that there are several. I want to make one more prefatory comment. I do regard it as inappropriate for the police chief to be, frankly, lobbying councillors the day before a council vote on this issue. When I met with the city manager when he did his go-around, I said one of the key jobs that he had as a chief civil service was to regarner the civil service's independence, autonomy, and respect for the independence of the civil service. That's absolutely a principle that we should hold here at City Council. We should not be writing or directing their reports. They have to give us the best professional judgment on things. By the same token, I think that it is inappropriate, and if other senior staff have done it, I regard that as inappropriate as well. And I hope that that practice stops. And if we need a policy governing that, I would hope that the city manager would take that under advisement to say, when does the information stop and when does the lobbying begin? Lobbying is wrong. Providing information, of course, is something that is good. But I'll tell you why I support Councillor Thompson's motion. Over the years, there have been many attempts by different administrations to rein in and ask deeper questions of the police. Questions of, well, when the retention pay issue was surfaced, we were to provide the retention pay, but what we were supposed to get is some changes in shift schedules that were going to save us money. Guess what? That never came. The issues of premium pay and the way premium pay is allocated, requests for reform on that issue never came. Wage increases. It is great when the wage increases can happen for the police that are way out of line with what we're offering QP, with what we're offering other employee groups in our city. They've been out of line since amalgamation, always getting 1 or 2% more than the rest of the civil service. At some point, we have to say no, and maybe the answer is provincial-wide bargaining. I don't know, but certainly the current system isn't working, and we are lesser for it as a city in terms of the money that we have. Paid duty, the numbers of attempts that we've had at reforming paid duty have been countless. Even the $3 million cut that was requested of them, it's really not $3 million. It's $200,000 because 2.8 of that $3 million is taken from the equipment reserve. And guess what? When we get the surplus, that's going to be filled right back in with the 2.8 million that they need for their cars. If we had endless amount of money, that would be one thing. But when we raise property taxes 1.3%, then which yields us $32 million, something of that, maybe $33 million, and 25 of it goes for the increase to the police, there's not much left to do too many other things and to address other kinds of pressures. We gap, they're gapping a little bit, but when you look at what other departments are gapping, they're gapping. I know in public health, probably it's the outlier. It's at 4.8%, and it had been at 6 and 7%. I'm all for balance. I think we all are for balance. But I think this is a bit much, and I think that's why you're seeing the public pressure, why you're seeing the media attention, why you're seeing your councillors who, of course I support the police. They do a good job for our city. We support the police. But that isn't to say that you have to support them all the time for every issue.
Councillor Mihevc, you're way over 5 minutes. Well, Councillor Mihevc and I have a history. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I hope the staff can put it on. I'd like to read the motion that City Council amend the proposed 2016 Toronto Public Health operating budget by increasing the student nutrition program from $1.5 million to $1.6 million to offset by tax stabilization reserve. This is for this year alone. The folks at Public Health are facing an increase that they're looking for some more funding because of the cost of the food and the devaluation of the dollar. The citywide, Madam Speaker, there's 571 locations that have student nutrition programs, 768 programs. That is affecting 176,636 students. In my ward alone, I got 10 locations, 11 programs, 2380 students. I happened to visit one of the schools yesterday in order to be brought up to speed and see what the students were doing. And I want to thank publicly the principal, Andrea McGee, for this, Sarah Vogelzang from Public Health, the staff from the Catholic School Board. But most of all, I want to shout out Ula Knowles, which is here today. She's the Student Nutrition Community Developer Manager with Food Share Toronto. A lot of hard work is going into this, and if we were to move $100,000 1 year to offset that cost, I'd be all for it. I'd like to spend a couple of more minutes talking about, if I may, the operating, the police budget. I'm going to read you something that I got from a constituent, and it states, I would like to share my feelings about the police budget, which is about to come before council. The police have become very disconnected from the reality of fiscal responsibility and resistant of any change to reduce or limit costs. It's time to take a stand and force them to be more fiscally responsible. As such, please vote to freeze and or reduce their budget. Although it's not part of the police budget, we should also eliminate the requirement to have a police officer or two at every road construction site. 99% of the time, they never do anything and just materially increase the cost, which ultimately is passed back to ourselves as taxpayers. Nowhere else in North America is this requirement to perform road construction. Why do we continue to pay the price in Toronto? That being said, I think that my constituent, especially his first paragraph, echoes a lot of what I've been hearing and a lot of conversations and emails that I'm receiving. That just came in. I figured I share it with you. I intend to support Councillor Thompson's motion, and I urge a lot of you to think about it. It's very interesting, however, that the day before this motion was to come out, we found it in our hearts to announce a task force. And the task force, when the media blitz was done, it said there was a contact individual to call. So I called up and I said, what's going to cost us? Well, I don't know. We'll get back to you. That was 24 hours ago. If they don't know what the task force is going to cost, if they haven't figured it out yet, and they just put it on paper in order to make the rest of us feeling good, I have to tell you, I've got some questions. And I'm also was taken back today when the chief of police was not here to answer the questions that we have, and he sent somebody from the. Well, I do hope that he is busy in other accounts, but if the other chiefs were able to be here, Chief Sales and Chief Raftis of first responders, I think the police chief not coming here, certainly it's not in good faith. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi.
You're all wrong. You are. And it won't come to surprise when I say to you that I'm opposed to the reduction of the $25 million, which really amounts to 250 officers that would be laid off at the end of the day. And until somebody tells me otherwise, that's the conclusion I come up with respect to this. And Councillor Thompson, you and I have had a long-standing relationship, but on this one, buddy, I just cannot support it. It's going to hurt communities at risk. It's going to put at-risk communities at risk, even further at risk, because a part of at-risk communities also means enforcement. And if that's the will of council, if that's the will of individuals to go after the department and tell them, I told you so, you should have done this, and we're going to cut you $25 million, the first place you're going to see it is at the grassroots part of the policing, which means at grassroots level. I cannot live with that. Ward 7 can't live with it, Madam Speaker. I don't think your particular community can live with it. I don't think Councillor Peruzza's area can live with it. I don't think the northwest pocket of this city, who is going through a very traumatic experience with respect to the gangs and the fights and the shootings on neighborhood streets, the killings on streets that you would never have imagined this happening, is happening in parts of this equation. And what, instead of saying we need to hire another 250 officers to go after these gang members and to go after the drug dealers and go after the people that are causing a problem, we're suggesting that we take 250 officers off of the streets for what? For a student nutrition program, for an invasive species program, for a winter path maintenance program, for Grenadier Pond, for child care subsidies, for youth equity strategies, for all the things that are going to continue needing the support of council. But at the end of the day, the repercussions of getting rid of 250 officers will be detrimental to each and every one of our communities. It will be tragic if this council votes in favor of the motion to eliminate the funds as suggested. I can't support the budget for the reasons I've already outlined. It's not a 1.6% budget. It's a 3% increase if you tag on all the fees, whether it's garbage, whether it's water, whether it's all of it. And while I respect anybody that's put this together, including the budget chief and the committee, the mayor, everybody, we needed to sit down and figure out where the other savings could potentially come from in the City of Toronto, and it meant a lot of work. And we chose not to do that. And I know there's still another $200 million we can find somewhere. I know it, and I can point you to that. But we chose not to venture into that because what it would have meant is more arguing. It would have meant a divisive council. It would have meant the attacks. It would have meant the same thing that we went through last term of office. And instead of doing that, we chose to coast. And that's all we've been doing with these budgets. And if we're going to continue to coast for the next 2 years, it's 3%, another 3% this year. It's probably going to be another 4 or 5 next year. And at the end of this term, each of those individuals that voted in favor of less tax increases will see themselves hit to the tune of probably 15 to 20% property tax increases and fees increases. I can't live with that. To cut our police department, I think we need to get our priorities straight. I think as a city, we need to decide what it is we want to service our people with. What is it? Should we go back to the drawing board and just be a municipality to deal with emergency services, roads, parks? I think that that's the first step that we should have done and we should continue to do. And all the other extras that everybody's counting on and looking forward to, you're all dreaming in Technicolor. People are so pissed at this council for continually raising taxes, it's not funny. You're welcome.
Did you want to apologize for? No? So,
For what? Saying pissed?
yeah. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 5 motions.
You have 5?
I do.
Oh, okay.
The first is that City Council direct the City Manager, the Deputy City Manager, and the CFO to report back on the feasibility of establishing an MLTT stabilization reserve fund that would be funded through excess revenues from the MLTT from each year, and to develop a MLTT tax stabilization reserve fund policy which will assist in dealing with a fluctuation in the real estate market and those associated changes in the revenue, and to provide a monetary base to do things such as decrease, suspend, or accelerate a phase-out of the MLTT in the future. The second motion. Thank you. The second motion is simply to remove $320,000 from the council operating budget, and this speaks specifically to 4 offices, and I'll speak about that in a minute. To paraphrase motion C, it is a 10% reduction in both the councillor's and the mayor's office budget. The following one is a $60,000 reduction in the common budget, and that travel expenses would be covered by councillors' expense budgets. And finally, the last one is to appeal to the province to give us the power to recover library late fees through municipal taxes. And I'll speak very quickly about item number 1. We heard very much from the city manager about the cautions about relying on the municipal land transfer tax. We are proceeding on a wing and a prayer if we think that the real estate market will continue to grow. We are just counting on the hot real estate market just to sustain the income levels that we get from that tax. And so all this is, I call the RRSP of the MLTT, is simply to take a little bit of money that we may receive excess and put it away for a rainy day. I'll make no secret about it, I loathe the MLTT. I think it's an unfair tax. I think it hits people at the wrong time in their life. When you're a young family trying to buy a home for the first time, a larger home, or seniors selling their home because they're downsizing and they need that money to fund their retirement. But that aside, my point in this is to establish a reserve fund that gives us that flexibility to weather the storm if there is a downturn in the market that could come up, and to provide us flexibility in the future to deal with this tax policy. The other motions, I think, are really leadership by example with respect to our office budget. We've been harsh on city staff. We've asked them to take a haircut on their budgets. I think we should do the same with our own office. And I'll be really clear, this is a zero-risk motion for councillors, because if you run out of budget in your office, come back to council and explain why you need more. 10% is not a lot to ask unless you really are spending all that money. I think you should come back to council and ask why you need more. But I've simply asked for a small reduction in that amount of money. And with the one that respects the additional constituency assistance, look, this formula is based on population. I think many of us can attest that workload in our office isn't necessarily just simply driven by population. It could be housing type. It could be the number of developments going on the ward. It could be the age of infrastructure. We have a lot of pressures in our office to deal with constituent matters. But 4 specific councillors are going to get an extra little pool of money because their population numbers happen to be larger. Well, I can tell you, I looked at the numbers in my ward, and I have a 10-to-1 ratio with respect to the number of people in high-rises to the number of people that are in detached homes that request service, yet the ratio is 33% to 66% of homes. So there isn't a complete correlation here to population type or the numbers of people in the constituency. And the last is simply to ask the province for some powers to give us the right to recover library fines. And I think it's a question worth asking. I will credit Councillor Ford for putting this forward last budget, and I've capitalized on that idea. I think we should take a good look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor, I just wonder if you have any idea how much I already pay in library fines.
I don't know. You let me know. 0, 25 cents? In our house, it's a couple of bucks.
Oh, in my house, it's a lot. I get those automatic calls all the time. I'm just clarifying with you, because I don't have your motions yet, but that you're talking about phasing out the MLTT. That is in your motion, am I correct?
Yeah, to clarify the motion, it is the request for a report to establish a reserve fund. And I added the words of a possible future option, if the council wished, to phase out the MLTT, but that does not mean that that is the absolute purpose. It is simply a flexibility for the future.
It does appear, though, from my looking at it on the screen, that by supporting that motion, we would essentially infer our support for phasing out the MLTT, which will assist in dealing with the fluctuation in the real estate market and associated tax revenue, and provide a monetary base for future options to decrease, suspend, or accelerate a phase-out. So it's very much attached to eliminating the MLTT, from what I'm reading here.
I would respectfully decline. It is an example of something we could do with that based on the policy that would be accepted. Again, this is a report for a stabilization fund. If council ever wanted to decide to do that, at least we would have the means to do it. At this point in time, there is zero ability to reduce the MLTT in any way. And frankly, if the real estate market took a dive, that could be a policy stimulus that we could use to, say, suspend the MLTT for a period of time to further some sales to happen in the world and perhaps come back with more tax revenue. But again, if you don't ask for the option, you can never have it. And I think that a reserve fund is a very responsible and prudent way forward, given what the city manager has told us about the future of the MLTT.
Thank you. And on that one, just about reducing our budgets, would you agree with me that some wards have a lot of development? We've heard about that. Do you particularly have a lot of development in your ward, large swaths of land, acres and acres and acres under development, or large transit projects or large waterfront projects, employment lands? Are those the types of things you grapple with every day or have to respond to?
I have all sorts of development. They are very contentious and they take a tremendous amount of time.
So you, in order to make sure our constituents are very involved, do you think it's wise to curtail our ability to respond to constituents?
I see no curtailment of ability here. I see simply some motions to reduce a percentage of our budget. And those councillors that are benefiting from an arbitrary policy of 50% over the median population, I don't think is fair, because that's not a fair statement of the amount of work going on in the office.
That was your last question.
You let me have 10 seconds. Thank you.
I gave you extra too, Councillor Fletcher.
Second row. We're in good shape.
Next.
Councillor McMahon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Holliday, with regards to the office budget motion, do you do any hard copy newsletters to your constituents?
I have not published one so far. I understand that's from the general office budget.
Do you have a website?
I do not.
Do you have any residents associations?
I have a few.
Community gardens?
I do have a few.
Friends of parks groups?
I do.
Farmers markets?
Councillor McMahon, clarification
So do you
of the
use
motion.
do you use your office budget for outreach to these groups?
My
to help
office budget
publicize?
is used for a lot of things.
So
I'd
do
have
you-
to pull the report and have a look at everything.
Okay. And do you run any events in your ward that you would need to use your office budget for the events or for flyers to advertise and outreach to your community?
I'm failing to see the clarification of the motion here.
Well,
I mean,
if you
can-
want to reduce it,
My office budget is published online and all of the uses of the funds, and I would invite you to look that up.
so would you agree that some wards have more, the councillor does more community events and outreach than other wards?
Councillor McMahon, clarification of the motion,
Well, we're talking about using the office budget for the outreach.
but just clarifying the motion.
I would say that councillors have different approaches to the way that they use their office budget, but I don't see the linkage to asking them to take a reduction like we've asked the staff to do in the city.
Do you believe in communication as a,
I fail to see the relevance to what we've got in front of us.
Councillor
do you,
McMahon.
okay, I'll let it go.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, clarification of the motion.
Clarification of the motion. Motion 3B around reducing the operating budget for constituency staff for wards with households that exceed the median average. Which wards will this impact?
I didn't see it contained in the operating briefing note. It said 4 councillors' offices.
Let me clarify. Ward 27, 28, 20, and 23. What is the population of Ward 3, your ward?
I don't choose particular wards. It's a policy perspective.
So,
And I can't even comment, on workloads in different offices.
All right.
It's an arbitrary approach to allocating resources.
So the 4 wards that are impacted, I can clarify it for you. Ward 27, 28, 20, and 23. Do you know what the combined population is of those 4 wards?
It could be anything,
It's 405,000.
right? So does that insinuate a further workload? I'm not sure.
Do you know what the population of Ward 3, your ward, is?
Yes, it's about
Okay, Councillor.
53,000 anyways.
54,000.
Counselor
And this is
Cressy.
clarification of the motion. In the 4 wards that are impacted with a combined population of 405,000, an average population of 101 compared to 54 for yours, how many BIAs are there in the City of Toronto?
Yes, I take that as Councillor Cressy's office works harder than mine.
No, how many BIAs are there in the city?
In the
Take,
city?
Yes.
Councillor
I have to-
Cressy.
82. Do you know how many of the 82 BIAs in the city exist in the 4 wards who would be impacted by this staff reduction?
Councillor
the wards
Cressy,
that work the hardest.
I'm sorry, but Councillor Holiday does not have the answer to all those questions.
Right.
Well-
Just clarification of the motion. He's moving that he wants to reduce the office budget, period.
All right, well, I was clarifying the wards would be impacted, the population which would be impacted, and the amount of work that would be impacted as it relates to the BIAs within those wards.
And nothing precludes those councillors from hiring additional staff and putting it through their office budget.
So the number of BIAs in the city is 83. Are you aware that more than half of the BIAs in the city exist in those 4 wards which you're seeking to reduce staff from?
I believe you if you say that.
Do you know how many development applications are currently underway in the 4 wards you're seeking to reduce staff
we
from?
see the clarification
Councillor
of the
Cressy,
motion.
I don't believe Councillor Holiday would have that answer.
I think these are important answers to have before you propose reductions in staff budget. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only have questions about 2 of the package of motions. First of all, in the land transfer tax motion, I think I'm clear on the content of the motion and the intent. So I'm asking if you would consider it a friendly amendment. I would like to ask the Speaker that you separate that out, because I don't disagree with setting up a reserve for excesses, so we become less reliant on fluctuations in the market. It's the second half that says we then use it to get rid of what is part of a funding formula to be discussed later on. Would you consider it a friendly amendment that we divide that motion into 2 parts?
Well, I humbly submit that is not prescriptive in any way. In terms of how I believe that it should be done, should be in this way, but that will be a matter before council should we elect to look at a policy right here. The motion was crafted very intentionally because these are important aspects.
That's my question. Could we separate it out? Because there are really 2 intents here. One is to acknowledge, wouldn't you agree, that one is to acknowledge the city manager's concerns, that he's very well outlined, that we're becoming too reliant on an overheated market right now in allowing ourselves to balance. But wouldn't you agree that he's not suggesting we phase out land transfer tax as an important key component of our funding model?
I think it is
So there are 2
tremendously.
intents?
It is tremendously important that flexibility be built into the reserve fund policy, so that if council chose to reduce the amount, to put a pause, to even to phase it out, that's still our option, because we would have a fund to look at to do that. I'm not saying that we're going to do that. It's not a matter to
Always your
debate
option
today.
by vote.
But it's always our option by vote.
Right.
But we'd have to have a robust enough policy to allow that option.
And the only other one that I had a question about, because I'm not sure if it's the same one, the issue around council business travel expenses budget. Part of that budget is used to fund intergovernmental work done through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. You don't wish to in any way threaten our ability to continue to earn some of the monies that we are currently incorporating in our budget through the intergovernmental work done there, do you? That's not your intention.
The second part of the motion allows for a review of what is put into the general expense budget into councillors' office budgets. And I would submit to you that a case may be made for intergovernmental work to be excluded from that.
To be
excluded from the restriction from the central budget.
Through the report in the second part.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Those
you.
are valid points and should be raised through a process.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Davis. Okay, to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I wasn't watching. I have two motions. The first one is about childcare, and I would really like to ask my colleagues if they could give me an opportunity to explain this clearly. We have 12,000 childcare family. First I'll place the motion. This says add $2.65 million to increase the number of fee subsidies by 350 for 2016, to take it from the reserve for 2016, and then annualize the costs over the next 5 years. So I had originally proposed putting that money back in next year, and our staff have suggested, and I agree, it would be better to smooth it out over 5 years. My second motion is on a skateboard park. I had originally moved at committee that we add $500,000. We committed to give the skateboarding community capital money last year and the year before, and we didn't. And so what this says, and I've consulted with our staff, and I'm sure you heard the questions when I asked them, that we would undertake the design work this year. We'd include the money in the budget submission for consideration next year, and that we would come back with a multi-year plan as part of the skateboard strategy. So just to speak specifically to these proposals. In the City of Toronto, we have 12,000 families waiting for a childcare subsidy. What my proposal says is let's put in 350, a modest amount. And why 350? 350 represents half of the spaces that will be created over the next year, because we are building childcare centres with capital money. If we don't put in fee subsidies, our low-income families will never be able to access childcare. We're going to be building childcare centres that can only be filled by full-fee parents. Or we'll be taking fee subsidies from other areas of the city. And that's what we have been doing. We've been harmonizing to achieve equity. But if we don't add spaces, we are just shuffling around, taking from some areas and giving to others. And why should the city contribute? No, the city can't fund everything. And I'm sure the mayor will say that, and has said it to me already, that the city can't fund all of childcare. But I want to tell you the province has been funding childcare. In fact, the province has continued to fund more and more of the childcare budget over the last several years, while we have flatlined our contributions. And I do have a slide that shows that, and I think I left it on Councillor Cole's desk. No, here it is. Maybe Raymond, do you mind just taking that over and putting it on the screen, or Sarah will? This provincial government has funded more and more of our childcare budget. We used to fund it 80-20. Our contribution is now well below 75%. We're actually about 77%. This shows on the red line how much the province has contributed over the last 10 years, and the bottom line is what we have contributed. The provincial government has done its share, and it's time for the City of Toronto to do theirs. Childcare is not just important for young children's development, it is important for our economy, because women and men can't go back to school and become employed without having access to childcare. It is a fundamental need to support economic development, equality, and income inequality. How can we have a poverty reduction strategy if we don't add childcare spaces? It is a fundamental component of helping people to find their way out of poverty. And lastly, on the skateboard park, Our staff have reviewed it. They're quite happy to support that approach, to phase it in. We have had a group of young people in this city who have been working now for over a year and who were promised some capital money this year, and it wasn't in the budget. This allows them to do some work with zero net increase this year and $500,000 to be considered in the budget next year, and a long-term plan for skateboarding. And overall, I think this budget, as I said earlier, we should have seen a tax increase to fund the things that we put into this budget as new and enhanced, and instead, we have used too many one-time sources.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. You're way over time.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Robinson, you have a question. Clarification of the motion?
Yes, Madam Speaker, through you. So you understand, you've talked about the province contributing to child care, and you understand that the federal government, the new government, is committed to making those commitments and dedicating funds as well?
Absolutely not. The federal government has said that they will undertake discussions for a framework on childcare. They have committed absolutely no dollars for a national childcare program or any operating funds. What they have said is that we could use our infrastructure money that we've asked for transit and housing, that we could use that funding for capital investment in childcare. There has been no commitment
So
to national
are you aware that the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development just last week indicated that the federal government wants to improve the quality of existing childcare spaces, make those spaces more affordable for families, and create new spaces for families that find it hard to access quality childcare? This is a direct quote from the minister as of last week. And then we heard all about the commitments through the election platform as part and parcel of the election platform.
There was no commitment to childcare in the Liberal election platform, and I can show you that.
Well, there was. They talked about the National Early Learning and Child Care Framework.
I know this file inside
Councillor
out.
Davis, hold on.
Okay, so my question again is, if the federal government are committed to this, and they indicated that the end of last week, and I've quoted from the minister's press conference, his announcement, would it not be wise to align with the federal endeavor and to work with that and see how that unfolds so that we're not duplicating services at the municipal and federal level? Would that not be wise to at least see what the federal government's going to roll out over the course of the next 6 to 12 months?
I'd be very happy to see whatever the federal government puts forward in terms of developing a framework for early childhood. We've heard all of that language before. And if they manage to add additional funding that they've not committed to in their election, I'd be happy to accept their funding.
So the quote wasn't just a framework. The quote said, improve the quality of existing childcare spaces, making those spaces more affordable for families, and creating new spaces for families that find it hard to access quality childcare.
Boy, that sounds like a
that
sounds like a sure thing that we're going to get funding for.
I think it sounds like.
Councillor Robinson,
you know what?
that was
I don't want to down.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, you have another question by Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Councillor Davis, I may have been quite young at the time, but I know you've been working on
and
this
I've
issue.
been quite old at the time.
You've been working on this issue for some time. Can you recall the first time a federal Liberal government made a commitment to increasing the affordability of childcare in across the country?
Well, I'd say that was probably 1973.
Okay, Councillor, hold on. Councillor Layton, that's not clarification of the motion.
That's Trudeau one.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much. I have 3 motions. A, that Toronto Water, to their operating budget, that City Council requests the General Manager, Toronto Water, to give consideration to increasing the contribution to clearing waterways from, of debris to meet the Parks Plan as part of the rate-supported budget. B, part of the library budget, that City Council requests the Toronto Library Board to request the City Librarian, in consultation with the Office of Equity, Diversity and Human Rights, to report to the Library Board on staffing and service delivery model that meets the service levels outlined in the strategic plan, including using a job quality assessment tool. And my third one, that City Council approve a reduction of $2.23 million in the 2016 solid waste rebate expenditure through the elimination of the solid waste extra large bin rebate for single families and residential units above commercial customers, and approve an increase of $2.230 million in the capital from current expenditures. I'll try to touch on those in a second, but first I just wanted to thank our budget chief, Councillor Crawford, and our mayor for going through this process in what I think was a rather transparent way, and certainly a more cordial one than it was in the last term. I know that the previous budget process was rushed, but in this one, I, as a budget committee member, learned a lot throughout the process. I found that it was quite open in responses I was getting from staff. I also appreciated the way that the service increases that were proposed throughout the year were presented in the budget as additional items that were outside of the funding envelope, but indeed warranted funding. And I would like to, in particular, thank our city manager for that, because I think it was a very unique approach to doing this budget, as I haven't seen it done this way in some time. And I think that some congratulations is deserved, is well deserved. And quite frankly, for the city manager to put to council on several occasions how it was, laying down where we were as a city, rather than sort of giving us this everything will be all right language. He did not give us that. He painted a very clear picture of where the city is going and what he thinks of the decisions we're making in here today. Having said those things, I can't support this budget. I won't support the budget as it is moving forward. I can support some of the amendments that are moving forward, because I think it brings us closer to a good place in a budget, but there are some fundamental things that are wrong with this budget. I think that it's first and foremost an irresponsible budget from a financial standpoint. I think what we're leaving ourselves with is a deeper hole to climb out of next year by using so much one-time funding, and by limiting ourselves to the promise made by the mayor during the election. We're not, in fact, putting us and our constituents in a better place in the long run. I think that's very short-sighted. We should see that there's also an election a couple years away, and if we're not prepared to make that increase now, we're not going to be more prepared to make it next year or the year after that. We're not going to be more prepared to go to our constituents at that point in time and explain why they had a 5%, a 6%, or probably what's more appropriate here, a double-digit increase in the property tax rate. But we're going to be in that position unless we build a more stable financial framework for our city. And I'm optimistic in that I have heard on several occasions Mr. Tory and members of Mayor Tory and members of our council who have been in the past steadfast against revenue tools. I've heard them now speak out in favor of some of the ones that they voted against in the last council. That fills my heart with joy. It makes me happy to know that we have perhaps, through these discussions, converted some people to those that would like to take a more stable approach to increasing services in our city. But I think we've missed the point on some investments that we sorely need in our shelter and housing system, in our TTC. These are programs that will affect people's lives, their quality of life, the very dignity that they have when they're standing on a bus stop, they're standing waiting for a bus, or they're living in conditions that they shouldn't be. We can do better, and we could have done better in this budget had we taken a more responsible approach and looked for and asked the residents of Toronto for the resources they need. Because I know that if we can provide good bang for the buck, that they'll thank us for it. On my motions, I think they're beyond the water motion that's saying look to water to fund this parks piece because it's about waterways, the library budget just to make sure we have staffing that's equal to our service levels, and finally on the extra large bin, I had it on the overhead, but I think my colleague, Councillor Davis, moved it. In fact, the people with the largest bin are recycling the least, and they should be moving down. City staff proposed that we eliminate the extra large bin, and we should be moving towards that. I didn't try to spend that money anywhere else. What I said was stick it into capital from current. Let my friend the CFO and the city manager make sure that it goes to good investments, but we shouldn't let those individuals not recycle.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Oh, we do have questions. Councillor Moser, questions to Councillor Layton?
Thank you. Your library motion, I haven't got a copy of it here. What exactly, how many personnel are we talking about, and how much would that cost us?
So what I have here isn't going to cost us anything. What I'd like to see we heard from deputants at one of the budget hearings that were pages in our library program that in fact work split shifts, they work short shifts, they don't know the day before when they're going to be going in. And I don't think that the City of Toronto, given our poverty reduction framework, wants to be that type of employer. And so what I'm hoping to do is through the library board to use their strategic plan to ensure we're meeting their targets, but also to make sure that we're meeting our obligations as a good employer.
But isn't that part of the union negotiations as well? Matter of fact, my daughter used to work in the libraries, and I never heard that complaint. So,
you know, my understanding is this may be a piece that isn't part of that negotiation, and use of this job quality assessment tool is one that the city outlined in its poverty reduction plan, and could be a tool for us to make sure that we're not only employers but good employers.
So how do we know what potential costs are if we're impacting their ability to do business in a certain way and their scheduling? How do we know how much this is going to cost us?
Well, I don't know what that is, and that's why I've just requested a report to the library board, which is probably the likely place for it to go, is to say, using this tool of the job quality assessment in your strategic plan, figure out the staffing mix that's needed and appropriate. And then if it works in their operating budget next year, I'm sure that they'll bring something forward.
Why don't we leave it up to the library board? We appoint them. Why don't we leave it up to them to do these initiatives? I don't understand why we're doing this.
Well, this is just making a request of them to undertake this process.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to talk briefly about Councillor Thompson's motions regarding the police budget. I believe there's been a feeling around Council for a number of years that when it comes to the police, in many ways, the tail has been wagging the dog. And in many ways, I would agree with that sentiment. If there's one thing I accomplish in my 4 years here, I hope it's to rein in the police budget. But really, the question is how we get there. And unfortunately, I don't believe a straight budget cut is going to do it. We need to make structural changes to the police department. We need to change the way we're doing business. And an across-the-board cut of 1%, 2%, or 3% won't get us there. We need fundamental change. We might think that by doing this, the dog will now be wagging the tail, but that's not the case, because as Councillor Thompson rightly pointed out, we can't direct the police where to make the cuts. So where are they going to make the cuts? Probably in the things where we don't want them to cut, such as outreach into our neighbourhood improvement areas, or traffic enforcement. We just went through this whole exercise in Toronto and East York of reducing the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour. Enforcement is part of that strategy. The police have the power to say, hey, we have to respond to calls first. We don't have the personnel to do traffic enforcement. So we could very well be making our streets less safe. However, there is a roadmap to get us there. I believe it is the KPMG report. Do I think that the police chief is going to necessarily get us there on his own? Absolutely not. To me, it's not a question of my confidence in the chief. It's my confidence in the committee that is being struck, and it is the fact that there are definitive timelines. Reporting back in June, implementation in December. We have David Sognacki and I believe Jeff Griffiths, two very competent people. They're no nonsense. We have the mayor's support. I think this is our one opportunity to make structural changes. I don't want to mess around with this year's budget and give the police reasons not to implement those changes. I will not be supporting Councillor Thompson's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have two motions I would like to move. The first one is related to Parks, Forestry, Recreation. It's a simple adjustment from some Section 37 funds to enhance the Village of Yorkville Park, for Town Square Hall rehabilitation. That's fairly straightforward. You can take a look at that. And then the second motion is to ask City Council to direct the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the chief financial officer to report to the April meeting of the executive committee meeting to reinstate the personal vehicle registration tax as originally described in the Municipal Code, Chapter 765, and to exempt residents over age 65, and to ensure that all personal vehicle registration tax revenues are then dedicated towards the improvement of TTC facilities, including ALDA requirements and the expansion of transit services in the inner suburbs of the city, to ensure that with those dedicated services that can also be used for Toronto community housing, state of good repair, backlog, and the creation of new affordable housing, and to ensure that the personal vehicle tax revenues can be dedicated towards the increase of new subsidized daycare spaces. Madam Speaker, we have now heard the incredible pressing needs of the residents of the City of Toronto. They have expressed through the budget deliberations and the presentations the things that they're looking for with respect to services to ensure that they can actually live in a city which they can afford. And we know that affordability is going to be a #1 issue on whether or not people choose to stay and live and work and study and invest in this city. And my fear, Madam Speaker, is that this city is becoming more and more expensive for those who have less and less. So one of the things that we have to consider is how are we going to pay for the services that residents are asking for? And there's no bigger expense right now that we have to consider in terms of making a dramatic impact and improvement on people's lives is actually the investments towards TTC service and enhancements. You have a system that does not work for people who use mobility devices. They pay 100% of the fare and they get a fraction of the system of use. You have people who are living in the inner suburbs who are underserved by transit. And we know that many of those folks are racialized and they are poor. And when they pay to get on the TTC, they have to make several different changes before they get to where they need to go. So dedicating those funds to serving those communities that are already underserved, I think is actually a good use of our money. We've also heard the mayor talk extensively about how important Toronto community housing is to him, and I think to the executives of his committee. I think we've also heard quite loudly from the residents of TCHC themselves when they actually reported back to Senator Eggleton on the task force. And there were some significant improvements that could be made immediately to Toronto community housing that is going to actually open up those facilities and allow people to live in dignity, to live with dignity. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't believe for a second that reinstating the personal vehicle registration tax to ensure that those funds are going to be dedicated to transit, dedicated to housing, is something that the residents are not asking for. I would go as far as saying that considering the backlog of families who are looking for access to subsidized daycare spaces, which we know is going to determine whether or not they have access to employment, because these two things are related. If you don't have subsidized and a range of subsidized daycare spaces, you are going to have families that are unable to work. Families unable to work means that they're not going to be able to contribute. If they're not going to be able to contribute, it means that they're not going to be able to pay their bills. They'll be left with inadequate housing, and they'll be left with inadequate standard of living. The cycle of poverty is right there. If we want to bring in $4 million every month with the vehicle registration tax, that's one way to do it. You can allocate those funds and dedicate those funds to these three categories. And really, with $4 million a month, that is exactly what we can do. It's not a heck of a lot. We're looking at about $64 million overall every year, but it certainly would put us back on the right track to doing what we did wrong the first time around when we repealed the tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell? To speak?
Ma'am, thank you. I have a motion. So this is in regard to the this is in regard to 12.2 number 13, which makes a change in the wording of the levy that we are proposing to implement in 2017. So deleting the words residential property tax increase and replacing them with the total property tax increase, so that it reads, I'll just read it, include a special dedicated property tax levy for priority transit and housing projects in the 2017 to 2021 preliminary tax-supported budgets based on a 0.5% total property tax increase inclusive of commercial, industrial, and multi-residential. So this is something that's to be considered for the next round of our budget sessions. So I'll just table that. I won't speak further to that other than to say that the capital needs of the city are considerable, and that is why the mayor brought this motion forward in the first place. In regard to the other motions that are before us, I'm not going to support the motions to take a meat cleaver to the police budget, because although I think changes to the police budget are in order, changes to the way that we do policing are in order, my preference would be to give the chief of police time to consider and to implement the changes that he sees are fit, and to go about it in this particular fashion I don't think is necessarily too well considered. So I'm not going to support it, although I would like to say, I would like to thank, although he's not here, I would like to thank Councillor Thompson for shedding an important spotlight on the issue. I think it needs to be discussed, it needs to be debated, and I suspect that if changes aren't forthcoming by the Police Services Board in the next 12 months, that Mr. Thompson might find a lot more favor with his motions. I'll also just speak quickly to a couple of the other motions from Councillor Holliday. These are, I think, in some regards, they're similar in fashion to a past era around here in terms of it's a $10 billion budget, and although I understand he wants to make some symbolic changes, you don't make significant changes to a $10 billion budget by cutting the plant watering budget. So I'm going to support a couple of these, but I think we have to recognize that cutting councillors' expense budgets is not really the way to tackle our budgetary issues. So with that, I'll leave my motion tabled and be happy to take any questions.
As a matter of fact, we do have a question for you. Councillor Moser.
Yes, I'd like to check this with the clerk, but it's my understanding that this council cannot commit any future council to any budget items. In other words, we cannot obligate future councils to give them direction. And with your motion, by taking it past our own cycle, we're committing a future council to a financial item.
So
I'd like to get that clarified with the clerk's office.
Councillor Moser, you were asking Councillor Campbell the question. He moved the motion.
If I could try to answer the question for you, Councillor Moser, this was actually, what I'm doing is I am changing the wording of the motion that was passed by the Executive Committee. This is already passed, and the key line is it says to be considered in 2017, to be considered in 2017. So this is laying the groundwork for something that's to be considered down the road. It's not binding. It's not binding City Council to this tax levy.
But once we go past our own council cycle, if you mention 2019, 2020, it's giving instruction to a future council.
This was the mayor's motion that I have amended through the executive, and this is not dissimilar. It's similar to what was done with the Scarborough or the Bloor Danforth extension into Scarborough tax levy.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, could I get a clarification of that, please?
Well,
Thanks, John.
well, not right now. Right now, we're going through speakers.
Well, I would ask you to clarify with the clerk
Yeah.
whether that's.
I will respond to it. Okay, Councillor de Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and if the clerks could put up my motion. I'm moving an amendment to the Executive Committee recommendation number 26, which is to delete that recommendation and replace it with a new recommendation that says that creating new projects in the amount of $1.2 million for local playground equipment and splash pads in some of my low-income areas, with an offset coming from the cancellation of the Thompson Park artificial turf project. Madam Speaker, I think when we chat with each other about this many billions of dollars of budget before us, I actually think we should be very proud. I've listened to the debate, I've listened to discussion all day long, and you look at that $10 billion number and you try to figure out what percentage we're actually debating here. It's less than 1%. It's probably at one-tenth of 1% of the budget. So I think overall we're doing very, very well. Everything from our parks to our tree planting to our community centers to our emergency services. I think we've done as a community council, as a city council, an outstanding job. So, Madam Chair, saying that, I would encourage people to vote how they think the city should grow best. But I feel the pain of my downtown colleagues and Councillor Fillion, who represents Yonge and Shepherd, who have dozens and dozens of development applications, very highly compact, dense communities, and we gave them additional bump ups in their office budgets for their staff because they had a very direct need and a very obvious need to get additional help so that their residents could get the same level of service as my residents. I acknowledge that there are some wards that are busier than mine. I represent Scarborough Centre. I don't represent Trinity Spadina. If I represented Trinity Spadina, I would probably have, I think Councillor Cressy City has 92 active development files. I probably have active development applications, maybe 5, compared to his 90. So I think the extra support for those councillors who have extra populations and have extra dynamics in their very complicated areas of the city are just and supportable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of quick motions. One that deals with a motion at executive with respect to economic development and culture, which is was to delete some of the positions that have been added into the budget and give the money to arts grants. Arts grants are already being increased by substantial amounts this year and the past 3 years. I'm simply putting them back and saying, let's stick to the initiatives. We need to invest other places in culture. The film office is busier than one-armed paper hangers due to the low dollar. Some of these positions go there, some to the music initiative, some to the museum initiatives. So I'm moving that we leave instead what was recommended by the budget chief in budget. I'm also moving, motion B is simply to delete the second half and what I would call the second intent, Councillor Holliday's motion, so that it would now read that City Council direct the City Manager and Deputy City Manager CFO to report back on the feasibility of establishing a Municipal Land Transfer Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund funded through excess MLTT annual revenues, which would exceed the annual budgeted revenue. I don't disagree with doing the reserve. I'm simply saying when staff report back, let them disposition where that reserve ought to go. I'd just as soon not vote on something that suggests phasing it out. We need to have an appropriate funding model, and stripping things out of the inadequate funding model we have, even in language, is not in our best interest in my view, so I'm moving that. I'll be supporting Councillor Davis's motion on childcare. She's taken the time to understand our 5-year phase-in plan. I've checked with staff. There is an ability to do this. We're simply adding those subsidized spaces that go along with the new centres and adding this incremental amount to what is already a fully fleshed out 5-year plan. And with respect to the police motions, Madam Speaker, with respect to Councillor Thompson's motion, and I believe Councillor Mihevic's, we know from listening to our community that we need police culture change. Culture change, fundamental culture change, with respect to carding and bias, with respect to responding to persons in mental health crisis, with respect to gangs and guns, as Councillor Mamaliti earlier outlined, with respect to stonewalling and sometimes co-opting their own civilian oversight. That's the legend, and the community believes it's true. We need a culture change there. We need a culture change with respect to officers addressing their own PTSD. When there's a culture in the police force such that they're not actually getting the help they need to avoid suicide and PTSD that might be affecting their response on the beat, we need culture change. We need culture change with respect to what is seen as an overblown sense of entitlement with respect to compensation and to promotion, automatic promotion, that the community knows well and is fed up with. We need that culture change. But you are confusing today an arbitrary motion of an unallocated cut of 2 digits of millions that they will simply, under the Police Services Act, go off to the province, to the appeal authority there and appeal it. And we will spend a year in a tribunal arguing that appeal, when we should be getting on with the work of the task force. The task force, which was discussed in November by the board and publicly adopted in December, this is not a last-minute announcement. It was adopted publicly in December. And they need to hear from you in this room today that you mean that task force to get started on its work tomorrow and with considerable force. Chief Saunders needs to hear it. Mike McCormick needs to hear it, and all of the rank and file need to hear that you are setting up that task force to do serious work in a very short number of months to bring you back real change that you can apply to the 17, 18, and 19 budget. That's what they need to hear from you. And they also need to hear that you fully recognize as a council that you need a culture change too. The city manager has teed it up for you. You need culture change in this room. We are telling people that they don't have to pay taxes, but they can have any highway they can imagine, and it can even be built in the air. They don't have to pay taxes, and they can have a subway anywhere they want it, and it'll be ready next week. But you don't have to pay for it. Tell the police that you know you need culture change as much as they need it.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you,
Carroll.
Madam Speaker.
We do have a question for you. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes, clarification of motion.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to get clarification and just a better understanding of what you're saying. So at Executive, we determined that it was best to take those 3 FTE positions and take that money and instead invest it into Toronto's arts community. So we are going to direct those funds to the Toronto Arts Council grant, the LASSOs, Local Arts Services Organizations, and the major cultural organization program. So just to get clarification, you're saying you would rather build up the bureaucracy, the city's bureaucracy, than invest that into arts programs in our city. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I am saying that staff were very clear to us when we began to attribute an increase to arts funding that the lion's share of it would go to allocation to grant programs. The Arts Council grant, prior to the motion that you moved and narrowly passed at Executive, Arts Council was already getting a $2 million increase this year, and the LASSOs are being increased, each of them as well. But along with those cultural changes, we made a serious commitment that we are investing in our film office. And the low dollar which Ben Tall came to Economic Development to tell us they think is ideal, and they want to stay here for a long time. And if it stays at 75 cents, the film office needs those 2 people. We made a commitment to the music initiative, and they need that person. We made a commitment to the museums initiative that I believe you led in the last term, and they need a person. And we adopted those in Economic Development. And I'm simply saying that those 2 are investments in arts and culture in the creative city.
Yes, so that's why we kept 6 FTEs. So we just took away a third of the FTEs.
Be ideal, as per
And
staff
so,
recommendation.
what I didn't recommend those positions, music, film, or museums.
Right, you moved that they be deleted.
I know, I actually recommended that the executive director address which FTEs, but we were focusing on the volunteer position and the festival sector position, because those industries and sectors haven't particularly grown in any way, shape, or form, and plus volunteers can help organize volunteers. So it wasn't in any way targeting music or film or museums. Instead, we left it up to the director. But we felt it was more important for the industry, the sector, the arts community to have that funding than to build up the city bureaucracy. So I guess I just want to clarify. So you're saying you would rather see the money go to the city administration versus the arts community?
I'm saying that we invested in culture, but that not all of it needs to go to grants. I'm saying that the 10 positions that were recommended by staff, 9 of which our budget chief moved back in due to his extensive work in the cultural sector, that we leave those 9 in there and delete your motion that narrowly passed at executive.
So you're clear that we actually only deleted a third of the positions proposed.
9 of the originally 10
just a
recommended
third,
by
to
staff.
go back into the arts community.
Councillor Robinson, that was
Which is
your
what
last
the arts-
question. Thank you. Councillor Cole, to speak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just a few comments on the budget, and I will be supporting the budget. I think the debate that's happened today is a healthy one around police services. The reality is that it's $1 billion of our budget. It affects people's lives in many different ways, and I certainly know in neighborhoods that I represent, like Lawrence Heights and Neptune and Lotherton, police services are critical, and they have a very invested interest in them. I also want to commend Councillor Thompson for accelerating this debate and pushing it forward, because in my short time here, I feel like I've heard this before. And he mentioned that his motions are very much a blunt instrument, and I think I'm worried a bit about that, because it is blunt, and we don't know what the ramifications of it are going to be. But at the same time, I actually think there's quite a bit of an alignment in this room, regardless of what the vote is on those motions, of what needs to be done at the police services. And so I think that's a good thing, and I think we have to start pushing forward that. But I think we also need to be clear that there are some commitments and promises being made that if they don't materialize in this next budget, in 2017, you won't have the receptive council that maybe you have had in the past. And I think we have to be clear about that. I think the world's changing. I think the way those services are being offered is changing. And I think that this is a healthy debate and one that we have to continue to have. And while I'm very skeptical, I'll hold some optimism that we will start to see some of the transformation that has been promised to us and is needed, desperately needed. I want to touch briefly on transit and the TTC in this budget also. I think we should be clear about a couple things. Is there more that the TTC board wanted in this budget? Definitely. Our bus maintenance regime has to change, and that's something that I'll be pushing for again in the next commission budget. The mayor knows that, my councillor colleagues know that, and I hope to push it again into the next budget. But what we should be clear about is that the budget, the TTC budget has increased, and the services offering has increased. They did last year, and they are again. The subsidy from the city to the TTC is increasing this year and in this budget. So let's be clear. Do we need more service and more transit? Of course we do, because the city is growing like it is and our ridership continues to grow. But I think we should be clear and note that this budget increases transit funding for the TTC. It increases it over the increases and investments that were made last year, And I think that should be noted, and I think that's a good thing, and that should become the trend. I would suggest that every budget from here on in should build on past investments in transit because of how fundamental it is to our city and our economy, and that we see that when we make those investments, they pay off almost immediately in the productivity of our city and people getting around and people accessing the many valuable programs that we'll talk about or have talked about today in this chamber. And so I would encourage colleagues to similarly support the budget. I know we'll have a more conversation and debate around the police issues, but again, I feel like I've heard it before. We need to see some real substance and real change. I don't think the blunt instrument in front of us today is the way to go about it. I think it advances the debate and hopefully gets us to that point of transformative change, but it's needed and we need to see it soon, and we better see it in the 2017 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Jamari to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion, if staff would be kind enough to put it up. It's about the Downsview Public Library. So this seems to be the story, that the library board, and according to library staff, had identified the Downsview Library as one of its 10 plans, 10 library plans for the next 10 years. Subsequently, when they found out that their state of good repair component was below the line, they removed this library's, I think it was 4.362 million state of good repair renovation from the budget. Now, I'm asking that the board consider this a priority for next year. Downsview Library is not only a library, it's a community resource center. It's where people go for Wheel-Trans applications. It's where people go to learn English as a second language. It's for newcomer services, and it's a very, very special meeting place in the community. In addition, the community had earmarked $436,000 from Section 37, which came from local apartment buildings that were new in the community, and that was earmarked to go to Downsview Library in order to fit in with the state of good repair. We were going to do both at the same time. So I don't know where that puts the Section 37 monies now. So I'm asking that Council please request that the library board and library staff make the Downsview Branch Capital Project a priority when they're preparing the 2017 library budget next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 different motions to have placed.
On the library.
That is the first one, and it simply has to do with increasing the street art program in the city without actually moving money in, but to ask that the Deputy City Manager and General Manager look at accelerating this fantastic program at the same time as we're building roads and maintaining roads in the city through the Public Realm Reserve, which, as you know, is set up specifically through the advertising on the street furniture and any other sources, so that we could use Section 37 for that, and to look at doing that this year. Next one is that I would ask this question about the trees, and Mr. Doyle has certainly helped me with this, that we really look at how we are replacing trees on private lands. We are collecting a lot of money for the trees that are being cut down for development, and we're not sure how they're being replaced. So this would be a report to Parks, Forestry and Recreation Committee. And the last motion is that the city manager report back to executive committee on ways in which the city can strengthen its financial oversight on our large agencies, including the police service, Toronto Police Service, in order to inform future budgets. And when I say large agencies, I also include in there Toronto Community Housing, TTC. We do have a governance issue because we, city manager, it's council that sends people to these agencies, or council that has the board set up directly and report back to us. But we do need to have some way to have our financial expertise and our city manager and his office to weigh in somehow on these important matters. And I've discovered in this round of budgeting that there really is no way that that's happening, or it hasn't been happening to the degree that I think I would be comfortable with, or we should all be comfortable with. So I want to say a couple of things just about the budgets, and I'm sure this wasn't on purpose, but I will just refer again to pages 28 and 29. And one of the impressions that it would leave you if you weren't really carefully looking at things, and that has to do with the really large drivers in our budget. And I call them the big three because they're the big three, but on here we have the big two, and that's the TTC, 1.86 billion, 18%, where the money goes. Toronto Police, 1.34, 11% of where the money goes. But then the next chart is very clear that actually the TTC, as was established with Mr. Byford, has a very large revenue stream. It is bringing in over $1.2 billion in revenue. It is not simply relying on the property tax base. It is bringing in masses and masses of money from the fare box, mostly from people who are riding it. So I think the kind of impression is that we have these two big pressures in our budget, the TTC and the police. However, one of them has a revenue stream, and I want to really acknowledge that here. I can't put them in the same basket, nor should we. And inadvertently, I think that impression is being left. So that is not right. I will be supporting those motions that say we really need to review the massive increases in the police budget in the City of Toronto, because I think citizens really and truly expect that at this time. That's what they're really interested in us looking at, and asking that the police look at that. Now, the mayor is setting up a task force. It's set up already. I do think that that oversight report about making sure that our main money people are agreeing or being effective around that task force is very important. I think that KPMG report has been put in a dusty place, needs to come out, and this is a discussion for the whole city. I really disagree with Councillor Mamaliti that somehow and that doesn't come as a surprise to anybody. I have great respect for all of the officers at 55. Our best model is when those officers were sent to be in those communities in a long-term basis, building relationships. It turned around Rivertown. It turned around Rivertown. Any other model will not work. Drive-by, stop, carting does not.
Thank you. You're way over time. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have a motion, if it could be put on the screen, which I'll speak to momentarily, but I'll introduce it there. First of all, in beginning my remarks, I want to thank our budget chief for the hard work that's been done, all members of the budget committee, and our city staff. In particular, our new city manager, who had came into the hot seat with a new city budget. A lot of work was done, regardless of how we feel about the details of it all. And I want to commend and thank all those who participated. As it relates to this overarching budget, I don't believe that this budget is forward. I don't believe it's backward. I think it's neutral. My issue with this budget is that it is a status quo budget. That's how I see it. And I fundamentally don't believe that the status quo works for Torontonians. There are some important changes, some of which I've been proud to support, and I will today, in this budget. The continuation and the reintroduction of the 24-hour cold weather drop-in centres. That will save lives. The Toronto Youth Employment Program and the more than $600,000 for it will help young people get jobs. The increased support for Syria is going to help people settle in our city. Those are important things. The recognition that we have a revenue problem in our city and the creation of a proposed city building fund to help address it is a good thing. And so I want to recognize those pieces. The problem, and I'll come back to the status quo, is that Torontonians are suffering. And in a desire and a strive for balance, and so-called balance, we sacrifice investing in the future and addressing the critical issues facing us. Here's what the status quo looks like in our city. 1 in 5 adults living in poverty. 1 in 4 children living in poverty. Youth unemployment at 20%. Homelessness, our shelters are at capacity today, and people are dying on the streets right now. And I think Torontonians deserve more than the status quo and some of the important proposals in this. They deserve better than that. I believe that it is truly time for our city to invest again. If we're going to build the city we want, we need to support people and strengthen and invest in the infrastructure that's going to strengthen the economy. One-time funding is not the solution. Some critical investments help address the causes, but don't address the fundamental problems. So, it's not good enough. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about Toronto Police Services. I want to put aside for a moment the discussion of the role of enforcement. I want to put aside the discussion of public trust or issues related to carding or others. I want to put all of that aside and focus on the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is more than $1 billion in our budget going towards the Toronto Police Services, and a budget that is growing every year. I want to focus on our role as council and how we seek to address it. I think enough is enough. I think we've had enough speeches and reports. We've had enough, well, we now have a task force, but we've had task forces and recommendations. I think it's time to send a message, and I believe it's time for us to assert our role as councillors, that when you have a $1 billion budget that is growing every year unchecked, that we don't wait a year to deal with it. We say, no, we're dealing with it now. That's what we would do with any other department, but we give them a free pass on the hope that something will change in the future. I think Torontonians deserve better. I have a motion, which has been put forward here, that addresses a small aspect of violence and crime in our city, and it is to take $220,000 from the Toronto Police Services budget and instead invest that in the city's crime prevention work. The Focus Toronto program, a program in place in Rexdale, moving into North Scarborough this year, and to expand that, staff are ready, into 2 additional neighbourhoods, where we have city staff working with the local police division and the United Way to deal with the root causes of violence. I hope you support that motion. I think we should take a stand. I will close by saying that I think the people of Toronto are tired. I think the people of Toronto are struggling. We know that. And in this budget, I think the people of Toronto deserve a little bit better. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks and once again thank our budget chief, the members of the budget committee, our staff, and to my fellow colleagues for all their time on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Bala.
Councillor Cressy, would you agree that a lot of those communities where the program is being expanded has a significant number of TCHC communities as well?
I certainly would. The Focus Rexdale program has a great deal of TCHC communities in it, as does the 42 division in North Scarborough. As it relates to 51 and 14 division, certainly, there's a great deal of TCH.
So would you accept a friendly amendment to ensure that Toronto Community Housing is part of this work, so that our communities are also involved with the police and the focus groups?
I would like to see the wording, but that would be friendly.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to start by thanking staff, the Budget Committee, and everyone who's played a part in this budget process. This is an important process, and we do have a responsibility to spend tax dollars wisely. I'll be supporting some of these motions put forward today, and I won't be supporting others. And one I won't be supporting is one moved by my colleague and good friend, Councillor de Bearmaker, motion number 8. And it talks about an artificial turf project. My community had the opportunity to have an artificial turf put into a park in our community, and our community rejected it because it came with a lot of parking and traffic woes, and our community just simply cannot deal with those sorts of things. I understand that Councillor de Bearmaker's community also rejected that same offer for his community. And our community asked if that money could actually be spent on other things in our parks, in our area, playgrounds, splash pads, piazza improvements, and we were told by Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff that no, we could not. So I cannot honestly believe that this motion is before us. I actually ask if this is in fact in order. I'm very troubled by this because when my community was told that we were not allowed to use the money, that this is actually before us today. On other things in this budget, TTC, childcare, poverty reduction, those are key areas that the people in Ward 29 have spoken to me about as areas that we need to do better. Subway reliability, as someone who has 5 TTC subway stations in her ward, I think subway reliability is not something that we should delay. Hundreds of thousands of Torontonians, as we've heard, too often watch overladen subways pull away from the station, leaving them behind, not just one train, but train after train after train. And when there is a major delay, it has a ripple effect all across the city, as many experienced last week. Same for the buses. Think of it, we heard that the bus preventative maintenance plan would eventually pay for itself and pay a dividend of about $20 million a year by 2025. And we always talk about efficiencies here in this chamber, and we always talk about giving people more time to spend with their friends and their family. I think this would do both. And sometimes to achieve efficiencies, you actually have to invest a little. Last year, we borrowed from ourselves to balance the budget. I think we really need to find a way to get TTC users home quicker and more reliably. I know how true that rings. I know it will work for the buses. I'm sure it'll ring true for things like crime prevention. And I appreciate all the crime prevention programs that we have in the city, and I'd like to see more of those. And I know many have spoken today about childcare, and those wait lists are simply too long, as we've heard from staff. But I believe a better TTC, more crime prevention programs, and better childcare will actually help improve many people's lives in the city. That's what I'm here for. I think that's why most people are here as members of council, to improve the lives of all Torontonians.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to echo and won't repeat the words of Councillor Fragedakis. I think she really has hit on the highlights of why we are here and what we need to do. I'd like to talk from the perspective of poverty reduction. We made some major gains, and we've got a lot of work to do. We need to recognize that it's a 20-year plan, and that each year we will be reporting back to Council at the end of the year as to how far we've got in it. But we have got things embedded in the $10 billion budget that sometimes escapes people, and I would say that we have to, first of all, tell that story in a much better way next year so that it's very clear to people where the poverty reduction additions are. So, for example, there's bus improvements, and those are particular, the ones that are to the inner suburbs and the poverty communities are very, very important and are part of what they talked about when we went out into the communities about transportation. But I think this year we will also be looking at an equity pass, and we will be looking at further improvements that can move forward. On affordable housing, perhaps one of the most important things, I'm very pleased that we've been able to do a $31 million capital program, but we are still only delivering about 600 or 650 houses. And so we need to keep that pressure up, and we need to keep that momentum up so that we can hit our target of 1,000, but also as part of the affordable housing that we can make sure that people, particularly with disabilities like mental health, and those who need supportive housing are included in that framework. So that's pretty important to me, and keeping that work going. On the servicing, I think we did great on the library. They were able to bring in some new programs. We were able to get some social procurement people in our bureaucracy, and we were able, I'd like to congratulate Tess. I'd like to congratulate Tess, who have actually put somebody in charge of poverty reduction. And I would encourage other general managers to look at how they, within their budget, not just outside of their budget, are able to hit some of our targets. I know that Parks and Recreation have also opened 2 new priority centers and have fully staffed them. That's another $1 million that really has been put into the budget. And I know that we so far have got some monies, a lot of money actually, most of the money into student nutrition, and I'm pleased to see there's another motion, although I would suggest it's not quite enough money, but I'm sure that will get fixed. But at the end of the day, it really is also about employment, and we are the biggest employer, or one of the biggest employers in the city, and we need to know and use both our employment inside our organization as well as the contracts, I'm not looking at you, and the contracts that we let. And so the social procurement policy that will be coming this year is a terribly important piece. But, for example, we know that general managers are already doing stuff. We know that the TTC have got a special employment program, and they're working with Tess on that, and good for them. But we need to be able to count these things and to look at these things and to evaluate these things. But we still need, and I would ask members of council, we really still need to fix the child care dilemma. We cannot have 700 this year, 700 perhaps next year, and no additional subsidies. So I would encourage members of council to make sure that we have the resources so that all children can go and get child care, and so no mother or father, but mostly mothers, have to give up a job because they can't get affordable care. And then also that obviously we need, and Councillor Cressy brought forward a very important crime prevention program. So we have a few bits and bobs that I think we need to do in order to move forward. I would encourage us to support those sorts of things, but I would also say that as we move forward next year, there was a very large list, a shopping list, that was brought forward by the advisory advocates. I think it was a very good thing, and we will be discussing that over the next period of time.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillor Doucette to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I
Okay,
won't be long.
just one moment. Okay. Okay?
Okay, we're good? Excellent. I do have a motion, very short motion, that Parks and Forestry put into the operating budget for $25,000 in funding for a designated skating area on Grenadier Pond, as approved at the December 2015 City Council meeting. So I just want to remind everyone that we did vote on this, as I said, December 9th meeting. Somehow it got left off the enhancement list the whole way through the budget process. I'm guessing because that enhancement list was already written and printed and ready to go to budget by the time actually in this chamber we supported this. So that's my simple motion. A lot of what I was going to say this evening has already been said, and because it's now 7:15, I am just going to say that I am a little concerned about this budget. I don't feel it's sustainable. I think we should have gone for the cost of inflation now. I know Council has supported the 1.3. I hope we're okay on that. I am also concerned, as the City Manager is, with the amount we've put forward to help balance our budget for the MLTT. I hope building keeps booming. I hope we've made the right throw of the dice in this year. I really don't want to be here next year with having to already have made cuts to the budget we've put forward. As I did mention earlier when I spoke, Councillor Perks and I do hold a budget meeting. We listen to our residents, and when we stand up in this chamber, we are supporting what our residents are asking us to support. Or I will speak for myself. I am standing in this chamber supporting what my residents have asked me to support. So I thank you those who are listening. I know it's been a long day. I know we've had good debate. And let's make sure that in 2016 we provide the services our residents need. And please don't forget those who cannot afford to pay for the services which we as a city do provide. And let's make sure we don't do any cuts to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bala, speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that is a friendly amendment to Councillor Cressy's motion. Oh, okay, so I don't have to put it in. Okay.
Never mind.
Never mind. So I just want to start by thanking the Budget Committee and staff. I think that this is my fifth budget now, and sixth budget. And another colleague of mine kept saying, you know, I've been here for a lot of years, and every year there's this crisis. We hear this crisis is looming. Next year's going to be the year. Next year's going to be the year, and we always find a way. But I felt like this year we had a very different perspective brought by staff. I think the language and the scenarios that our new city manager put in front of us were very, very clear. And what we're getting towards is not only are we going to be able to deal with this, I think, with a tax increase here and there, but I think what was very clear is that we need some transformational change in a lot of areas in our city. The way that how we collect revenues, how we deliver services, what kind of things and services we want to do in this city, and what kind of services we want to provide. There's a lot of work ahead of us. And the way that I've seen it is that this year, these last 2 years, what we've been able to do is actually stabilize a lot of the cuts in a lot of areas that had been done in the past. And that's why there has been over $95 million invested in TTC. That's why there is still money being invested in housing. That's why we're still dealing with pulling funding. This year alone, we had to cover for funding that we used to receive from the province that was going to housing over $40 million. That's why we're trying to stabilize and create a vision for the kind of city that we want by developing a poverty strategy, by starting these investments. But the reality is, we cannot continue to have a city where transit, where housing, when poverty reduction, when quality of life, we're competing between the largest cities in North America only with revenues from the property taxes. We need to have these discussions. We need to have discussions on how we can transform our services. And that's why I think it was actually enlightened to talk about the way that we're policing our city. How can we do our services better and more efficient? And policing is a perfect example of that. And how can we bring other sources of revenue for our city? I heard in my budget town hall loud and clear that people want a city that is competitive, that has good quality of life. And for that, it needs to invest in things like transit and housing and poverty reductions and economic development and so on. But they've also told me that we need a more fair way to collect revenue. Property taxes is not the only way to pay for transit and to pay for housing. We didn't pay for it. It got downloaded on us. And we need to start dealing with those realities, that we cannot continue to pay this. So I'm looking forward to having these discussions. I'm looking forward to the hard work that is ahead of us. I think that, yes, we've stabilized now this budget. We stabilized the house. We've brought back the services to the level that it was before the cuts were done. And now we need to continue at a faster pace the investment that we've started to do. And yes, we have started to invest in housing, in transit, and in poverty reduction with this budget. And we need to continue to do that. And we need to be ready to have the tough conversations in the couple years ahead of us.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, colleagues, can I have the floor for a minute? I have two motions. So one of the motions is in regards to the administration fee, the land transfer tax. I'll speak to it after. And the second motion is regards to the waste bins. Both of them I tabled at Executive Committee, and I felt I should retable them here. I'll speak to them. But my first comment would be when I hear the issue about we have a revenue problem, I don't agree with that. Mark? I heard the story about having a revenue problem before we had the, sorry.
Okay, just a sec. Hold on. Members of council, please. Councillor Perks, Councillor Cole, Councillor Grimes, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Cressy, please. Okay, go ahead.
So, Madam Speaker, I've been here a little while, and I heard we had a revenue problem. One of the ways we were going to fix that would be the be-all and end-all would be a land transfer tax. We were going to get almost $100 million a year out of it. We're getting $500 million a year now in revenue, and we still can't make our budget work. It's not a revenue problem. We have to learn to live within the means that we have for the services that we wish to supply. And we also have to understand that our federal and provincial partners have to pay for the services that are their responsibility. Social housing, public transit, community housing, social services, which have been downloaded on the city. And property taxpayers can't afford to pay them. And we have had tax increases at the rate of inflation, and I don't believe anybody else that's a taxpayer in the city should pay more. When I think about and I hear about the police budget, I had the opportunity to meet with the chief, and he was quite frank about the fact he knows there are issues that have to be dealt with. He knows there are ways, and he believes there are ways that he can fix those problems. And he's asked for the opportunity, because he's new at the job, to bring forward his plan in the new year. I don't see anything wrong with that, because I believe that the work that has to be done at the Toronto Police Services Board has to be done in a combination of the chief, with the board, and with the task force that he has to find the savings and redo the way that they do work to bring in a budget that will deal with what we want to do. And think about it. 5,000 officers for a city of $2.5 million, 2.5 million people working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day on so many different services, whether they're traffic, major crime, court services, drugs, undercover, computer crimes, even down to crossing guards. If you break down the number of police officers that are there, there's hardly anybody out in the streets. There really aren't a lot of officers for a city the size of Toronto. And we need them out in the street, and I believe the chief should be given a chance. The motions I put up, two issues. One of my issues is that when it comes to the municipal land transfer tax, I don't believe you should have to pay a fee to pay your taxes. And I know there's about 9,000 people that pay this every year, but those 9,000 people are giving the city $500 million a year when they buy their houses, and it's difficult enough. Why, when they pay that fee to us, do they have to pay a fee to pay the land transfer tax? It's like taxing you twice. When you go to pay your tax bill downstairs, do we charge you for the people that take the money from you? No, it's included in the fee that you pay. So I don't believe it's appropriate to do that. It may be $75 on thousands of dollars worth of fees, but let me tell you, I don't know anybody that isn't surprised when they get that tax bill to pay $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 in land transfer taxes simply for the right to take ownership of a piece of property. I could never understand it at the provincial level, I don't really understand at the municipal level. I never supported it, but if you have to pay it, don't make people pay it and pay the fee to pay a tax that nobody likes. In regards to solid waste, all of our bins really come in with the exception of the extra large, where most of our recycling is meeting our targets of 67%. So my motion says, if you've got an extra large bin, you don't get any subsidy. No subsidy at all, because you're not meeting your targets and you don't need it. And you could definitely put that into the recycling, and you should do that. So why would we want to subsidize you for that? But the balance of it, and to offset part of that as well, is our program for multi-res. And if I could just have a couple of seconds to sum up because of the time before. Our program for multi-res is one that we're subsidizing at $185 a unit. And they're meeting 27% diversion. How would you want to encourage these people to divert without making them pay at least part of the real cost for what they're throwing in the garbage? And that's the reason for my second motion. I'll leave it to the will of council whether they wish to support them or not.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the budget we have is not what we wish for. The budget we have to leverage is what we're given and the tools we're given. And during our process, during the budget deliberations, we listened to hundreds of residents across the city. And you know, for the most part, they appreciated the government programs that we offer, the service levels that we offer. They came not to argue against cuts, but to say thank you for the work that's being done and to make sure that the programs that they rely on are kept and preserved and funded. And it was clear to many residents that there is value in contributing to property taxes, that there is value to making sure the economic pillars of the city are sound. When you look across the hundreds of pages of budget notes duly created by our staff, who are to be commended, you see a city that is doing remarkably well. A city that not only in this budget package is starting an aggressive plan for poverty reduction, is reinvesting in transit and reinvesting in housing. And those are some of the key pillars of how we create a fair society here in Toronto. But I would be part of the camp where what we're doing is unsustainable, in the sense that we must look for alternative revenue tools from non-residents in order to ensure that our programs are preserved, that our service levels are strong, and that we make sure that we do the best we can for the residents, whose people they call home, Toronto. There's no doubt that our bills for transit, for the gardener, for housing, these are services, very expensive services that have been thrust upon us. And as we increasingly rely on the tax base, we will find ourselves unable to keep up with the demands and the needs. And that tax rates will go up well above the rate of inflation in the future. Certainly, tolls on the gardener, which is costing us $50 million a year, which if anyone is driven from Fort Erie to Toronto, dozens of municipalities receive a fully funded QEW until they hit the City of Toronto municipal border. It becomes the gardener, and then we're hit with a $50 million bill. Same thing when you're traveling across the 401. If you go north on the 404, numerous municipalities get a fully funded 400 series highway. If you go south on the DVP, even though the traffic flow is the same, it all of a sudden becomes the municipal road. These are grossly unfair provincial policies, and for a generation now we have been propping up the provincial government. Well, we can't change policy in Queen's Park, and we can certainly try. We must be honest with ourselves that we must be creative in the sense that we can raise revenue for people who are not paying their fair share, because the residents of the City of Toronto currently are, through the land transfer tax, through municipal property tax, and through other fees that they pay. So Torontonians are doing their fair share, but it's time that we get honest with ourselves as we
ask for amendments of the City of Toronto Act to go further and make sure that people visiting our city are welcome here, but also must pay their fair share. I can tell you when I drive to New York City, at Queens, New York City, I go over a bridge that costs me $17. I go over another bridge that costs me $8.50, and then I pay another $10 in tolls along the way. I am a visitor, I am a tourist, I don't live there year-round, and I don't pay my fair share as a New York City resident. So from that, I just want to thank once again my Budget Committee colleagues, the Budget Chief, Councillor Crawford, and City staff for working on this package. It is a remarkable document, deserves our full support. Thank you. How you doing?
Councillor McMahon to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, huge thank you to city staff, Peter Wallace, Rob, Rossini, Josie, and everyone there, as well as the Budget Committee, Councillor Crawford. I won't be surprised if you're on a flight to Hawaii tomorrow or someplace. And Budget Committee members, and I understand a few of them want to get off the committee at the halfway mark. I'm on the Audit Committee, so I'm not going to trade you. I'm going to stay there. But great work, people. And lots of interesting motions on the floor. I will just say, I'm just going to talk about the future. I'm going to talk about June. So I hope everyone has June in their calendar. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for June because we have some big debates to come up. So we have the police task force. We'll come back with the report, as well as our city manager will come back with the report on revenue tools. So for all these things we want today, and all these motions some of them we don't have money for, I hope that we are all present and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to have those debates in June. And I hope that we have the backbone to actually not just talk, but to follow through with that. Because if I recall correctly, we had quite the lengthy discussion for transit revenue tools. And then at the end of the day, when it was time to pay the fiddler, a lot of people waffled, and we did not stand tall, we did not have the backbone, we did not stand up for what we originally were talking about. So in June, heads up, I'm giving you a couple months, let's all have the strength and follow it through and make our actions into, our words into actions. Because then we won't be in the same situation every budget, which I hope. So mark your calendars for June.
Done.
Thank you.
Pride Month. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to address myself specifically to the motions that Councillor Thompson has put in front of us. There have been a lot of reaction to them, some suggestions that to support Councillor Thompson is to be reckless and to not be supportive of the work of the Toronto Police Service. I want to be clear, I am deeply, deeply supportive of the work of the Toronto Police Service. I want to tell you a quick story. In my community, I have a very large population, recently arrived in Canada, of Roma refugees. They've been here for between 5 and 10 years. They have a profound reason from their history to mistrust government, to mistrust police, and to mistrust ethnic Hungarians. Profoundly deep reasons historically for that. We have been struggling through all of our public agencies to try to build a relationship of trust. It's been sort of successful. This year, the Toronto Police Service assigned a Hungarian-speaking and ethnically Hungarian police officer to that division. He has worked and worked, gone to homes, volunteered times, had barbecues where he bought the food himself, and last week we had a meeting that he organized of the entire suite of services that the city offers, and they came and he translated and said, what do you need from the city? It was an astonishing example of what a dedicated public servant can do to help vulnerable people in the city of Toronto. And I support his work, and I hope that more and more cops do work like that. But that notwithstanding, I have to support Councillor Thompson's motion. It's not because I think that the work of the police service is unimportant. I just told you I do think so. I'm supporting it because of the other half. Yes, he wants to take money out of the police budget, but he wants to put it places. He wants to put it into daycare. He wants to put it into youth drop-ins, like at Masaryk Cowan, where you were last week, Mr. Mayor. He wants to put it into environmental programs that our staff have recommended. He wants to put it into reserves so that we can balance our budget better next year, and we've heard the warnings from the city manager. He wants to put it into a variety of anti-poverty measures, which we have promised the community in Toronto. And the public servants who work in those departments are every bit as dedicated as that police service officer. We don't get to say yes to everybody here. We actually are paid to come here and make hard choices. And I want you to think about that choice that you're making. We asked the Toronto Public Service to find cuts in their budget. Some critical areas came in below the rate of inflation. Affordable housing came in below the rate of inflation. Children's services, Toronto Employment Services, city planning, fire, municipal licensing 311. These are just some of the services who found the cuts that we were asking for. And what did we do to them after they found those cuts? We said, that's not enough. We're giving you an unallocated cut on top of the cuts you've already made. And when we do that, we call it fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline. Thank you for finding savings. Now go find some more. When the police service comes in at 2.5% above, and some of us on council say, we need some actual savings from you, we're told that's reckless. Why is it fiscal discipline when we have 12,000 families on the waiting list for daycare and we tell Children's Service to cut more, but it's not fiscal discipline when we tell the police your budget's grown every year since amalgamation, it's outpaced all other departments since amalgamation, it's eating up almost all of the room for new revenue in this year's budget? Why isn't that fiscal discipline? Or when we look at our affordable housing office, which by the way came in below with a cut, why is it fiscal discipline when we tell them we want more on top of that, but it's not fiscal discipline when we tell the police service, I'm sorry, we need more? Why don't we tell Children's Services, you know what, you can have all the money you want, but we'll set up a task force to figure out how to save money in the future? The double standard is unacceptable. We on this council have to choose. I choose the services that make it great to live in this city and that invest in people. And that's why I'm supporting Councillor Thompson's motions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple comments about the budget in general, and then I want to make some specific comments. In general, this is the budget that we wanted. I mean, people wanted investments in certain things. They wanted investments in poverty. They wanted investments in transit. And you'll find them in this budget. That's exactly what we wanted. I have noted on the council floor that people are saying this budget's unsustainable and they're critics of it. I think it's fair to say that this budget, when you compare it to other budgets, it's one of the budgets that relies the least amount on reserve funds ever before. And so, is it responsible that way? Do we want to use reserve funds to fund our operating budget? Absolutely no, we don't. But we're not relying on them as much as we used to, and that's, I think, a credit to this budget process. It's a credit to the budget chair and the budget committee. And in terms of, I just want to make one comment about the unsustainability and people talking about revenue tools. I would just hearken back to 2013 when all these revenue tools were on the table, all of them, and this council did not vote for a single one. No, none of them passed. Sorry, let me correct it. Of all the revenue tools, not one single one of them passed. We could not, this council could not find a majority, and there are majority, there's a majority here of the councillors from the last term of council. So I hope that when this comes up, I think that there might be a change in this approach this time around, and so we'll see where it goes. I do want to talk specifically about a few of the motions, and I'll just say, generally, I hope members of council look at all of these specific motions very carefully, because I think one thing could be generally said about motions that come onto this floor of council is generally, if they didn't make it through on the budget committee, they've probably gone through a proper analysis, and it's probably not the best thing to do. I don't like the idea of approving projects by going through any type of reserve funds. I will specifically say, in terms of darts and laurels, the darts, let me talk about one of the motions I like. I like Councillor Carroll's motion 9A. This is with regard to taking money for hiring people in economic development and giving it to the Toronto Arts Council. So I don't see economic development getting very many staff, and this budget is actually giving them staff. So I think that they're needed. But the more important point is, my understanding is the Toronto Arts Council funding went from $16 million to $18 million this year. They got one of the biggest bumps around. I think they did pretty good, and I don't think that we need to give them any more. This year. So the next one is one of Councillor de Beermaker, who is very clever with regard to crafting motions. So I, after looking at this at Executive Committee, supported his motion in terms of spending money in his ward, because most of the money was being taken from money in Scarborough. And I believed he had the support of members in Scarborough. Okay, so apparently this is not the case, or for some reason he changed it, and he's taking for money in his ward, for projects in his ward, about $1 million from a city parks fund. I don't think that's right. All of us should get that $1 million. We all have projects that we would like to see, so 8, I don't think I would support. I would like to specifically give Councillor Holyday recognition in terms of his motions. I think he's one of the few councillors who actually found ways of reducing the budget, and I didn't see much of that on the floor. I just want to spend a few seconds to talk about Councillor Thompson's motion. I don't support it. You know what? If you're taking 25, I think that we need to support the task force that's moving forward. Lopping off $25 million is reckless, and gussing it up with all these little projects to try and get support is pretty much putting lipstick on a pig.
Thank you. Yes. Actually, that's not a bad idea. So, Councillor Mamalidi, would you like to move that we extend to finish the budget?
I would like to move.
Oh, hold on. Let me put your mic on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm assuming you won't get many more speakers, so I'm going to move to extend until 9 o'clock to finish the item.
How about 8:15? Until we're done.
Until we're done.
Or just to complete the item, that's fine.
You complete the item because it's the last item.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Motion by Councillor Mamalidi. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be brief. I firstly want to thank City staff for their hard work in preparing this budget. I know it's a year-long process. It's very intensive, and it's a real grind for the various divisions to go through this process. I also want to thank the Budget Committee for all their efforts and time over the past few months. Again, a lot of energy and deliberations, and I want to thank each and every one of them. Clearly, we see in this budget process, we've just heard a lot about the future of the city and lots of dire warnings about the city's long-term fiscal future. And I think fiscal health is top of mind for residents, and I know they're very concerned. Many of my residents undeniably are very concerned about the economy and the sustainability of our budgets. So I think we really need to look at every council meeting what we're approving and thinking about how maybe we shouldn't be approving things unless we can figure out a way to pay for them. And I think that's real leadership. I want to talk a little bit about the things that have been put forward, and I'm going to be, again, brief. But on the police, while I agree with Councillor Thompson's philosophical objective, I do think transformational change can only come by this fulsome review and looking at how we reconfigure the existing model of the police and also leveraging technology, looking at our bricks and mortar across the city. And I actually think we can go deeper and we can do better than the $25 million. So I look forward to the process that will unfold, and I think because there's going to be timelines associated with this, I think we're going to see results. So I'm very happy to hear about this process, and the people who are on the panel are an extremely impressive group of people. On the daycare spaces and the subsidies, as I said in my comments, when Councillor Davis put her motion forward, I do believe the federal government will come through. I don't believe in duplication, and the feds have clearly stated that they are committed to making more space available for affordable families to make it affordable, and creating new spaces for families who now can't, access those spaces. So they're very committed to that. So I'd like to see that play out before we commit any more funds on that front. And then lastly, I'll just say with Grenadier Pond, again, I said during the debate that we need to look at doing that within the existing complement of Parks, Recreation and Forestry. The Budget Committee didn't approve it, nor did Executive. And again, I think the Budget Committee and Executive did good work on this, and we are facing very significant pressures as we head into 2017, the 2017 budget process. I'm also concerned about the growing number of FTEs, which brings me to my last point. And my goal at Executive, when I reduced the FTE count from 9 to 6, was to simply ensure that we're maximizing how much funding is going out into the arts community rather than into the city administration. And when I met with my team of people on the annual Arts Day, that was one of the key messages they shared with me, is they want to make sure that arts money is getting out to the community, the sector, the industry, which is really blossoming in Toronto. So I didn't propose cutting all the FTEs. I took a third of them, plus there's another FTE going into the BIA. So this division is getting 7 new FTEs. What I proposed is just cutting 3 and rededicating those funds to the Toronto Arts Council, the LASSOs, and the major cultural organization programs. So unfortunately, Councillor Carroll's motion reverses that. So I hope you won't support that, because I truly believe that's where the arts money should be funneled, is to the arts community, and we'll see real results from that, not increasing our FTE count at City Hall. So I hope you'll support that concept. Thank you.
If I can ask the staff, please, that are sitting here, if you can try to keep it down. I can't hear. Please. The solicitor, come on. Everybody here. I can hear every word you're saying. Yeah. I don't get it. Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to start off by thanking the Budget Chief, Councillor Crawford, and his Budget Committee, as well as the Executive Committee for bringing this budget forward. It's a good document, and I have been a member of the Budget Committee in the past. I know how much hard work goes into working with staff and working with the Chief Financial Officer to ensure that we get the money and also allocate it properly to various areas, the services that we provide. And and in the past, in the budget of 2012, I did vote for many of the changes, amendments that were brought forward. But in this particular budget, I think there was a good enough budget that I would be voting against many of the amendments for reallocating and also adding to the budget. Now, however, I will be voting for a few. I will be voting for Council de Bearmakers because from what I had discussion with him, the money that's been he's using is actually from his area, from his ward, and not from somewhere else. Whereas originally from the Bear Road facility, which is north of 401, which is another ward. So just because it's from Scarborough doesn't mean that Scarborough is the same all over. Scarborough consists of 1/3 of the landmass of Toronto, and it's quite different north of 401 as the south of 401. So I'll be supporting his particular, and I'll be supporting Councillor Carroll's change to Councillor Holliday's MLTT motion. But the one that I will not be supporting is Councillor Thompson's. Now, Councillor Thompson had his chance and sitting on the police board for 4 years, and he gave it his best shot, and now we got to let somebody else give it a shot. And the task force was convened, and it started after we took over. We had to a lot of work ahead of us when we took over at the board. That included selecting a new chief, a new deputy chief, and a lot of work went into reviewing what needed to be done. And we had an offsite to discuss the KPMG report and to review what our role sitting on the board. And in the middle of it all, the former chair resigned as well. So all that work went out, with him. All that knowledge went out with him. So we had a lot of work to synchronize ourselves and bring back a task force that we can all work with, including frontline officers that are willing to work, and they have indicated they are willing to change the corporate culture. So we are working on that, and so I would suggest that you do not vote for Councillor Thompson's motions, and to let the task force bring back the report in an orderly fashion, because we are not just dealing with a corporate reorganization. We have to keep uppermost in mind that community safety, public safety is what the police deals with. We cannot just say stop, don't do any more of it while we are reorganized. We cannot do that. So we got to do it in a very orderly fashion. So I'm asking for your indulgence to let the board and the task force complete the work that we need to do, and then look for the savings for future budgets starting from 2017. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope we can finish by 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Hold on. Thank you. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we're getting to the end here. Yay. I have some motions that I have to move. Most of them are technical in nature, so I won't read all of them. First one, City Council amend the Hummingbird Center for the Performing Arts Capital to replace the stage rigging system. That's a technical staff asked me to do. Second one, 12.2. General Manager Shelter Support and Housing Administration. No net zero cost. This is actually money that has come in from the private sector for this. Third motion, Toronto Transit Commission, technical in nature, changing some numbers. EX 12.2, again, technical in nature, changing some numbers that were incorrect in the budget documents. The next one, motion 2 by Councillor Karygiannis. I'd like to amend this. It's really adding $9,000 to make it $109,000, which was the inflationary cost that was part of the new and enhanced. And the last one is Parks and Forestry, that City Council increase the 2016 Parks, Forestry, Recreation operating budget by $297,000 for use spaces to be offset by the tax stabilization reserve. And I also get the task of just doing a sort of pick up on a number of the motions that I just wanted to let a number of councillors know that I would be supporting. Of course, the Thompson motions 1A to D I will not be supporting for all the reasons that have been expressed by councillors, but I will be supporting 1E, which is the request to expedite the implementation of the KPG. Again, on Councillor Holliday's motion, we'll support actually Councillor Carroll's amendment to that, and then supporting that. Won't be supporting the other motions by Councillor Holliday. With Councillor Davis's motion 4A about the Children's Services budget to $2.62 million, I won't be supporting that, but I will be supporting an amendment that the Mayor will be doing when he speaks to me afterwards, that it's not the 2.6. It's a little bit lower, and I think it's a more balanced approach to do that. With Councillor Davis 4B, I will be supporting the $500,000, again, because that is going to be part of the budget process. No decisions are being made on that. And 5A, Councillor Layton's motion, request Toronto Water to consider increasing contribution as part of the, again, 2017 rate supported. No decisions there, so there's no problem bringing the report. And his other two motions, I won't be supporting. The second one about the eliminating the entire rebate was supported by executive. I will be supporting Councillor Wong Tam's 6A, which is the Town Hall Square rehabilitation. But I won't be supporting Councillor Wong Tam's 6B, which is to reinstate the vehicle registration tax.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't support Councillor Campbell's increase, as I understand his intent. But again, what that's really going to do is increase the residential levy by 0.75. It goes against what the Mayor is looking at doing. Councillor de Bearmaker's number 8. I appreciate the fact that he has put this forward. I couldn't support this during the budget process, nor executive. He didn't move them at my request. Unfortunately, I can't support that, but again, that is just my, if people want to support that, that's fine, but I just don't think that's appropriate. With Councillor Carroll's motion 9A about the economic development and culture, I did not support Councillor Robinson's motion at executive. I'm being consistent with that, but I'm, if anybody, you can go either way on that. And again, no to Councillor Carroll's 9B. Councillor Ajamari's 1, absolutely. I think that's something we need to get into the capital project budget in this second term. Councillor Fletcher's yes to the street art graffiti, but no to her other 11B, but yes to 11C. Almost done. Councillor Cressy's reduced the police budget by $220K. I really respect where he's coming from on that. I'm just going to, that can be an open vote for council. Councillor Doucette's, again, for the same reason that Councillor Robinson mentioned. This is something, it's $25,000. It's not a lot, but that's something I think that the Parks Department or committee or division should be picking it up, as we said in budget. And I won't be supporting Councillor Shiner's motion 14B, which is a change to the solid waste rebates. Other than that, that's about it. I made most of my remarks at the beginning. My main focus has been to, in this budget process, has been to ensure that we have a city budget that remains affordable for the citizens of this city. We have done that. It's been fiscally prudent, maintain a hard, firm line on the budget, and we've had lots of new investments. So I hope you support the overall budget. Thank you.
We have a question by Councillor Campbell.
No, she'll do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Councillor Crawford, it's in regard to the close to $300,000 for the youth lounges.
Yes.
Where's that money coming from, and where is it be spending, and how many is it serving?
Well, again, Councillor Campbell, as you realize, when we went through the budget process, there was an initial ask for 3 youth lounges. The Budget Committee did support one of them. again, during that process at budget. So the remaining two, I'm suggesting, are being funded, which is approximately the money you mentioned, and it will be coming from the tax stabilization reserve.
So,
which is a one-time funding. This, again, when you're looking at next year, if it's to be annualized, will have to be dealt with appropriately at the budget committee.
So we're spending $300,000, the proposal to spend $300,000 for 2 additional youth lounges, and it's from the tax stabilization reserve. And so how much is in the tax stabilization reserve to fund the youth lounges?
Oh, I can't remember the exact amount. I do know that there are substantial, there are enough funds in there to be able to fund this, understanding, as I said, Councillor, that this is a one-time amount that will have to be probably replaced next year when we look at if we're going to be annualizing this.
Where are the lounges that you're proposing to be operated?
If the two councillors can put up their hands, that would help where they are.
No, just.
Oh, here, I'll put my hand.
I know, I did speak with
York?
maybe it was Councillor Campbell, yours. Where were the two new lounges?
York and Mazarek Cowan.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor, I don't recall. If they can put up their hands, they would identify.
So I just,
Frank DeGeorge was
so
one of
for
them.
purposes of clarification of the motion, I just try to understand where the $300,000 is being spent before we authorize it. And then there was another motion in there, the last one before this was in regard to student nutrition?
Yes, I'm amending.
Can we have that up?
I was amending Councillor Karygiannis's motion to support the $109,000, which was the inflationary increase for student nutrition.
Okay, we don't have those motions.
We don't have
in front
those
of us. It
motions,
hasn't
no.
been circulated yet.
They're coming.
But again, Councillor
So,
Campbell, it was the $109,000 that was initially not supported through budget and executive, and I was supporting it through Councillor Karygiannis's motion by amending it. Seems to be friendly on his side.
Okay, thank you,
okay.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Last speaker is Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, may I say again, thank you to Chair Crawford, to the staff, to the Budget Committee members, and to all the members of the public and others who participated in this process. And may I repeat what I said at the end of the first item, which is to say thank you to the members of Council for, again, what I think has been another respectful debate this afternoon. I think there is alignment in this room, in this chamber, on the need for change. I can certainly speak only for myself and say that the need for change with respect to, example, how we police and how we finance policing
Mr.
is...
Mayor,
I'm sorry?
you have a motion?
Oh, you're absolutely right, I did. It's been circulated, Madam Chair, and it's up on the screen now, and it increases the proposed Children's Services operating budget by adding $1.25 million for child care subsidies to be offset by the Child Care Expansion Reserve, and then that number increases to $2 million next year in child care subsidies to be put into the 2017 operating budget. I'll come back to speak to that in just a moment. I think there is alignment on the need for change on policing and on how we finance policing. I think there's an alignment on the need for change with respect to how we finance the kind of city we want to build going forward, that we have to talk about that, and we're going to talk about it. And that's a discussion that others have talked about and that I have, for my own sake, in my own position that I have, insisted it take place starting soon. And so I think that that's going to move us forward. I will only say with regard to the police budget for this year that I don't want a reduction in police services because I don't think most people in the city want that. I do think the people in the city want, and I want, us to police smarter and to police more efficiently. And I want you just to think about the motions that were put forward today. And I'm not critical of them. I'm just wanting you to think about this. If you picked one of the examples, like out of the KPMG report on, say, putting in technology to relieve certain police officers of duties in monitoring speeding in school zones, let's say that's in the KPMG report. Let's say we did that. You know in this room, Madam Speaker, the members of Council know it's going to take us 6, 8, 10 months to have an RFP, to buy the technology, to train people on the technology, to put it into use, and so on. And the problem that I had, and I said this earlier on, this is not the right way to go about this. To say that that's going to be cut out of the police budget in anticipation, say, of technology being implemented, but in the meantime, we allocate into other parts of the budget and spend the money that won't yet have been saved. These are for the 2016 budget. I can't honestly say to the people of Toronto, who I'm responsible to, that that's going to work. Because you know the chances of the money being spent on the list are 100%, and the chances of the reforms being introduced only because of our own processes on things like RFPs for technology and so on is very slim. And even if it got done, it would be done, say, in November of this year, so you get 1 month of savings, but you get 12 months of this spending. It's not the right way to go about this. The task force is the right way to go about this, and I can tell you I'm determined to see that task force work. I think that is a responsible, thoughtful, determined way to use the best experts we could find, citizens and police officers, to get this done. It keeps Toronto safe, and it will begin the process of reducing costs. Now, I want to just say on the child care thing, I'll be honest in saying that as we've gone through the discussion and it was raised, and the notion was that we were going to have 700 new child care spaces, which is a good news story, but not one of them really available to some of our poorest citizens, I came to recognize before today that that wasn't right. And we've talked about it and tried to figure out what the right thing to do was. We knew of what Councillor Davis's wish was, and I commend her for being such a steadfast advocate on this. And I think what we're doing here is something that is possible for us to do. It is a step in the right direction, and simply put, it's the right thing to do. I can assure you I would have been standing up moving this motion. I don't think it's going to change any votes in here. That's not the purpose of it. The purpose is to try and do the right thing for some of the people who need help the most. With respect to the student nutrition inflation, again, it's the right thing to do in a program that I believe in, that we have invested in more and more each of the 2 years that I've been here, and it's the right thing to do for some people. I saw at Thorncliffe Park Public School this past week again how that program can work and the difference that it can make. I just want to say in conclusion that I come back to what I said at the beginning. The challenge that you have, the type of leadership that I try to bring to my job, which is the one job that is citywide and that is meant to be the leader of this council, is to achieve change, but to achieve it in a way that is different from what was tried sometimes in the past, that I don't think it really worked too well in terms of carrying with it the consensus of most of the council, allowing us to work in this kind of a business-like way, allowing us to carry with us the support of the people in bringing about change on a pace that is something that they can live with. I reject, respectfully, to my friend Councillor Joe Cressy, the notion this is a status quo budget. It invests tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars in poverty reduction measures, in housing, in transit, and in a whole bunch of other things. And we've just added a couple of more $1 million to that, and it's doing the right thing. But it is doing it in a balanced way, step by step, taking us forward to build what we want, which is a stronger, fairer city. A city that has to make sure that we keep it affordable for those who find it affordable, sometimes barely today, and also at the same time help those who need help, who can't even afford to live here at all. And I think, again, we've achieved that balance thanks to the efforts of a lot of people. It's not perfect, but it's going to be a budget that is going to move us forward. And we're going to go forward again next year with some of the reforms we've talked about today, but we're going to do it the right way. And we're going to do it in a way that is methodical, that is responsible, that is honest, because that's the kind of leadership that I want to provide to the city. Honest, transparent, straightforward, that we're moving ahead all the time, maybe not as fast as some would like, faster than some others would like, but moving ahead nonetheless. And so I urge you to support this budget in terms of its core recommendation. I'm not going to go through, I'm out of time, the shopping list of motions. Others have done that. I will be supporting the police budget as it has been put forward, with an asterisk saying it's a work in progress, there's lots to be done. Again, my thanks to Councillor Crawford for an excellent job. You are a balanced, respectful person, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of Council for all the work you've done and your colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members, I just want to rule on motion 5A by Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton's motion concerns the water rate budget, which is not before us today. Therefore, I am ruling the motion is out of order, and I would invite Councillor Layton to try to accomplish his objectives through the appropriate committees. Councillor. Okay. So Councillor Layton is withdrawing the motion. I ruled it out. Okay, so members, the staff are going to put the order of vote on the screen. We're going to take a short recess and an opportunity. Yes, we're taking a short recess now. We're taking a short recess. Okay, does everybody have the motions in order? So, Councillor Crisanti, you were up because you wanted...
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. So I'm going to declare a conflict on Councillor Holliday's motion with respect to the MLTT. I'm a member of Toronto Real Estate
Which
Board.
motion number is that?
That is motion 3A.
3A?
Councillor Holliday. That deals with the decrease or possible phase-out.
Okay, so Councillor Crisanti is declaring an interest in motion 3A by Councillor Holliday.
Yeah, the main item relates to that too, so he has to decide what his conflict is about, not just a motion.
So, Councillor Crisanti, if you have an interest in that one, it's also included in the main budget. So what is your conflict? Huh? Well, hold on, I'm speaking to Councillor Crisanti. What is your interest? Oh, I'm sorry, hold on, let me put your mic on. Pardon?
No, I'm a member of the Toronto Real Estate Board, so then if there's another item in the main budget, then I'll also declare on that one.
Vote on it separately.
Yeah.
I don't think that you can.
So when a...
Clerks are looking at you like you have three heads.
Yes, so are you saying anything pertaining to the land transfer tax?
No, not anything, because there's one that was amended by Councillor Carroll. I think that should be fine.
I think the amendments are fine.
That's an amendment's fine. Anything having to do with changing the land transfer tax, increasing or decreasing, that's the only one.
Oh, I guess somewhere, yeah.
Okay?
No, it doesn't work that way.
No?
So can I have the clerk?
Well, then I'll declare interest on all the MLTT for now. Okay?
All right.
All right.
Point of order, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, I just wanted to go on record that motions 1A through 1D reference funding to Toronto Public Libraries, so I'd have to, unless you could break it out, I'd have to declare an interest on those four motions.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we can't break it out. Okay, so Councillor Pasternak on that item. Okay, anybody else? Oh, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker. I'm going to understand that there's going to be votes on requests to vote on certain things separately. Is that right? So anything with MLTT or library or the others often who declare conflicts because of their kids.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask that we would vote separately when the time comes on the police services budget, please.
It's on the screen, Councillor Fletcher?
No, I understand that, but when we do the whole budget and we take out different things, I would ask to do that separately.
But that's what's on the right-hand side on what's on
understand.
the screen. That's what it pertains to.
Oh, I see, thank you.
Okay.
I just didn't see the right-hand side.
Yeah.
It was hard for me to find the right-hand side then.
Councillor Karagianis, you have an interest?
I have an interest on Parks and Rec. My daughter works for Parks and Recreation. Question is that, one, I will have to leave the room, correct?
Yes, and that's what's on the right-hand side. We've already noted all the interests at the beginning of the meeting.
Can we break down?
Oh, you're talking about motion one.
Yes.
With respect to the motion, yeah.
No, you can't. It's the same as Councillor Pasternak. We can't separate that. Okay, so you would have to not be part of any of those motions.
There you go, Jim.
Yeah.
Pasternak,
Well, if he wants to declare an interest.
balances it out because you were
All right, okay.
against each other.
All right. Okay, motion. We'll put the motion on the screen. Motion 1A is the first one. Okay, recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, Councillor Mammoliti, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 1A does not carry. The vote is 12 to 28.
Okay, motion 1B. Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Thank you.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 12 to 28.
Motion 1C. Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 12 to 28.
Motion 1D. Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 12 to 28.
Motion 1E. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cho, thank you. Councillor Davis, please.
Motion 1E carries 39 to 3.
Motion 15E. (15E). Okay. On favor? Recorded vote. Reopening. On favor? Opposed? It carried. So on the item 15E. I mean, sorry, 1E. 1E.
Members of council, we had to close the previous vote, so your lights may still be lit up, so will you please make sure you've pressed one of your voting buttons. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Cho, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Motion 1E carries 41 to 1.
Okay, motion 15E. Recorded vote.
Thanks for the $9,000. We appreciate it.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon, please.
The motion carries 39 to 3.
Motion number 2, as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Motion carries 38 to 4 as amended.
Motion 3B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 37.
That was selfish, Chris. Yeah. Message received.
Motion 3C. Yeah, recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 1 to 41.
Motion 3D. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Motion 3D does not carry. The vote is 7 to 35.
Motion 4A. Recorded vote. It's on the screen.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Motion 4A does not carry. The vote is 18 to 24.
Four B. Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion carries 23 to 18.
Motion 5C. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fragadakis, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Motion 6A. Recorded vote 6A. Which one on 5C? Okay, Councillor Bylaw, you're going to reopen 5C? All in favor to reopen? Okay, on 5C, recorded vote. We already voted to reopen. This is on the item.
Motion 5C does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
No, we already did it once. 6A, motion 6A, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Motion 6A carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
Motion number 7, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Fragadakis, please. Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Cho. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 31.
Motion number 8. Motion number 8, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Carroll, thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Motion 8 carries 22 to 18.
Motion 9A. Motion 9A, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Davis. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Motion 9A carries 28 to 14.
Motion number 12, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please, and Councillor Karygiannis. Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Councillor Fillion.
Councillor Lee, please.
Motion 12 carries 25 to 17.
Motion 13. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 25 to 16.
Motion 14A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Davis, please.
The motion does not carry. Oh, okay. So we have to.
Huh? So did he vote? So just take him off? Yeah.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 30.
14B, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please, and thank you. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fragadakis and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Councillor Fragadakis, please. Thank you.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 31.
Motion 15F, recorded vote. I've got, 15A, sorry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Perruzza.
The motion carries 40 to 2.
Okay, the next one. $15B. Recorded vote. $15B.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Palacio and Councillor Mamaliti, please.
The motion carries 40 to 2.
15C. Recorded vote.
Don't tell Campbell.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Fragedakis, thank you.
Motion 15C carries 41 to 1.
15D, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Shiner, please. And Councillor Perks.
Councillor Holland, please.
Motion 15D carries 40 to 2.
15F, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner.
The motion carries 36 to 5.
Congratulations, Councillor Perks. Motion 16, recorded vote. Yeah, it's the motion by Mayor Tory that was circulated in advance. It's number 16.
Councillor McMahon, please, and Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Fillion and Councillor Cole, please.
The motion carries 39 to 3.
Motion 9B. Councillor Crisanti? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Cho, please.
Councillor McConigal, thank you. Councillor Crisanti is...
Councillor McMahon.
The motion carries 27 to 14.
Motion 3A. As amended. Recorded vote.
If you had just not put the last clause in, I could have voted for it.
Councillor Filion, please.
Motion 3A as amended carries 32 to 9.
Number 3E. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Filion, Councillor Cole, please, and Councillor Palacio. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Carroll. Times. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please.
Motion 3E does not carry. The vote is 4 to 37.
Motion 5B. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor, please. Councillor Cho, please.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 5B carries 25 to 15. Sorry, 26 to 15.
Okay, motion. Okay, hold on, please, one at a time. Councillor Doucette is moving to reopen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll reopen it. 5B. We're voting on 5B.
Councillor Shiner, Councillor Carmichael Grab. Councillor Shiner, please.
Motion 5B carries 29 to 12.
Motion 6B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Motion 6B does not carry. The vote is 12 to 30.
Motion number 10. Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion, please.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor McMahon, thank you. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Davis.
Motion number 10 carries 31 to 10.
Motion 11A. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Thompson. Deputy Mayor, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Filion, please. Councillor Filion, please. Thank you.
Motion 11A carries 36 to 6.
Motion 11B. Recorded vote.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Davis. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Matlow.
Motion 11B carries 35 to 6.
11C. Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion and Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Carroll, we need your vote, please.
Motion 11C carries 40 to 2.
Okay, members of council, if you can, I'm going to go through separate items, so please. Okay. Okay, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a point of order, I guess, a request to vote separately on items 242 and 243, which is the MLTT fees, and on items 245 and 248, which pertain to the bin rates. I'd just like to record in the negative on those.
I think you just did that.
Of the original motion. Correct.
Oh, look at that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's 9 o'clock. I vote to extend it further until we finish the meeting.
We already voted to finish.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
I missed that
Okay.
too.
When did it happen?
Okay, so, Okay. Okay, we're going to do 245 and then 248. We're going to put it on the screen. Okay, recorded vote. Councillor Holliday has asked that it be split. This is from the Executive Committee.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Carroll,
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Davis, please, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Recommendation 245 carries 34 to 8.
Okay, 248. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Mamaliti, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Fragedakis, please.
Councillor Perks.
Recommendation 248 carries 35 to 7.
Okay, members, we would take some separate votes to allow members who have declared interest on aspects of the budget to leave the chamber. Okay, the first one is on the item as amended as it pertains to telephone, wireless, internet, Wi-Fi, television service contained in the Information and Technology, Toronto Police, TTC, and TCHC budgets, and the mayor. Okay, all in favor? By recorded vote? No? Yeah, because he's declared an interest, we want to make sure that he's not here.
Councillor Mamaliti, Councillor Campbell, thank you. Councillor Crawford and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Madlow, please.
The item as amended as it pertains to telephone, wireless, internet, Wi-Fi, and television services contained in the Information and Technology, Toronto Police, TTC, and TCHC budgets is approved 39 to 2.
On the item, as amended as it pertains to the provision of news summary services provided by Canada Newswire. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Madlow, Councillor Davis, Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Holland.
Yeah.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Holland,
This is
please.
Because
Thank
the
you.
mayor has an interest, right? So we voted on it separately.
The item as amended as it pertains to the provision of news summary services provided by Canada Newswire is approved unanimously, 41 in favor.
Okay, on the item as amended as it pertains to the Toronto Public Library, Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor McConnell, Councillor Robinson, please. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow, please.
The item as amended as it pertains to the Toronto Public Library carries 40 to 1.
On the item as amended as it pertains to the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation budgets, Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Matlow.
The item is amended as it pertains to the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation budget carries 38 to 3.
So on the item as it pertains to Toronto Police Services budget, it was Councillor Kelly, but Councillor Kelly's not here. So all in favor? Recorded vote. The Toronto Police Services budget. We separated it because Councillor Kelly, but he's not here, so we can vote on it.
The item is amended as it pertains to the Toronto Police Services budget carries 30 to 12.
On the item as amended as it pertains to the Children's Services budget, as they pertain to funding, subsidies, or grants to the Alderbuds Child Care Centre, Councillor Holliday. Recorded vote.
Could we close his daycare now? If we all vote no, we close his daycare, right? I'll let him leave his daycare.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Mamaliti, please. Councillor Cole, please. Thank you.
The item is amended as it pertains to Children's Services regarding the Alderbuds Child Care Centre budget carries 40 to 1.
On the item as amended as it pertains to MLTT. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item is amended as it pertains to the MLTT carries 34 to 7.
On the balance of the budget as amended. Recorded vote. The balance. Obviously, somebody didn't pay the hydro bill.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Those hydro rates are too high anyway, right?
The vote on the balance of the item as amended carries 33 to 9.
Councillor McConnell, you
Thank
just
you.
wanted to just make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with great sadness that I announced to Council that Trustee Sheila Ward has passed away today. Sheila has been representing my community for a very long time. After I left, and we had one other trustee. But once the amalgamation happened, she had a huge responsibility in some of the poorest and the richest neighborhoods, so quite a balance that she had to make. She was the chair of the amalgamated board for 4 years, four years, which was quite an accomplishment. First of all, quite an accomplishment for a person from Toronto, but secondly, quite an accomplishment as someone who had to bring people together. As many of you know, Sheila in her later days had a lot of health issues, and really it didn't entirely stop her from doing a great deal of work. I know that many members of council sat with her at the school board, as I did. And I would say to you that one of the things I will never forget about my friend Sheila was that she made me the chair of the Toronto Board of Education. It was her vote that made the difference. So it's amazing, isn't it? So, you know, I'm very saddened, and I think that all members of council are. And I know that she had quite a loving partner, and perhaps I'll bring a notice of motion to the next meeting of council. But in the meantime, I would say that it would be good if there was some remembrances by some of her former colleagues, because she was a woman who gave very much to her community, and really that was her whole life. And I've heard she got some of you elected and all kinds of things, but it would be nice to have a remembrance of a woman who spent such a great deal of her time working on children's issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mamley, we have to do the bills yet. Councillor Campbell?
Well, thank you, and thank you, Councillor McConnell, for inviting commentary from former trustees. So, Sheila Ward was a very powerful force at the TDSB. She really, and I can't really understate that. She had very strong opinions about her colleagues and about staff. She was very balanced, middle of the road, commonsensical, and I think I know that I supported her for chair for 4 years, and it was often a case of supporting Sheila to keep somebody else out, and Sheila would position it as such. She would say, we can't have that person in the chair. And so I supported her, and then ironically, when I became chair, she supported the guy who she tried to keep out. But I never held that against her, and then it's not even top of mind. And then once I became chair, incidentally on a tie vote, I was fortunate. She was very supportive and continued to offer good advice. So I'm saddened, and she was obviously a trooper. She had many health problems, as Pam has said. And she carried on and devoted herself to the TDSB for a great many years. So it's a sad time.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Okay, Councillor Carroll?
Just very quickly, I think it can never be missed to remind ourselves that some of us, when we came to represent, being in government was very different. When Sheila Ward came to town from teaching to be a journalist from Saskatchewan, she came here to Toronto and very soon became openly gay. She was an openly gay school board trustee, and during my single term on the school board, Trustee Ward was part of a cabal that got together, and for the first time, Councillor Fletcher was on that board as well, and for the first time, we were able to make sure that the students in the Triangle program had a school bus and rode in the Pride Parade. And Sheila's mobility was already beginning to be a challenge, but she sat in the front seat of that school bus and told us all day long that she was having the time of her life, darling, every time someone asked her if she was all right in the heat. And so I hope that right this very minute she would say to us, "I'm having the time of my life, darling."
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perks. You have a motion to introduce certain bills.
Yes, I think as a reward for the most innovative point of order earlier in the meeting, I've been asked to move the bills. That leave be granted to introduce bills 137 to 140 inclusive.
Okay, shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Davis.
The motion to introduce the bills carries 39 to 1.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Layton, please.
Come on, we still have a couple more votes, members. Just wait 1 minute.
Councillor Layton, please.
The motion to enact the bills carries 39 to 1.
Councillor Shiner, you have a motion regarding absentees.
I have a motion to excuse the absence of Councillor Rob Ford from the February 17th, 2016 council meeting.
Okay. All those in favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bailao, please.
Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The motion to excuse the absentee carries unanimously 40 in favor.
Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm, to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of special council meeting number 13 on February 17th, 2016.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote. One more.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Mihevik, please.
We have one more vote, members.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Madlow.